Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though. Trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with a native bandit giving me a big break by heaving a knife at me. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. And don't bother to sit down. Your plane leaves for Malaya in 1 hour.
Malaya? Look, I just got out of one jungle. Don't tell me you're sending me back into another one.
That's just what I am telling you, Steve.
Aren't you sort of stretching my luck a little?
That's the right word for it, all right.
Stretching?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Rubber.
A jokester yet? Okay, what's the deal?
Steve, take any list of vital war materials. Rubber's near the top.
So, what am I supposed to do? Go over to Malaya and tap a few rubber trees?
You don't have to. They've quite a few thousand natives on the job already over there. No, it's what's happening after the rubber is harvested that we're interested in.
Just what is happening?
A gang of so-called bandits has been raiding the various plantations, Steve. They're organized and equipped like a small army. They've been setting fire to buildings, terrorizing the natives, and in general interfering seriously with the entire operation over there.
I see. Look, isn't this a matter for the British?
Well, they've asked our cooperation in the matter, Steve, and I think the main reason is there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
What?
To our knowledge, nobody's ever gotten a good look at this leader, or at least lived to tell about it. And Steve, it's vital to both countries that we smash this gang.
Whom do I work with?
A British intelligence agent named Willoughby. He's waiting for you in Singapore right now. Steve, get over there. Work with Willoughby, and then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to put these bandits out of business for keeps. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of scouring the Malayan jungle to find out who's been burning up a few assorted rubber plantations. And I've got an uneasy hunch that whoever it is has a king-size hotfoot reserved for me. It's Friday when my plane lands in Singapore, and I head for the office of the agent Willoughby.
Thoroughly nasty mess, Mitchell.
I understand there's a rumor that the leader of these bandits is an American.
Yes, that's the rumor. What it's worth, I don't know.
None of the bandits has ever been captured, huh?
Not one of the blighters, no. We've set several traps for them, but they've avoided them very skillfully.
What sort of traps, Willoughby?
Well, we've doubled our patrols in the whole area. We've also converted several of the plantations which haven't yet been attacked into miniature fortresses. Concealed machine gun emplacements, troops hidden in foxholes, and so on. But they always seem to know which plantations are guarded and which aren't. As I said, their information appears to be amazingly accurate.
Yeah. Has anybody ever gotten a good look at this bandit leader?
I'm not sure, Mitchell. There's one person who may have.
What do you mean, may have?
It's the little chap in the next room. Mr. Perkins, would you step in here a moment, please?
All right.
This is Steve Mitchell, agent from the United States, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins, an importer.
How do you do?
Mr. Perkins?
Would you mind repeating your story to Mr. Mitchell, Perkins?
Very well. As Mr. Willoughby told you just now, I'm an importer, Mr. Mitchell. And in the course of my business, I make frequent trips into the jungles to the north of here.
I see.
Now, last week I was staying at a friend's plantation deep in the interior, and suddenly this gang of bandits attacked the plantation about midnight, as I remember.
Go on.
My friend ran out of the house as soon as he heard the shots. He was killed on the spot. Well, apparently the bandits didn't expect there would be anyone else in the house, so they didn't enter immediately. They set fire to the outbuildings, and During the excitement, I was able to crawl out of the window and into the jungle.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about your experience and the loss of your friend, Perkins, but I don't quite see what connection this has with...
Well, it was after my return here to Singapore that my real troubles began, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
Well, 2 days ago, I was almost run down on the streets. Well, I'm convinced it was a deliberate attempt on my life. Well, last night I was fired upon.
What?
Yes, it appears that someone is quite anxious to put Mr. Perkins out of the way, Mitchell.
But why?
Well, it's my theory that Perkins may have seen the bandit leader in action.
But how did they know you were there at the plantation during the raid, Perkins?
Well, my coat. In my haste to escape, I left my coat in my room. You see, it had my name in it.
I get it. They found the coat and figured out you must have been there and must have seen them. Perkins, did you see any of them?
Yes. Well, there was a lot of confusion, of course, but after I slipped into the jungle, I saw several figures in the clearing.
Well, now, don't panic about it. Did you get a good look at them?
Only a brief one.
Was one of them an American?
Well, I really couldn't say. Remember, it was in the middle of the night, and the only illumination came from the fires they'd set.
You think you'd recognize any of them if you saw them again?
Well, that's the same question Mr. Willoughby asked me. And all I can say is that I might. I don't know.
You know, Willoughby, it's pretty obvious to me that this bandit leader is somebody who's known in the interior.
It's my notion, too, so, oh, boy.
Yeah, he could figure that Perkins would be making other trips into that country and might spot him, all of which gives me the idea what our one chance of finding him is.
You have in mind a trip into the interior for the three of us?
Yep.
Yes, I've already broached the subject to Mr. Perkins, but he doesn't seem to think very highly of it.
Oh?
Gentlemen, I'm sure you understand my position. Frankly, I'm not a particularly courageous man, and there have already been 2 attempts on my life right here in Singapore because of this. And to return to those jungles, it seems to me I'd be inviting my own murder.
Yeah, we understand your position perfectly, Mr. Perkins, but I hope that you understand just how important this deal is.
Well, I
These
do, but
bandits are seriously interfering with the production of a raw material that's vital to both of our countries.
I know that, Mr. Mitchell. It's just that
Right now, you're apparently the one man who can put the finger on their leader.
I don't know.
Willoughby
what
and
to
I'll
say.
give you all the protection that's humanly possible if you make this trip with us.
All right, Mr. Mitchell.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I'll second that. How soon can you be ready?
Oh, it shouldn't take me long to pack my suitcase. Not more than an hour, I'd say.
Very well. We'll leave in an hour, then.
We go part way by train, take a jeep as far as we can, and then start out on foot through the jungle. It's hot and damp, and Willoughby's in front, Perkins in the middle, and I'm bringing up in the rear, and all 3 of us are trying to look in every direction at once.
These bandits could be hiding anywhere around us.
That's a possibility, of course, but I rather doubt it. It seems more likely that their main camp is farther in the interior.
But they may have scouts watching this very trail. Look, why can't we take a boat up the river?
We get out in the middle of that river, we'd really be making targets of ourselves. No, it's safer here in the jungle.
Oh, dear. What was that?
Oh, bird or an animal sounded like.
Oh, it sounded like somebody getting killed.
Take it easy, Perkins. How much farther to the first plantation on our list, Willoughby?
Oh, it can't be more than a mile or so.
Another mile of this jungle? Oh, I wish I'd never agreed to make this trip. I can't get rid of the feeling that I'm walking into a death trap.
What an optimist. Perkins, 5 will get you 10. We'll make it to the plantation safe and sound.
You will pardon me if I do not accept your wager, Mitchell, but I certainly hope you're right.
Hey, watch out. What?
What is it?
Up in that tree.
Oh,
I got him. Mitchell.
I told you to have scouts watching.
Get your head up out of the dirt and take a look, Perkins. That was no scout, unless they're wearing snakeskins these days.
What? Oh, dear. Python.
15 feet if he's an inch. Thanks, old chap. Looks like the rascal had zeroed in on me.
Great. We've not only got bandits to watch out for, now it's snakes yet. Come on, let's speed it up a little, huh?
Well, here's our first plantation.
Well, we made it after all.
Yeah. Hey, quite a spread. Who owns it?
Absentee Corporation, old boy. The resident manager's a chap named Hartford. He's standing there by the checking shed.
British?
No, American.
Oh?
Hello, Willoughby.
Afternoon, Hartford.
Still poking around the bushes looking for the bandits?
Quite. Hartford, I'd like you to meet Mr. Mitchell, a newspaper correspondent.
Pleased to meet you, Hartford.
A little off your beat up in this neck of the woods, aren't you, Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know. My beat's where there's news, Hartford. And these attacks on the plantations come under that heading, I think.
Troops arrived yet, Hartford?
Yeah, they're dug in around the edge of the plantation. Say, according to that meeting all of us had 2 weeks ago, you were going to put some extra patrols in this area.
That's right.
Any of them around here?
Oh, here and there, old boy.
Okay if I nose around the plantation a little, Hartford?
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Come on, Brown.
I'll tag along with you, Mitchell. Make sure you don't get lost.
Okay.
We'll check with you before we leave, Hartford.
Okay.
Willoughby.
Huh?
What's this meeting Hartford was talking about?
Oh, it was 2 weeks ago, Mitchell. We called in all the plantation owners and managers to outline and set up plans for the defense of the plantation against these attacks by the bandits.
Then Hartford or any other plantation owner or manager knows the defense plans for all the plantations?
That's right.
Perkins, you recognize Hartford?
I couldn't be sure.
Say, Mitchell, you think that Hartford could be involved in this?
Right now, I don't think anything, Willoughby. I'm just trying to find out. Brother, look at those machine gun emplacements.
Oh, the bandits would surely not attack a place as heavily armed as this.
Maybe they would, if they knew just where the machine guns were located. Perkins, any of those workers over there look familiar to you?
Huh? No. I've been looking at all of them very closely, but I don't recognize a single one.
How far to the next plantation, Willoughby?
Oh, it's 2 hours easy travel. There's a native village between here and there and a well-marked trail.
Who owns it?
A Dutchman, Van Voorhees.
Okay, we better get started. I've got no hankering to be caught in the jungle after dark.
Welcome to my plantation, gentlemen.
Thanks, Van Voorhees.
After you.
Thanks, old boy.
Thank you.
You arrived just in time. Another hour, and it will be quite dark. And in these times, it is not wise to be out after dark.
I hardly agree with that.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well,
My wife, Sukala, gentlemen.
hello.
I am honored.
Or I should say, my bride. 3 months now.
Yes.
The 3 of you will, of course, spend the night here.
Oh, it's very kind of you.
You, from this part of the country, Sukala?
No, I am not. If you excuse me, gentlemen, I will give the necessary orders to our cook.
Would you care for a drink, gentlemen?
Oh, a little later, maybe. Right now, I'd like to take a look around your plantation, if I might.
But of course, I will be glad to show you around. I will tell Sukala that we will be back shortly.
Willoughby.
Huh?
She must be at least 20 years younger than he is.
The wife?
Yeah, and she's not from this part of the country either. How long ago did these raids start?
Oh, they've been going on for, between 2 and 3 months now.
Uh-huh. And 3 months ago, she married Van Voorhees and moved into this area. Interesting thought, isn't it? We nose around the plantation. It's fortified just like the other one, but Perkins doesn't recognize any of the workers. We have a late dinner and turn in. Perkins' room is between Willoughby's and mine. I don't know how long I've been asleep when all of a sudden... The racket jerks me out of bed to the window. Tongues of flame are licking at the outbuildings. In the light of the fires, I can see guys running around shooting up the place. So here we've been breaking our backs to find the bandits. But the way it's turned out, the bandits have found us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
I run to Perkins' room and jerk open the door.
The bandits, Mitchell, they'll kill me.
Not if you stay under cover, Perkins. I'm going outside and see if I can lend a hand.
Visit
Over
our
here,
channel,
Mitchell. Okay. You got your gun? Yeah. Where's Van Voorhees?
Right here.
to see more videos like this.
Get back
New
inside the house
videos every
at
day.
Very well.
Every building is on fire except the house.
How could they have gotten through the defenses, Willoughby?
They must have known exactly where they were and infiltrated between them. They've already blown up 2 machine gun emplacements with hand grenades, and they've killed the troops at the 3rd over there.
Okay. Round up what troops are left, Willoughby. I'm going to make a try for that machine gun. I start circling towards the machine gun. Suddenly a native looms up in front of me, an ugly scar on his cheek, and in his hand, a long knife that's even uglier. I drop to one knee. The knife whistles over my head. I dive for him, but he scrambles into the bushes. I throw a shot at him. I don't know whether it takes effect. Then I spot another bandit drawing a bead on me. This time I don't miss. I finally get to the machine gun and I swing it around. The rest of the bandits melt away into the jungle, but by now the damage has been done. I join Willoughby and Van Voorhees on the front porch of the house.
The house itself is untouched, but that is the only thing there is. The plantation itself is a complete loss.
Well, it was an infernally well-organized attack, Mitchell. They got right into the machine.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Perkins, come on. I want to make sure he's okay.
Well, where was he during the shooting?
I went into his room, told him to stay undercover, but those bandits seem to know everything else. They could have known he was on the plantation, too. Well, here we are. Perkins, hey, where is he?
He's nowhere in sight.
Perkins! Oh, great. If they've gotten him, we're licked.
Well, he might have done what he did during that attack before, escaped through the window.
It's closed. I'll try this closet, then we better... Perkins.
Is it all over?
Yeah, it's all over, Perkins. You can climb down off that closet shelf.
Well, you told me to stay undercover, Mitchell.
Yeah, you sure took me literally. And I guess it's just as well. Come on, Willoughby. Let's go talk to Van Voorhees.
Right.
Mitchell, isn't there someplace else where we can stay the rest of the night? I don't...
Look, this plantation is probably the safest place in the world right now for you, Perkins. The bandits have already done their job here.
And quite completely, too. I'd give a year's pay to know how those blighters are getting their information.
Yeah.
There, my dear. The plantation is a complete loss, but we are still unharmed. And that is the important thing. Oh, gentlemen, my wife is quite upset over this. I've been trying to tell her that...
Gentlemen, if you will excuse me, please.
What are you going to do, Van Voorhees?
I think the only thing to do is to get out of here. I've been trying to talk my wife into leaving, but she thinks we should stay and try to rebuild.
Oh? Tell me, Van Voorhees, had you known your wife long before you married her?
Why, no. Only a short time. Why do you ask?
She came here to live about 3 months ago, and it was shortly after that these raids started. Raids that are obviously based upon inside information.
Hey, Mitchell, I have extended to you the hospitality of my house, but I have not extended to you the right to make accusations against my wife.
I'm not making accusations, Van Voorhees. I'm just trying to find out who's heading up this gang of bandits.
I would stake my life that my wife is not involved in such a thing.
I see. What would you stake on your neighbor, then, Van Voorhees?
Neighbor?
The American, Hartford, manager of the next plantation back.
Hey, Mitchell, the only thing I know about this Hartford is that I do not trust him.
Why not?
I do not know. I simply do not trust the man.
Mitchell, you pointed out earlier that Hartford had complete information on the defenses of these plantations.
Yeah.
Hartford also knew we were coming to this plantation. Perhaps he recognized me, and that is why...
Visitor at this time of night? Hartford.
Well, speak of the devil, Willoughby.
Quite.
I heard the shooting, saw the flames, Van Voorhees, so I headed for your plantation here to see what the trouble is. Well, looks like I got here a little too late. Sure made a mess of the plantation, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did, Hartford. Amazing how they knew just where the defenses were located, isn't it?
Sure is. It must be pretty smart, all right.
Either that or somebody's giving them pretty smart information.
Yeah, could be. Got anybody in mind, Mitchell?
Yeah, could be.
You know, you seem to be taking quite an interest in this deal for a newspaper correspondent. Funny thing about a newspaper correspondent, they do a lot of traveling around, visiting plantations.
Sometimes it's a pretty neat cover to accuse somebody else, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning skip it, for now.
Well, gentlemen, I, for one, have had quite enough excitement for one night. And if you don't mind, I'm going back to bed.
Okay, one thing, though.
What is it?
Might be a good idea to lock your door, just in case. Perkins heads for his room, and I go to mine next door. I stretch out on the bed and light a cigarette. At this point, Hartford is high up on my suspect list. He's in a perfect spot to have engineered the raids, but I can't forget Van Voorhees' wife, Sakala, either. She could fit into the deal somehow, too. Finally, I guess I doze off. A faint sound starts pecking at my brain. At first, I think I'm dreaming, but finally it pulls me awake, like a rustle of papers or a faint crackle of flames. Then it stops. I head for Perkins' room in a hurry. Perkins! You all right? Perkins! Locked. Perkins!
What is it?
Mitchell, open up.
Oh, very well. What's the matter?
Hey, you okay?
Oh, why, yes, sleeping like a baby, as a matter of fact. Why?
Did you hear a sound a moment ago?
Sound?
A faint crackling-like sound.
Why, yes, but I thought I was dreaming.
Let's take a look out the window.
Huh?
Hey, look down there on the ground just below the window.
Oh, a cigarette. Still burning. Mitchell, that crackling sound you heard, it must have been the rustle of these bushes outside my window. Somebody was trying to get into my room.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Look out the window. Over there across the clearing.
Oh, 2 people. Why, it's Hartford talking to Van Voorhees' wife.
Yeah. Comparing notes, maybe. Or setting up the next raid. Okay, throw your things in your suitcase, Perkins.
What? But why?
We're leaving.
Now?
Yeah, right now. Come on, get packed.
Oh, dear.
I go back to the living room. Van Voorhees and Willoughby are sitting there drinking cognac.
I have finally persuaded my wife that we should leave the plantation, Mitchell.
Where is your wife?
She went to bed half an hour ago.
I see. Willoughby, any of your roving patrols in this area?
Yes, one of them arrived here just a few minutes ago, Mitchell.
Good. Let's have them escort us back to Hartford's plantation.
Now?
Yeah.
But it'll be light in just a couple of hours.
And it may be too late. I'll explain later, Willoughby. Right now, I want to get started.
Very well, old boy.
Mitchell, as long as Sukala and I have decided to leave the plantation, we may as well accompany you. That way we will be sure of protection.
Okay, Van Voorhees. You and your wife pack up, and let's get going. Half an hour later, we shove off. Van Voorhees and his wife, Hartford, Perkins, Willoughby, the patrol, and myself. A little after dawn, we reach the native village that's halfway between the 2 plantations and start walking through it.
Mitchell,
Yeah,
you told me that you saw Hartford and Van Voorhees' wife talking together.
that's right. They could have been cooking up another raid.
Well, is that why you went to get us and the patrol back to Hartford's plantation? I mean, you think the raid is scheduled for there?
Could be.
Well, what's the matter?
Keep walking. He doesn't see me.
Who doesn't see you?
Over there in that bunch of natives, the gent with the scar on his face. That's one of the bandits. He chucked a knife at me last night.
What?
Go on without me. I'll join you later at Hartford's plantation, and don't let anything happen to Perkins. The rest of the party moves on. I drop out of sight in the bushes where I can keep my eye on the village and the native with the scar on his cheek. After a while, he eases away from the village. I tail him through the jungle, keeping well back so he won't spot me. An hour later, he reaches a small clearing, and I know I've found the bandits' main camp. There must be 24 of them lying around, and in the center, there's a guy trying to raise someone on a walkie-talkie.
Hello. 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 Hello.
He's not having any luck, but I am, because a lot of things have suddenly fallen into place. I turn and start to leave. Then I freeze. One of the bandits is coming along the trail to the clearing. He'll pass right by me and be sure to see me. I've got to get the jump on him. I wait until he's right up to me. Then I dive for his neck. He drops his gun. Claws at his throat. I know if he lets out one peep, I'm a dead duck. I increase the pressure. Tighter. Tighter. Finally, his knees buckle, and he slumps to the ground. I drag him under the bushes and take off. It's the middle of the afternoon before I get to Hartford's plantation.
And I was getting worried about you, Mitchell. About to send the patrol back to find you.
I'm glad you didn't. Where are the others?
Well, they're all inside the plantation house.
Good. That patrol leader around anywhere?
Yes, he's right over there. Lieutenant Sheffield.
Yes? What is it, Willoughby?
Mitchell wants a word with you.
I've located the bandits' main camp.
What's that? Mitchell.
Yeah, let's see, it's 3 p.m. That ought to give us time enough.
Time enough for what?
We're going to cook up a little gag, Willoughby. If it works, we're not only going to get the whole gang, we'll also nab their leader.
Not that I mind furnishing the liquor, Mitchell, but I don't quite see the reason for suddenly having a cocktail party.
Oh, just felt like a little celebration, Hartford.
I do not think there is cause for any of us to be celebrating right now. My husband and I have just lost our plantation.
My dear, you must reconcile yourself.
I, for one, will feel more like celebrating when I'm safely back in Singapore, Mitchell.
Oh, cheer up, Perkins. The worst is over. That's why I want to celebrate.
But celebrate what?
Let's see, it's exactly 5:30 p.m. right now. In just 10 minutes, those bandits will all be captured.
What are you talking about?
It's very simple. You see, I located their main camp.
You found their camp?
That's right, Mrs. Van Voorhees. Lieutenant Sheffield and his patrol are closing in on them right now.
Hey, Mitchell, my heartiest congratulations.
Thanks, Van Voorhees. Well, come on, Willoughby. Let's go outside and tell the rest of the troops they can knock off.
Right.
Okay, Willoughby. Around to the back.
Yes. You think it'll work, Mitchell?
I don't know. It's our only chance of pegging the leader.
But I still don't see how you intend to find out just who it is.
Okay. Hold it here. Now we'll just listen for a while.
But listen for what?
Quiet. There it is. Coming from that corner room. Come on, in the back door. Now, down the hall, and keep it quiet. There we are. Door is undoubtedly locked, but it's flimsy. One push ought to do it. Come on, we'll rush it together.
Sort of get back for a running start, hmm?
Yeah, come on. Ready?
Right.
Let's go. Perkins! Complete with walkie-talkie. Trying to warn your boys. Perkins?
He's going for his gun!
You'll never make it, Perkins.
Let go of me!
Sit down, Perkins. I said sit down.
I got his gun, Mitchell.
Hey, what's going on?
Very simple, Hartford. We just grabbed the bandit leader.
What?
This man?
Yeah, Perkins.
I do not understand.
Posing as an importer gave Perkins a good excuse to travel this area, picking up information, but when the plantations were fortified, he realized he needed more accurate information.
So he rigged up his story about being an eyewitness and the attempts on his life to give him an excuse to be brought to these plantations.
Yeah, put him in a perfect spot to transmit information about the defense to his boys by means of that walkie-talkie he kept in his suitcase. You see, Perkins, I heard one of your boys using a walkie-talkie in the jungle, probably trying to get in touch with you. It made a faint crackling sound, just like the one I heard last night.
Why,
and speaking of last night, Hartford, what were you talking to Mrs. Van Voorhees about?
What's that? Relax, Van Voorhees. I knew you didn't like me, so I decided to talk to your wife instead to warn her about Mitchell.
Me? Oh, now look, I'm not that big a wolf.
I don't mean that. You didn't sound like a newspaper correspondent to me, so I was getting a little suspicious of your connection with this.
Well, that's the switch.
Sheffield to Mitchell. Hello.
What's a walkie-talkie?
Yeah, let's have it. Thanks. Mitchell to Sheffield. Go ahead.
3 bandits captured 10 minutes ago.
What? Only 3? What happened to the rest of them?
Dead, you know?
Okay. Good work, Sheffield. Over and out. Well, I guess that's the crop. And, Perkins, after you face the court of law for the various murders you're responsible for, I don't think you'll have much time left. Yep, you had a pretty neat scheme going, but I guess you forgot the ancient Malayan proverb.
What are you talking about?
Man who tried to do bad things with walkie-talkie, when law gets through with him, will do neither one.
Another one.
No walkie, no talkie.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, enjoy The Man Called X and your hit parade on NBC tonight.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
The Cavalcade of America. In this week's presentation of the Cavalcade of America, brought to you by DuPont, you will hear stories of how Americans have conquered time and distance in speeding up communications with one another. But before these stories begin, we wish to extend our thanks to the scores of teachers and officers in America's schools who have written us to express their enthusiasm for this series of historical episodes and to tell us that these plays are of unusual interest to students of American history, social science, and dramatics. Many of these instructors have paid DuPont's Cavalcade of America a special compliment by asking if copies of the manuscripts from which these radio dramas are broadcast could be obtained for classroom work. So we have printed extra copies of the manuscript for a recent broadcast which received a great many fine comments. This presentation, entitled The Declaration of Independence, dramatized the events leading up to the adoption of that great document by the American colonies. We shall be very glad to send a copy to any teacher or school official who writes for it. Just address your letter to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware. In writing, please mention the name of your school and the class you teach. Remember the address, DuPont, D-U-P-O-N-T, Wilmington, Delaware. This evening's episodes in the Cavalcade of America tell the story of how distance has been shortened and communication made easier. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with a modern American composition, On the Trail from Ferdy Groffe's Grand Canyon Suite. As you watch the American cavalcade pass in review, you see a people impatient for increasingly faster exchange of thought, no matter how great the distance separating them. In 1850, the 13 original colonies had expanded westward to the shore of the Pacific Ocean, to California and gold. Suddenly, in a single year, that sparsely settled region becomes a rich and populous territory clamoring for admission to the Union. It was a long way for news to travel between the Golden Gate and New York Bay, where on a fine spring day, the clipper ship Sea Witch rides magnificently at anchor.
Flood tide's beginning to slacken, Captain Fraser.
All right, Mr. Delano. Man the windlass and heave short.
Aye, aye, sir.
Heave away on the windlass brakes. Aye, aye, sir. Strike a light. Duller than an old whaler's brass work. Aloft there, some of you loose sails. Set royals and skysails. Leave staysails fast. Fill those ensign halyards, lads. Hang on the red shirt, lay down on that. All right, fast even, boys. The anchor's apeak, sir. Very good, sir.
There's a boat put out after us from the battery, Captain, and pull for us right hearty.
Had better pull hard. Once the Sea Witch gets the wind in her sails, nothing can catch her but Davy Jones.
There's a man in that dinghy waving at us, sir.
Likely he's just one of those legal sharks from some sailor's boarding house. All right, boys, sheet home the topsails. Look out for the two lines, bosun. Ease them down. Haul top. Overhaul your bosun. Look alive. Belay that starboard main sheet. Now long pulls on your topsail halyards. Yes, sir. Hold to, sir. Bring it to the rail. Aye, aye, sir.
Lord, but she's beautiful, Captain.
Nothing finer nor faster afloat, lad.
Ahoy, Sea Witch!
Ahoy! It's the man in the dinghy, sir.
I want to speak to Captain Fraser.
I'm Captain Fraser. Hey, alongside. We're getting underway. Now throw him a tow line.
Aye, aye, sir.
Message from the Secretary of State to the Governor of California Territory. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Tell him that Congress will admit California to the Union as a free state.
Tell the Governor of California that Congress will admit California to the Union as a free state. Very good, sir.
Safe voyage, Captain.
Thank you, sir. Cast him off, sailor.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Delano, brace the yards to the wind.
Aye, sir. Run up the jibs, boys. Lively on that mizzen topsail halyards. Belay the captain fish tackle. Strike a light, somebody. All right, you longshoremen, over the side. Lively. Overhaul the gear, boys.
Underway, sir. Driving hard southward in all weather, past the equator, into the Antarctic winter, the Sea Witch rounds Cape Horn, carrying every stitch of canvas possible, racing for California, the land of gold and opportunity.
And ho!
The Golden Gate, Captain Fraser, the Golden Gate.
Very good. Well, Mr. Delano, I doubt if many of the ships that left port ahead of us are in before us. 97 days from Sandy Hook is fast time.
97 days is a record, sir. It'll take good sailing and better luck to beat it, sir.
It's been a good crew. You've got everything out of them. Press the word forward, the company will give all hands a bonus.
Aye, sir. Shall I make the longboat ready, sir?
Yes. Man it with the lustiest lads aboard. And have it in the water before the anchor. I've got a message for the governor of the new state of California.
Ten years later, California is a great commonwealth, but San Francisco and New York are still weeks apart. It takes almost a month for news to travel from coast to coast. Then, on March 26, 1860, the New York Herald carries the following announcement. To San Francisco in 8 days by the Central Overland California and Pikes Peak Express Company. The first courier of the Pony Express will leave the Missouri River on Tuesday, April 3rd at 5 o'clock p.m. and will run regularly, weekly hereafter, carrying letter mail only. The first lap of this relay between the Atlantic seaboard and St. Joseph, Missouri was by telegraph, but the line ends at St. Joe.
where we find Johnny Fry impatiently waiting for the signal that will start him on the first run of the Pony Express.
Whoa, boy. Whoa, take it easy. You'll soon have plenty of chance to run. Ah, he's a beauty, Al. You've got him in great condition.
Oh, he's got to be in top form, Johnny. Look at the crowd that's come to see you ride off. The mail train's on time.
Oh, that's good. Say, you ought to be riding today, Al, instead of staying here in St. Joe looking after ponies.
I'm studying to be a telegraph operator. You can't practice that on horseback. Whoa, boy.
No, who'd want to? This is better pay.
Maybe my job will last longer than yours. The telegraph's got as far as St. Joe already.
Yeah, the other end's 2,000 miles away.
Oh, they'll cut down that distance until you boys won't have any further to ride than across the street there.
Well, right now, us riders have got to get a lot of words to Carson City. Hold his head up, Al. I'm mounting up. Whoa, boy, whoa. All right, let go, Al. Mail pouch must be waiting at the post office by now.
Now, wait for the starting signal, Johnny.
Now, maybe the cannon won't go off. I don't want to lose a second.
Hey there! Hold that courier! Wait!
Who's that?
That's the big boss himself, Mr. Russell.
Gee.
You Johnny Fry?
Yes, sir.
Here's a message just came in by telegraph from Washington. It's from President Buchanan to the Governor of California. Guard it well.
With my life, if necessary, sir.
Fry, as the first courier westward bound on the Pony Express, I and my partners, Majors and Wardell, wish you good luck and Godspeed.
It's a real honor to ride for you, sir.
There's a signal, Johnny.
Let loose his head.
Good luck.
Good luck, Fry.
Thanks. Goodbye. Go, boy.
Johnny Fry is off on the first run, 75 miles on 3 horses. Just 2 minutes allowed for changing mounts. But by loosening the mail pouch before he reaches the station and tossing it to the agent before he dismounts, the time is cut down to 15 seconds. At the division point, the next rider is ready and waiting.
Here he comes. Look at that kid ride.
Right on time.
Here, hold my horse. I'm mounting up. All right, here you are.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Johnny.
Whoa there.
Hey, how did it go?
All's well on the road. Here's the mail pouch, Haslam. Catch.
Got it.
And what's his telegram? It's from the president.
It's safe with me. Let go his head, Hank.
Go on. Come on. Get on.
On through the wild Indian country by day and by night ride the daring riders on the fleetest horses America can breed. As far as Red Butte's division point, where another famous rider is waiting to carry the pouch to 3 crossings. William F. Cody, better known to history as Buffalo Bill.
Here he comes, Bill. He's running late.
I'll make it up. Whoa, steady, boy. This horse is sure raring to go.
You better take my rifle along, Bill. Seen a couple of Indians to the west this morning.
Rifle's too heavy. I won't have time to shoot it out with them anyway.
That rider looks like all tuckered out.
Looks like he's been in trouble. Never mind me. Grab his horse.
I'll take the mail pouch, kid. What happened?
Indians. Paraded last station. Stole all the horses. Killed the agent.
Easy now, son. Here, I'll help you out of the saddle.
Never mind me. Take the mail. This message from the president. I got it, son. Come on, run. Only we're late.
Look sharp for Indians, Bill.
Boy, I'll watch you.
On they ride, often in danger of their lives from raiding Indians and outlaws. The fastest horses money could buy gave the Pony Express its speed and often saved the lives of its riders. On the first through trip, 9 days and 2 hours after Johnny Fry galloped westward out of St. Joseph, Missouri, a great crowd gathered in the streets of Carson City, Nevada, near the post office and telegraph terminal.
Now, what's the matter? What's all the excitement?
Express. Coming out of the east like a comet. Oh, rats, I don't believe it. Just some fool rider coming in from the mine.
Does that sound like it? Here he comes.
Don't seem possible. There's the street. Look out for that pony.
All's well on the road. Here's your mail. Whoa, boy. Doggone if this horse ain't still ready to run. Here, there. Where's that telegraph operator?
That's me, partner.
Here's a message from the president to Governor Downey.
Gee, Willigan, clear out of my way, boys. Let me get at that wire.
Speed and endurance of man and beast, courage and devotion to duty brought the Atlantic and Pacific shores within 9 days of each other. But this once marvelous speed soon seems an intolerable delay. In the last month of 1860, Edward Creighton, an engineer, undertakes to survey a telegraph route between California and the Missouri River. On November 15, 1861, the Pacific Telegraph Company completes the circuit, and it is announced to the press of both seaboards.
Here it comes, Chief. The first message from coast to coast.
Who's it from, Al?
I don't know yet, but it's addressed to President Lincoln.
Gosh, all hemlock. All the way from California, quicker than you can wink an eye at a pretty girl.
Here comes the signature.
Stephen J. Field, Chief Justice of California. And just think, we get those letters the same second they spell them out in San Francisco.
Yep. Johnny Fry and those boys did a great job, but I'm afraid this spells finish for the Pony Express.
The American cavalcade moves onward. Reports of Lieutenant Maury, who was making a survey of the ocean depths for the United States Navy, showed that between Newfoundland and Ireland, the ocean's bottom was a plateau at no very great depth. Then Cyrus W. Field had vision. A thought came to him, why not carry a telegraph line across the ocean? But his desire to do this was stronger than any cable he could find, as his partner in the venture pointed out.
Field, your cable broke twice in 1857 and many times in 1858.
Nevertheless, Mr. Blockley, I propose we try again and again until we succeed.
Now, look here, Field. I've backed you up a dozen times. But all these repeated failures, well, I think we've dropped enough money to the bottom of the Atlantic.
We had it working for 3 weeks in 58.
It'll have to last longer than that to get our money back. And I won't throw any more good money after bad.
But we've improved our cable. We have better equipment. I'm convinced we can succeed. But if we quit now, we're sure to fail.
The whole thing is nothing but a pipe dream.
At least give us your opinion on the new plan.
I won't even hear them discussed. You're a fool, Field. And a fool and his money are soon parted. That won't include me this time. Good day to you.
The withdrawal of the vice president of the company did not stop Field, though he had to use English money and a ship from the Navy of Queen Victoria. The year 1866 saw the successful completion of a transatlantic cable. Again, we find Cyrus W. Field in his office.
Mr. Field, there's a Mr. Blockley who says he must see you.
Field.
Well, Blockley, this is unexpected. What can I do for you?
If you knew what it cost my pride to come here. But I'm in trouble. Desperate.
Compose yourself, man.
Compose myself. Field, unless I can reach my agent in London before the next packet arrives, I'm a ruined man.
Well, the transatlantic cable is for everyone's use.
But at present rates, it would cost me nearly $7,000 to send my instructions. I can't possibly put my hands on so much cash.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Send that message for me. I'll pay you back twice over in a month.
You're sure it won't be sending good money after bad?
Please don't remind me of that. I've bitterly regretted my lack of faith in you and the cable.
Is your message ready?
Yes.
We'll send it at once.
You've saved my entire fortune. How can I ever repay you?
By subscribing to the cost of laying a new cable. American-owned and operated.
Done, and gladly.
But even the telegraph was unable to fulfill entirely the desire for speed. On March 10, 1876, on the top floor of a boarding house on Exeter Place in Boston, we find Alexander Graham Bell with his assistant, Thomas Watson. Bell has been making experiments, hoping to be able to transmit the human voice by wire. Watson has built a new transmitter according to Bell's instructions.
Now, Mr. Watson, if you'll take this receiver down the hall to my bedroom and fasten it to the other end of the wire.
I will, Mr. Bell. Shall I move these batteries first? Are they in your way?
No, they're all right. Nothing but water and a little acid. And close all the doors between. I want a real test.
I won't be long.
Now, let me see. What'll I say? Something that'll be a real test. Something unexpected. I think Oh, those confounded batteries. Mr. Watson, come here. I want you. Mr. Watson, come here. I want you to get some of that other...
Mr. Bell, I heard every word you said.
Well, but I wasn't testing the instrument. I knocked over the batteries and spilled the acid on my clothes. I was calling...
But I heard every word distinctly through the telephone.
spread its wire over the country. And soon ways and means were found to send words without the use of any wires whatever, by wireless. On December 12, 1901, American newspapers carried a thrilling headline, "Oceans Spanned by Wireless." Then an enterprising reporter reaches Thomas A. Edison.
Mr. Edison, my paper wants a statement from you.
Eh? What about?
Marconi's great achievement. In St. John, Nova Scotia, he has received the call signal S, sent from Cornwall in England.
I don't believe it. He's only experimenting. Pick up calls from transatlantic liners on the Grand Banks, 300 miles out. Cornwall is 1,700 miles from Nova Scotia.
Well, here's the message we got from him. It says, confirm that signals were received here Thursday and Friday, direct from Cornwall. Receiving wire suspended by a kite. Signed, Marconi.
Well, since Marconi has stated over his own signature that he's received the signals from England, I believe him. I think he'll carry it to a commercial success. It's a great achievement. He's a great experimenter. And that's signed Edison.
The very next year, 1902, in Fairmount Park, Philadelphia, an inventor named Nathan B. Stubblefield gave the first public demonstration of an instrument which sent the voice through the air without wires. But fearing to tell his secret to the world until his patent had been granted in 1908, he lost the fame that comes from acclaimed priority. About this time, Dr. Lee DeForest invented the Audion or vacuum tube, and the modern age of speed and communication is on its way. Invention follows invention at a dizzy pace. In 1915, a message was broadcast from Arlington and picked up in Paris, France, and in Honolulu, 5,000 miles away. In 1930, through the short wave, one voice encircled the entire globe in just 1/8 of a second. And today, words fly instantly from land and sky and sea, from the ends of the earth.
This is the Grenly Antarctic Expedition speaking on short wavelength from our base across the South Polar Continent from Little America. We have just completed a survey of lands never before sighted by man. To the east of us, there is a high plateau.
Well, folks, here we are at the good old World Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Detroit Tigers. Quite a moment, folks. It's a great day. Stands are crowded. There's Schoolboy Rowe in the box. He's waiting for the umpire signal.
Attention all cars, signal 32, signal 32, black sedan, last seen headed for intersection number 192, intersection number 192, car license number AYU 53, car license...
Weather report for the Atlantic coast. Warning, severe storm sweeping down the coast from the northeast. Rain and high winds reaching proportions of a gale. Expected to extend south of Hatteras before moving inland. Storm signals all along the coast.
All train dispatches stand by. Bridge washed out south of Lansing. Telegraph wires down. Stop all trains on Lansing Division. Route all trains to west until further notice.
Craig and 34 calling Newark.
Okay, Craig. Go ahead.
Visibility 0. I'm coming in.
You're directly over field. Wind due east, 20 miles. Circle around and follow your beam in.
Okay, here I come.
Today, the air about us is filled with words on every kind of mission. All the quick-changing, variegated pattern of human thought. And this broadcast itself is a demonstration of the swift pace and far-reaching scope of the Cavalcade of America.
How amazing it is, while listening to stories like those just presented, to realize what great strides science has made since the days of the clipper ships and the Pony Express. One of the most swiftly moving of the sciences which are remaking the world we live in is that of chemistry. Research chemists are today's pioneers, exploring nature's secrets, pushing back the frontiers which divide the known from the unknown and the present from the future. Among the countless articles entering into our daily lives are many that no amount of money in the world could have bought just a few years ago. They simply did not exist then, for they had not yet emerged from the test tube. Americans in their forward march of progress are not satisfied with things as they find them. They're constantly seeking products which are better, less expensive, more useful, and more beautiful than those which Mother Nature supplies. So our American chemists take nature's raw materials and combine them into forms better suited to our needs. Through the magic wand of chemistry, coal tar is made to yield gorgeous colors, delicious flavors, delicate perfumes, and important medicinal products. Cotton is converted into lovely toiletware, gleaming finishes, luxurious fabrics, and durable upholstery materials. Minerals are changed into colorful decorations for chinaware. Limestone and coal find their way into a man-made rubber that surpasses the natural product for many purposes. The list of beautiful and useful products which the chemist has built up from simpler raw materials is almost endless. Such products make life easier, happier, and more complete for millions of people, and DuPont is proud that it has been able to play a part in their development. Yet great as they are, even more marvelous things await discovery. Most of us can only wonder what the future holds in store, but the solution of problems that chemists are working on today may make possible articles in common use tomorrow. That is why companies such as DuPont maintain chemical research laboratories, with workers eagerly exploring new possibilities for human betterment and enjoyment. No one realizes better than DuPont chemists that the work of science is far from finished. That explains their constant efforts to fulfill their creed, better things for better living through chemistry. Next Wednesday at this same time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, The Vital Factor by Nelson Bond. I doubt that anywhere on Earth there's a man or woman or a child who doesn't know the name Wayne Crowder. I doubt whether there's a human being who hasn't at one time or another used one of the Crowder products. the can opener or the razor blade or the patented tooth powder dispenser or the Crowder improved slideless fastener. In the magazines which write about men of business, Crowder was described as a man of ice and stone and ink and steel. No warmth to his blood, and a heart to pump, not feel human emotion. And he built a battery of buttons into his desk so that when he wanted something, all he ever had to do was press a button, and like genies springing out of the bottle, the proper personnel would come running.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
Get me my engineers.
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Crowder. Here are your engineers, sir.
All right, close the door and get out. Now, gentlemen, sit down. Gentlemen, I want you to build me a spaceship.
A spaceship, sir?
That's right. I've decided that I am going to be the man who gives space flight to mankind. Any questions?
Sir, we can design such a ship. That part isn't too hard.
Yes?
But we've no way of providing the motor to power such a ship.
When the ship's ready to fly, there'll be a motor.
Sir, I don't like to contradict you, but you can't go ahead of the total technology of a historical period. It's like asking somebody in 1600 to build the internal combustion engine. You see, scientists have been searching for a motive power for spaceships for decades now without success. You'll have a ship, but we can't lift that ship from the Earth's surface. That is, not to the point of free flight at any rate.
Mr. Crowder, you see you'll be spending millions of dollars, hundreds of millions perhaps, for nothing.
What's your name?
Phillips, sir.
You're fired. Go down to the cashier and draw your pay and get out.
What, sir?
Get out. Nobody who works for me thinks of how much something costs. But we use money. We don't let expense provide a rationalization for not beginning a project. All right, Phillips. I give you permission to leave. Right now. Any other comments?
The ship will be built, of course, Mr. Crowder. The fact still remains, we can't power it.
You design the ship, I'll find the motor for you.
Where, sir?
I don't know. But somewhere in the world there's a man who does know the secret. I want that motor, and I'll root out the man who has the theory which will let us build it.
How quickly do you want this done, sir?
Yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything you need?
We'll need a construction yard, sir, and certain machinery, and a great many materials, of course. Labor force.
Get them. Send me the bills. I don't want to be bothered with minor details.
Yes, sir. And, one more thing, sir. Phillips.
Yes?
We need him, sir. He's a top man on electronics. He's a vital cog in our team.
I don't want Phillips working for me. That's clear, I hope. Who else in the country knows what he does?
No one in this country, sir. There's a man in India, though.
Get him.
We've tried before, Mr. Crowder. He's working on an important project in his country.
I'm not concerned with details. Get that man, pay him what he wants, but get him.
Sir, you don't understand. If this man quits his job, that whole project will collapse. It means the welfare of many people, millions of people in his country. He has a high sense of patriotism.
Buy that sense of patriotism. That's all. I don't want to see any of you again until you have a report of work in progress.
Yes, sir.
Miss Holmes, there's a man named Phillips going to draw his pay. I want 2 company policemen to meet him at the cashier's office and escort him from there directly off the premises, and I want them to be emphatic about it.
Yes, Mr. Crowder.
And notify the newspapers, the television, and the radio networks, the periodicals, and the scientific journals that I'll receive the press in my office this afternoon at 3:30. I have an important announcement to make. Anyone not here at 3:30 will be barred, and the publication or company he represents will not be given any further information. Gentlemen, you can finish your drinks later. Gentlemen of the press, and ladies, it's my pleasure to be able to tell you that I'm in the process of constructing a spaceship. Any questions?
Did you say spaceship?
That's right.
That's what I thought you said. I knew the drinks weren't that strong.
Mr. Crowder, is this spaceship under construction now?
It is.
You solved the problem of motive force, then?
No, sir.
Well, what sort of... You mean you have no means of propulsion for this spaceship?
That problem is not solved as yet.
Oh!
It will be! That's why I called you in this afternoon. I want you to announce that I have $100,000 in cash, waiting for the man or woman who first brings me the basic idea for such a motor. I'll supply all equipment for research and construction, and I'll see that the rights of the inventor are protected and more than adequate royalties will be paid him or her. That's all I have to say now.
Mr. Crowder, one more question, please.
Yes?
Do you have a name for this spaceship yet?
No, not yet.
Well, then let me suggest one.
Yes?
Crowder's Folly.
Quiet! All of you, quiet! What is your paper?
The Daily Times, sir.
Miss Holmes, inform the company police that under no circumstances is any representative of the Daily Times ever to be allowed on company property again. Strike that paper from the list of those to be invited to future conferences.
It was Crowder's Folly, but the word of what he wanted circulated to the far corners of the globe. It was known in the white ice block huts of the Eskimos and in the grass-thatched villages of Central Africa, as well as places less remote. And the Crowder office became the Mecca and the heaven for the lunatic fringe of humanity. Their blueprints and scale models clogged its corridors.
I told you I don't want these people in my office till they're screened. Now get out, get out! Every time I open that door, they surge in like a tidal wave.
I have a progress report for you, sir. The ship is finished as far as we can go, Mr. Crowder. Certain additional construction can't be done now because it depends on the shape and mass of the engine, on the type of fuel, on the weight of that fuel.
I see, all right. Lay off everybody we don't need.
I've ordered that. Mr. Crowder, is it possible that no one will turn up with a motor?
That's the one thing that's not possible. He will come. Money and determination will buy anything. Close the door on your way out.
Yes, sir.
Miss Holmes, order the proper department to put a name on the forward end of the ship. I want letters in pure gold 1 foot high. The name of the ship is Crowder's Folly. Get it done today.
The sun came up in the morning, and the sun set at night, glinting rose on the silver sheen of the hollow ship's skin as it lay in the yard. The golden letters on the prow spelled out the fury of Crowder for the world to see. A staff of 50 were employed as time went on in taking rust preventative measures to ensure the ship's well-being. The staff of 50 worked in 3 shifts around the clock, armed with oil cans and grease cans and other containers and sprayers of preservatives. In a year, the first experiment seemed ready to bear fruit, and a test was held. The atomic fission motor.
In exactly 45 seconds now, we'll hold the test, Mr. Crowder. The sound you hear is our generators here, building up power to supply the motor by remote control. If this needle goes round to the part of the dial marked in red, there'll be an explosion. Are there any questions, sir?
Proceed with the tests.
Watch the needle, sir. 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 10, 11, 12, 15. That's an overload now, sir. 18, 20. Don't know how much more it can...
What happened? The generator blew out. What kind of incompetency?
I beg your pardon, sir. The motor blew up.
What are you talking about? I would have heard...
You see, sir, it takes a while for the vibrations of an explosion to travel 3 miles and then reach through 15 feet of concrete.
I see. Well, there are other experiments in progress. Let me know when they're ready for testing.
Yes, sir. Mr. Crowder, the inventor of that motor had to be right with it, of course, during the tests. He had a family.
The fool knew what he was doing. He understood the danger. He was paid enough to be able to afford insurance.
The cost of insurance on such a project was prohibitive, sir.
Well, if his wife was thrifty, she saved out of what he earned this last year.
His salary was relatively small, sir. Most of the money went for the research.
He should have demanded an adequate salary. I haven't stinted on money. The fool failed. I have no further responsibility.
Yes, sir. You want us to continue screening applicants?
Of course. All right. Make a settlement on the widow. And don't turn anyone away if he seems to have the remotest possibility of success. I'm telling you, my man will come. Money and determination will buy anything.
And strangely enough, Crowder was right. Because one day there came to his office a stranger, a small man. He looked even smaller in that tremendous room. He was an unusual visitor in that he carried no briefcase fat with blueprints or formulae. He was unusual in that he neither blustered, cowered, nor deferred to his host. He was a pleasant little stranger, bird-like of eye and movement, bright and smiling.
Mr. Crowder, my name is Wilkins. I can power that ship you want.
So?
Of course, what I have in mind won't be anything like that meaningless, huge bullet your engineers built for you. Rockets are a foolish waste of time, sir. My motor requires a different sort of vessel.
Where are your plans?
Right here in my head.
It so happens that I'm presently supporting half a dozen people who make the same claims. None of them have been successful. What makes you think your idea will work?
Simple enough, sir. The common magnet.
Huh?
Electromagnetism. Utilization of the force of gravity, or its opposite in this case, counter-gravity.
Oh, thank you very much. Now, if you'll forgive me now...
Just one moment, Mr. Crowder. There's one thing more. This.
Now, I've seen pieces of metal before, thank you.
How high from your desk would you say that I'm holding?
I'm very sorry, Mr. Wilkins. Now, do you want to leave or do you want to be escorted out?
This will only take a second, sir. How high from your desk would you say that I'm holding this piece of metal?
1.5 feet, I'd say.
And if I let go, then in less than a second, a fraction of a second, it should fall to your desk.
Now, look, I don't want the surface of that desk marred.
What will it be? You see, I have let go of the metal, is that right?
Good Lord.
Many seconds ago, it should have crashed to the desk, am I right?
Well, this is incredible.
Well, if you want to speak to me anymore, I'll be right outside.
But it hasn't fallen.
That's right, sir. It hasn't fallen.
It floats in the air.
That's right, sir. It floats in the air.
How do you do it?
Why don't you call your engineers and ask them? I'll wait outside.
Miss Holmes, get me my engineers. Immediately. All right, Mr. Wilkins, you're quite right. The piece of metal is apparently counter-gravity, and my engineers can give me no explanation.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what do you want?
For my services?
Yes.
You've already set the price. To build a pilot model based on this sample, no great expenditure, 100th of the cost of your behemoth sitting out there in your building yard. 3 other things: a workshop, expert mechanical assistance, and an answer to one question.
What is your question?
Why do you want so much to build this ship?
Frankly, because I love power. Because I'm ambitious. I want to be the first to conquer space, because if I can do it, it'll make me greater, richer, stronger than any man has ever been. I want to be the master, not only of one world, but of worlds.
That's an honest answer. But is it the only one?
You see those letters in gold on the prow of my ship? Crowder's Folly, that's what they named it. That's what they think of me. I want to cram those words down their petty little throats and let them eat mud. That's another answer.
And that's all? That is as far as your thinking goes?
What other answer is there to your question?
There's my own answer. I want to leave this planet and go elsewhere, to Mars, perhaps, because there are strange wonders yet to be found. Because there will be scarlet sunsets over barren wastes, and in the star-strewn night the thin, cold air of a dying world stirring in restless sighs across the valleys of the dry canals. Well, you may laugh out loud if you wish, Mr. Crowder. I would prefer that to the peculiar repressed smile you're now exhibiting.
You're a very lucky man, Mr. Wilkins, in that you have scientific talent, because your talents as a poet are inferior and very sentimental. All right, you're a sentimentalist, and I'm a man of action. No matter. We can work together, you and I. Your workshop will be ready by morning. I don't need to hear from you again till you have something to show me. If you need to see me, call me day or night. I'll be available. But don't bother me with details, because I probably won't understand what you're talking about anyhow. If you need money or materials or personnel, just tell my engineers. You'll get it, or I'll know the reason why. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Miss Holmes, get me my engineers.
Yes, Mr. Crowder?
We have 50 men working on preserving that useless hulk out there in the construction yards. Lay them off.
The ship will deteriorate if we do that, sir.
Let it rot. Lay them off.
Yes, sir.
How many other employees are still working for us on the project?
About 3,000, sir, including the people working on experimental motors.
Get rid of them.
Sir?
Get rid of them.
Mr. Crowder, I never thought you'd drop this project. You were so adamant
I'm not dropping anything but deadwood. You saw what Wilkins had to offer. He's my man. And the rest is junk and nonsense.
Mr. Crowder, he might fail. We ought to have a minimum of protection against...
I say he won't fail. I know the goods when I see it. The rest is nonsense.
Several of the experimenters were making much greater progress than I thought was possible. There are great opportunities there.
I'm not interested.
Not only in the field of spaceships, sir. One man has a motor no bigger than a football, which will drive an automobile 24 hours on 4 cents worth of fuel. It's almost finished, sir.
Not interested.
It will be of great benefit to mankind, sir. Your name will go down...
My name will go down in history for this spaceship.
The profits in such a motor, sir.
I have more money now than I even know how to count. And when I make my space flight, I'll have more than that.
Yes, sir.
You just lay everybody off that isn't needed. Give them 2 weeks' pay and my thanks for a thankless job well done. And that's all.
Yes, sir. I'll get it done, sir.
Oh, one more thing. There's no need to let the folly rot. Dismantle it. Sell the basic materials we don't need. Salvage whatever will be useful to us. That's all.
A year's work.
Yes. In 10 years or 20 years, then I do the same thing. That's why you're an engineer, and I'm an executive. That's why you work for me. Because when I have to, I can be ruthless with my own mistakes. When a thing has lost its usefulness to me, I get rid of it. Well?
I was just thinking, Mr. Crowder, what would happen to me if my usefulness to you were over? I've worked for you 20 years now.
Just don't give me any occasion to consider your usefulness terminated. That oughtn't to be too hard. What?
Nothing, sir. I'll make the arrangements at once.
Who are you? What do you want?
I tried to stop him, sir.
Well, speak up, man.
My name is Jarvis Ustuli. I'm an electronics expert.
Oh, yes, I remember. You're the Indian. Come in, come in.
But do you want me, sir? I can never...
Never mind, Miss Holmes. Just stay outside. Close the door behind you. Sit down, Miss Ustuli.
Thank you, no. I want to give you a gift before I leave.
Oh? You leaving? I thought we still needed you.
I resigned.
Sorry to hear that. I'm told you're a good man.
I want you to understand what's behind this gift.
Huh?
I was working on a power project in my country which would have meant a tremendous rise in the standard of living for millions of my people. I was unable to resist the money you offered.
Well, had you resisted, even more money would have been forthcoming. I placed no limit on your worth to me.
I understand. But you see, I did not come without a sense of guilt, because there was no one in my country who could take my place.
I would assume that.
And now I discover that what I did was for nothing. The spaceship on which I worked is being dismantled.
That's right.
So I have been corrupted by you at a whim. I think you have too much power, sir. I think you use your power for evil, selfish purposes.
Selfish, yes. Evil, no. Only sentimentality is evil.
I think otherwise. And so, in order that you shall not corrupt anyone else, I have this gift for you. Here you are, sir. And just one more shot for good measure to make sure you're really dead. Good.
Miss Holmes, there's a man on his way out by the name of Jarvis Ristoli, an engineer. He's not to be molested. He probably won't stop at the cashier, so I want a check for 6 months' salary in advance mailed to his home address. The man showed a certain quality of ruthlessness which is deserving of recognition. Oh, and have the chief of the company police bring me a new bulletproof vest. This one seems to have been dented in a couple of places.
The new spaceship, according to Wilkins' plans, as executed by Crowder's engineers, was finished within 4 months. It was small, it was shaped like a disc. It gleamed brightly even in the smoky haze of an October sunset. Inside, Crowder and Mr. Wilkins, in a small cubicle at the heart of the machine, sat surrounded by many instruments of a complicated nature. Outside, huge crowds gathered to witness the test. They stirred and murmured, waiting restlessly, as inside the control room of the craft, Wilkins installed the final secret part he had not revealed to those who built his driving apparatus.
Well, Wilkins, what's holding us up?
Nothing new. Oh, sentiment, perhaps? A wish to look once more on Earth's familiar scenes? Yeah. Now the screening is removed. Look at the people out there.
Never mind looking out there. Let's leave that thing closed. You're a sentimental fool. Or are you afraid? Or did you decide at the last minute that your invention would work?
It will work. Sit down, Mr. Crowder. Thank you. Do me a favor. When I press this button, will you please press the button on the arm of the chair in which you're seated? I'll tell you when.
Turn on your motor. I want to hear its roar and feel its tug as we cut loose from Earth's gravity and fly outward into space. That might be a moment in which I'd share your sentimentality.
Press your button now, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Wilkins, I'm beginning to distrust you. If this is all a hoax, when are we going to take off? You said at 5 sharp, and it's 2 minutes after 5 now. Well, do we move or don't we?
Mr. Crowder, we're already moving. The button you pushed was to nullify the effects of acceleration. If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to open the screen again. Now, if you care to look, see for yourself.
Wilkins, we're in space. Look down at the Earth. How far we've come. Why, it's no bigger than a toy balloon. No, a dime. No, a firefly. Man, Wilkins, you've done it.
Yes.
I swore to be the first man to conquer space, and I've done it. It's a triumph of power and ambition.
And sentiment.
Blast sentiment. Your maudlin dreaming would have died unborn except for me. I made this possible, Wilkins. Don't you ever forget that. My capital, my forcefulness, my will. Look out there. Space. Stars that never were seen from Earth. This is only the beginning. We'll build a larger model, one great enough to hold 100 men, 1,000, and cargo besides. Whoever wants to leave Earth this moment must come to me. I am the master of the planets. All right, Wilkins. Turn back now.
No.
Huh? I said turn back.
No.
Well, we've proved the ship can fly now. Now turn back. I want to start work at once in preparation for the long flights to come.
Not so. We will go on.
What are you doing, defying me? I'll break your puny little body into pieces.
Can you control this ship, Mr. Crowder? Would you like to be stranded out here in space, just adrift in space without control? Would you like that?
Turn back.
No.
What's the matter with you? Are you out of your mind?
Oh, I am a sentimentalist, Mr. Crowder. Your money and ambition paved the way, that's true, but sentiment was the vital factor that sent me to you. Sentiment, sir. You see, Mr. Crowder, I wanted to go home.
Home? Home? You are out of your mind.
You will forgive me if I remove these primitive clothes?
Who are you?
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Crowder. I hold no special malice toward you. There's no need to be so terrified because you've had your first close look at a Martian.
You have just heard X-1 presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction. Tonight by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Vital Factor by Nelson Bond, as adapted for radio by Howard Rodman. Featured in the cast were Joe DeSantis, Guy Sorrell, John McGovern, Grant Richards, Louis Van Ruten, Richard Hamilton, and Florence Williams. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The makers of Mars Forever Yours bar and all those other good Mars candy bars invite you through the creaking door for another thrilling inner sanctum mystery. Tonight, The Unforgiving Corpse, starring Louis Van Ruten.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the inner sanctum. Come in, come on in. Spooking of baseball, we've a team that you'll really lose your mind over. Our pitcher's a real sweetheart, razor sharp. His best pitch is a ghost ball. Swing at it and it disappears, along with the pitcher. Double-headers. Nobody's better equipped for them than we are. An odd sight, you know, watching 9 ball players with 18 heads. And kill the umpire? In our league, Bud, that's no idle threat.
Now into the inner sanctum for thrilling mystery. But first, this is Alan Z. Anthony. You know, certain things are very personally yours, things that make you the person you are. Your voice, your features, your manner. Yes, your particular tastes, too. For example, you may be one of those extra special individuals who strongly prefer dark chocolate. And that's why Mars puts their special candy-making magic to work to bring you that delicious Mars Forever Yours candy bar. For you who particularly prefer dark chocolate. Forever Yours makes the most of that dark chocolate by delightful flavor contrast, by wrapping it thick around creamy, whipped, pure vanilla nougat topped with golden caramel. Yes, the not-too-sweet taste of elegant dark chocolate in a refreshing flavor combination with the clean, bright taste of pure vanilla. That's Forever Yours. That's the candy bar particularly for you and made to be forever yours.
And now for tonight's Quakes and Shudders. Acted out in San Amado, a prairie town somewhere beyond the limits of reason. Hear them? Coyotes. It's a lullaby you sleep to in San Amado, if you can sleep. And here's another soothing sound in the night. An express train roaring by. It doesn't stop in San Amado except on signal. Prairie coyotes and screaming train whistles night after night, every night. They can haunt you. That is, if you haunt like old Ben Sears. Sears is station master at the railroad whistle stop and very morbid about it.
When a man's head is bowed low with grief and guilt, he sometimes sees the devil rise before him. He sees the devil, and he gives him a face.
And what face do you give me, Ben says?
What?
I ask, what face do you give me?
Silver white, like the moon sits on your shoulders.
And my eyes?
Eyes cold. The sockets cold like a frost, like the touch of death.
Shall I touch you?
No!
Why so afraid, Ben says?
You and I are talking.
You think not? We've things to recall together, Ben says.
What things?
Things like your murder of me. Have you forgotten the old 1155?
No, it's a brand on my memory.
Then say my name.
Kirby Willis, engineer of the train.
The rail was split at Jericho Bend, but you did not signal for me to stop.
No, they found Kirby Willis in the hollow of Jericho Bend with his hand on the throttle.
I died when no man should.
When no man should, Kirby.
I had a girl promised to me.
Your Jenny.
My Jenny, yes. You cost me more than life, that black night, Ben says.
What payment are you here to take from me?
Live through this week and see, old man. Live through this week and keep your eyes to the ground.
Keep my eyes to the ground. I'd be a haunted man. It was a promise made by the devil himself. I'd be a haunted man. Huh?
Pop, open up.
Oh, it was Fred, my stepson, bringing me a warming drink like he did every night.
Well, why the locked door, Pop?
Against prowlers?
In San Amado? That's a joke. The only prowlers around here are four-legged. Coyotes. Coffee for you. I'll go home to bed now.
Fred, wait.
Huh?
I saw a man tonight. I saw Kirby Willis.
Kirby Willis? Who's he? Hey, wait, the name's familiar. Your mind's not slipping back into the dark. Not again.
It was Kirby. Stood before me in the station yard. He spoke to me.
And invited you out of your mind.
I murdered him, Kirby said. At a time when no man should die.
Ah, forget Kirby Willis and think of the miracle that happened. Only one life lost.
The rails were split. I didn't signal Kirby to stop.
Because you couldn't know about the busted rail. You were acquitted of negligence at the hearing.
I never acquitted myself.
Because you like living in the dark. 10 years now. Oh, telegraph message coming in if you're up to it.
Take it for me, Fred, please.
Says, 11:55 due by in 1 minute now.
That's right on time.
On the button. Hey, move over, Pop. Make room in the dark for a relative.
Make room?
There's more to the message. Last half says, I'll be riding the engine again. Signed, Kirby Willis.
11:55. Willis rode the 11:55 that night.
Shut up.
Found him in the hollow, sealed in his wrecked cab with his hand dead on the throttle.
Shut up, Pop, shut up. It's gone. Hey, Pop.
Yes, Fred.
You're like something contagious. Stick close to you nights and I can get to be just as crazy as you.
I'm sorry, son.
You know, just then with the 11:55 clearing the station, you know what crazy thought flashed through my head? This is the anniversary week of the wreck of the old 11:55. It would really be one for the books if the ghost of Kirby Willis rode the 11:55 into another wreck. How about that, Pop?
I, too, had the same thought. I kept my mind in the dark and my eyes to the ground later in Santa Marta Cemetery. I held my lantern over a headstone. Here lies Kirby Willis. Risen from the dead he was. There was every sign. An open grave, an open coffin lid. I could see by the shine of my lantern that Kirby wasn't in his coffin.
You came to see with your own eyes that Kirby Willis is outside his coffin.
Kirby?
On the path, plain in the light of your lantern. See me?
Yes.
I rode the 11:55 tonight.
I know. Kirby, to send a message on the wireless. How was it done?
I'll be riding the 11:55 every night. This anniversary week, Ben says.
And on the last night, will the train go through on the last night?
Live through the week and see. Since you've come to comfort the dead, why not take yourself over to Jenny?
To Jenny?
5 graves from this one. Count 5 graves from mine. Go. Ask Jenny to tell you how she died.
I counted 5 graves from Kirby's. I stood there with my mind in the dark, my eyes to the ground. An open grave. This one, too. But the lid of the coffin was closed. Closed. But it opened while I watched. And the specter in white rose up.
Ben Sears? Are you Ben Sears?
I am.
Kirby sent you to me?
Yes. To ask how you died, he said. How did you die?
In my wedding gown. I was fitting it to wear for Kirby when the news came that night.
It was a tragic hour.
I stood there and didn't move. When they told me about Kirby, I never moved again from that minute.
You willed yourself to die.
My heart swelled up as big as myself, and then it stopped. I stopped it.
It was a bad time to die, when living was so good. And Kirby, firm to his promise, rode the 11:55 for the anniversary week. And always with a message for me at 11:54, just 1 minute before.
I'll ride the engine of the 11:55, Ben says. Look to the rail at Jericho Bend.
Look to the rail. Kirby meant to ride the 11:55 to his death again. Stop! Stop the train! Stop!
It's too late.
Jenny!
It's too late to stop the train. 10 years too late.
But Kirby Willis is at the throttle. There'll be another wreck.
It's too late to care, Ben. See? The train's come in.
Our friends, your hosts, with a friendly warning. We may wind up with a thrill that'll chill you. Remember, if you go for dark chocolate, go get it. Get it in a Mars Forever Yours candy bar. That'll thrill you. And when the heat's on, pal, keep cool. Keep that Forever Yours in the refrigerator for a real chiller thriller. A frosty friend that's truly forever yours. Ben's sense of guilt isn't so big, really. Size 2, that's all. Kirby and Jenny. That engineer Kirby Willis, now he's really stirring things up. He may be dead, but he's no deadhead.
To
But
see
it's
more
Jenny
videos
who
like
gets
this,
me.
new videos every
Isn't she
day.
a dream girl? Now, let me see. How far out of mind did we get? Oh, yes. There were the serenading coyotes and old Ben Sears. Sears had just seen history repeat itself.
Operator! Operator! This is Ben Sears. Sears at the station. Operator, terrible thing. The 11:55. Operator! Operator! Oh, Ben!
What's cooking in the dark now, Pop?
Telephone. You. I can't make myself understood.
Give me the phone. What am I to say?
Say, outside what you saw, 11:55. A wreck.
Now, who'd be interested in hearing that?
Who'd be interested? Fred, pick up the telephone.
Pop, you're a maniac. You worked hard at becoming one and you made it. Now, what about the 11:55?
It's a wreck.
Kirby Willis, a ghost engineer on a ghost train. The wall clock's behind you, Pop. See what time it says.
11:54. It's only 11:54.
Here's the 11:55 now. Right on time. Your 11:55, Pop. It crashed in your head.
Saner mind than mine. I needed a saner mind than mine to take me by the hand. The wisdom of my years. Where was the wisdom of my years? Wilson, the town supervisor, I let him take me by the hand back to the Santa Marta Cemetery.
Which are the two graves?
Oh, over here is Kirby Willis. This grave. This grave, you say? It says Kirby Willis on the gravestone. I hold the lantern to it. Well, Do we see different things, Wilson?
I see an open grave. An open grave and an open coffin.
Then here's 5 graves from this, Wilson. Count 5 graves.
5. I've counted 5.
I'm an old man. I've lost my reason. But not you, Wilson. You're the best mind in Santa Mata, the town supervisor. What do you say?
The grave, as unnatural as the first. Open. And the coffin, empty, like the first.
Ben Sears.
Is it Jenny calling to you, Ben?
You hear her too?
Yes.
I stood in my bridal gown and didn't move. My heart swelled up. When it stopped, I stopped. So I could be with Kirby Willis. It was a bad time to die. Such a bad time when living could be so good.
Wilson.
Yes, Ben?
You heard what she said?
Every word.
And did you also see her?
Yes. Like a white mist.
And long flowing hair.
And no flesh that I could see. I do have your hallucinations now, Ben.
In the morning, Wilson, the best we had in Santa Mata, put his hallucinations to rest.
Well, I thought about the things we saw and heard, Ben. All night long, I thought about it. This morning, a clear thought came to me.
Clear thought?
That there's a guiding spirit behind these sights that have turned your mind.
I don't understand.
A guiding spirit with a scheme at hand. A scheme against you, Ben Sears. This morning, I took action. Now, let's see what the ghosts do.
What action did you take?
I ordered an arrest. The arrest of your stepson, Fred.
You arrested Fred?
He's the culprit, with others in with him, looting graves and dressing up to masquerade as ghosts.
Why would Fred conspire against me?
To drive you into the madhouse. Even to drive you to your death.
I can't believe it.
Yes, I know. I know it's a great shock to you. But the boy hates you, Ben.
Fred hates me.
Well, unbalanced as you've been these 10 years, an unsteady, brooding man. Fred's mother died to shut her eyes to the sight of you grieving. The boy thinks this.
Fred blames me for Margaret, his mother's passing.
And there's your house and land. With you gone, it will pass to him. There's profit in hate for Fred. No, I've reasoned it all out. Now let's see what the ghosts will do.
There was a message that night, that last anniversary night, 10 years to the day of the old wreck. Kirby Willis, firm to his promise. I could hear his voice in the keys.
I'll ride the 1155 for the last time tonight. Look to the rail at Jericho Bend.
Look to the rail at Jericho Bend. This time I would. There would be no negligence this time. Jericho Bend, I saw what I hadn't seen 10 years before. The rails were split. Once again, the rails were split. Stop the train. I had to stop the train. This time I knew to stop the train. My signal lantern, I waved it high in the air so Kirby could see it. Hurry! Stop! Stop in the name of mercy! I'd won this time. I'd stopped the train. I woke from a long sleep in the outdoors with someone standing over me. Wilson?
It's me.
11:55 was, and the 11:55...
The 11:55 came and went.
Came and went?
You signaled it to stop, and it stopped. It's gone now. A train can't wait on a hallucinating old fool.
But the rail at Jericho Bend, it was split. I saw that with my own eyes.
The train took the bend with nothing wrong.
But I saw it. And I'll show you. Here at the bend.
I'm standing here to be shown, Ben.
No, the rail is firm now. It's fine. What I saw, I didn't see.
Except in your mind.
Yes. But on the ground there, in the hollow, I see a body, a lonely body in the night.
Yes, Ben. A dead man.
It's Kirby Willis, dead where he died before.
No, Ben, not Kirby. We've a strange corpse in this one. And a man who died tonight.
Tonight?
Blood soaked in his clothes and in the dirt. And still bleeding. The old dead don't bleed, Ben. And the old dead don't wear police handcuffs.
Police handcuffs?
There. On his wrists. And a bullet hole in his head. See? This one was shot to death. I'll telephone the coroner to come take the murdered man. Operator.
Wilson, wait with the telephone. It's Kirby on the wireless again.
Kirby, is it? I'll take this message, Ben.
What is the message?
An awakening. From a detective who was on the 11:55 tonight. He's telegraphing from the first town he came to after here. He lost a prisoner, he says, when you stopped the 11:55 tonight.
I don't understand.
A prisoner he was taking to the state penitentiary. Willie French, a convicted man. The message says we're to look for a short man, bald, wearing a dark suit, and handcuffs.
That's the murdered man out there.
That is. And we're to tell our sheriff to look for a gangster named Curly Sands and a gun girl named Jenny. A pair who schemed to board the train here in San Amado and seize the prisoner. A scheme to seize the prisoner and murder him. That's how your hallucinations came about. San Amado was the place they picked to stop the 11:55. You were to stop the train for them, Ben. They played on your imagination all this anniversary week to get you to stop the train tonight, as you did. Ben, do you hear me?
There's a message coming in from Kirby.
Ben, come to your senses. We know the truth now.
I must decode the message.
Ben, help yourself. The keys aren't going. They aren't going. Except in your mind.
Keys are going. But we don't hear the same things anymore. Not anymore.
Well, a corpse in handcuffs. It's a fresh seasonal style note, friends, this merry month of mayhem. It gives death that little added weight. And old station master Ben, the way he kept crying over spilt guilt. A stiff stood up in a coffin and Ben blew his lid. Moral? Oh, sure. This one's a hint on proper behavior. When wandering through graveyards, never stop to chat with strange women.
Now Now, as I was saying, if you like dark chocolate, remember to ask for a Mars Forever Yours. That's the candy bar that brings you the friendly, honest, not too sweet taste of dark chocolate, delightfully accented with the bright, clean, fresh taste of pure vanilla. Forever Yours for elegant, pure, dark chocolate, wrapped thick around snow-white, pure vanilla nougat, topped with golden caramel. And say, if the weather's getting warm where you are, hear this. Forever Yours bars are being double protected now with a special warm weather inner wrapper to protect and seal in that delicious flavor. For a chill thrill that's really wonderful any warm day, just try a chilled Forever Yours. Get a supply of Forever Yours bars and keep 'em handy in your refrigerator. Yes, keep 'em chilled, and you'll enjoy a chill thrill that's particularly for you. Meant to be Forever Yours. And now, back to our host.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by John Robert and starred Louis Van Ruten in the role of Ben. Lawson Zerbe played Wilson. Music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Burden of Guilt by Ian Gordon. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown. Well, friends, it's time again to close that creaking door. Until next week at this same time, when we'll be back with more spooks and shudders. Next week, we're featuring a sprightly little item entitled A Corpse There Was, starring a winsome girl who liked to drag corpses around the house, evidently on the principle of not letting any grass grow under her or over them. You'll be sure to listen, won't you? Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
This is Alan C. Anthony reminding you that now it's the Mars Forever Yours bar that brings you Inner Sanctum. And remember to listen at this same time tomorrow night over most of these stations to Can You Top This? Also brought to you by Mars, where they believe that faithful quality makes faithful friends. This program came to you from New York. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
1 week from tonight, October 5th, You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, will be heard at this time over most of these same CBS stations.
We offer you Escape, starring Van Heflin. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are trapped in the dank darkness of a ruined plantation house. Somewhere in the pitch-black room is a homicidal maniac armed with a knife, groping for you, trying to prevent your escape.
Tonight, with Van Heflin as John Woolfolk, we escape to a deserted sandpit off the coast of Georgia, where terror stalks under the Spanish moss, as Joseph Hergesheimer tells it in Wild Oranges.
What could have appeared more innocent of danger than that barren, low-lying shore of southern Georgia? What could have seemed less laden with terror than that lovely little cove, so tranquil and well-sheltered, so warmly bathed in late afternoon sun as we dropped the anchor of our ketch and prepared our mooring? And yet there was something. First, it was an aroma. A grove of wild orange trees in late bloom grew defiantly amid the tangled undergrowth of the shore. The scent was strong and exotic and heady, and as I smelled it, I felt a vague uneasiness. Then, as I watched the shore and Halbert, my sailor, unfurl the sails, the mirror of the cove was shattered by a movement. At first, I thought it was a fish leaping and playing in the water. Came round a spit of land from an inner bay, and then Halvard was beside me.
That's queer, sir. I would have bet there was nobody within miles of here, but that's someone swimming.
Yes. That's a girl.
Aye, sir. She'll be surprised when she discovers us, no doubt.
And embarrassed. She swims well, doesn't she?
Yes, sir.
She had been born in the water.
Oh, she's seen us.
Yes. Now she's running away. Hey, that's Brentwood winning an Olympic race, huh?
Yes, sir.
I wonder what she's doing here, where she comes from.
Perhaps there, sir.
Where?
Through the trees. There's a house there. You can hardly see it. I spotted it a moment ago.
Yes, so there is. I know, but it's a ruin. It's rotting away. No one could have lived in that since the Civil War.
There may be others back there, sir.
I know, but this is a deserted coast. It's marked as a swamp on the chart.
Well, I don't know, sir.
Huh. This is strange. It's very strange. Yes, it was strange. And stranger still was this vague uneasiness that I felt. As twilight fell, the aroma of the wild oranges was overwhelming. And suddenly, without knowing why, I slipped on my jacket and went to the side and dropped into the tender. Halbert stood by to cast off. He asked no questions, and I said nothing. What could I say? I didn't know myself why I was going. I pulled the tender up on the soft sand of the beach and walked up a dim path through the orange grove. Around the side of the house, where a smaller portico held off the weeds, a single doorway was framed in the pale light of the inner lamp. As I approached, I saw a shadow flit across it so swiftly, so furtively, that it was gone before I realized it had been a man. And then I saw her, sitting on the portico, rocking softly in her chair.
What do you want?
Oh, nothing. I came ashore. I thought no one was living here.
You're from the white boat that sailed in at sunset?
Yes, and I'm returning immediately.
It was like magic. Suddenly, without a sound, you were anchored in the bay.
Well, I've robbed you, too. I picked a couple of your oranges.
You won't like them. They run wild. We can't sell them.
Well, they have a distinct flavor. I should be very glad to have some of them on the boat.
All you want.
Well, my man will get them and pay you.
Please don't. Nicholas attends to that. Won't you sit down? My father was here when you came up, but he went in. Strangers disturb him.
I should be getting back. I'm sorry to have disturbed you and your father.
No, it's nothing.
Well, good night, then.
Good night.
That was all. A fragment of commonplace conversation, but it was enough. Now the uneasiness I felt, the strangeness of this place took shape for me. I saw it in her lovely, fragile face. I heard it in her voice. There'd been a hidden terror, a terrible, controlled fright that approached hysteria. But when I got back to the boat, Halvard made it even worse.
Find anything, sir?
There are people living there.
Well, there'll be water then. Maybe we can stay here for a couple of days.
What do you mean?
Well, this is good anchorage. I'd like to unship the propeller, and there's some scraping to do.
Yes, I suppose you're right. We need a couple of days of work before we head into the open sea.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll do it here. And so we stayed. In the light of morning, the strange dread I had felt seemed foolish, and especially when I went ashore and found the girl looking young and fresh and fragile. She was fishing off a little pier in the inner bay. She had a pathetic little rod and reel, and so I got our tackle from the boat and landed a big rockfish enough for several dinners. We were carrying the fish to the house when we came on a pale, thin ghost of a man. He's sitting on the portico. He started a swift retreat, but it was too late.
Father, wait. This is my father, Litchfield Stowe.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Millie, you know strangers.
Father, you know I wouldn't bring anyone to the house who would hurt us. And see, we're fetching you a splendid rockfish.
Yes. Just so we're alone here. The man is away. My daughter and I. Fish is acceptable.
If you'll carry it in for me, Nicholas would do it, but he's away, and Father isn't strong. This way. We have no ice. I must put it in water. In here, right there. Thank you. You've been very nice. Now I suppose you'll go on across the world?
Well, not tonight. We're staying here making repairs.
Where do you come from? Where are you going?
Oh, from Cape Cod. I'm going to South America.
South America. I've traveled on maps. I was born here in this house. I've never been 50 miles away.
You seem like a girl who's been everywhere in the world. You've had the best education, everything.
My father has many books in there, that's all.
You're, You know, your eyes are remarkable. They're magnetic. Well, there's something else in your eyes and in your voice. What is it? Fear?
Fear? Why, no, of course not. What should I be afraid of?
Well, I don't know, but I saw it in your father's face, too.
It's only your imagination.
Yes, no doubt. Well, goodbye, then, and thank you for the fishing. Strange how this girl would have upset me so. I tried to resist, but that evening I found myself going back to her. Tying the tender into the little pier, I watched her as she came to meet me.
I'm glad you came. Let's stay here by the sea. It's so lovely in the moonlight.
All right. Oh, it is nice here, isn't it?
Nicholas is back.
Nicholas?
He's our man. I lied to you today about fear. I suppose I am afraid. I suppose my father's passed some of his fear on to me.
Why is he afraid?
Well, it's a long story going back to the First War. He was a young man then, and he didn't go to war. It wasn't that he was a coward exactly. He just couldn't adjust to it mentally. People laughed at him and threatened him. And that's when a sort of perpetual fear started. He ran away, met my mother and married, and they came here. None of us has ever left this lonely place. Never will, perhaps.
And your mother?
She's dead. Loneliness killed her. Perhaps it's no wonder that I sound timid and afraid. Perhaps I am.
Aren't you lonely, too?
I don't know anything else. But what about you? Who are you that you go sailing about the world with only a sailor for company?
No, I'm nobody. My name is John Woolfolk.
And you do nothing but sail about the world?
Nothing?
Why?
Oh, well, let's say that I don't like modern society. Let's say that I don't like entanglements.
I see.
Oh, no, I didn't
you
mean
needn't
that.
apologize. I envy you your freedom. I sit here a great deal and watch the ships far out there on their water roads. You are enviable, sailing where you like, safe and free. Safe, free.
There's something more than you've told me. There's more behind this fear in your voice.
No.
Well, look, perhaps I can help
No, please.
Oh. What's that?
It's Nicholas. He's blowing on the conch. I've got to go in.
Wait a minute. I'll come with
please,
you.
No, don't come. You'll be going soon?
Tomorrow, perhaps.
Then, goodbye. Goodbye.
Now I knew the terror that I had only sensed was real. This girl was possessed by fear. This house held some terrible secret. What could it be? Next morning, Halford went in to fill a cask for water. He came back without the cask, and he was livid with rage.
There's an idiot in that house, sir. Next time I'll take the pistol.
What do you mean? Where's the cask?
It's broken, sir.
How? How did you...
I was filling it at the cistern, and this idiot, a huge, hulking brute, came out of the house. He told me to get away. Well, I tried to explain we had permission, but he came at me with a knife, gibbering. He put his foot on the cask and crushed it.
Well, I'll see about this.
Be careful, sir. The man's not quite right. He's dangerous. Plenty dangerous.
I went ashore and around to the back door of the house. Millie wasn't in sight. When I knocked, a lumbering giant with pig-like eyes came to the door. Are you, Nicholas?
What do you want?
Well, I take it you're the man who broke my water cask.
It was full of our water.
Look, I'm not going to argue with you. I came ashore to instruct you to keep your hands off of my property and my sailor.
And let our water be.
I told you that I wouldn't discuss the water. I don't have to justify myself to you. Just remember, keep your hands off.
Don't get me started.
What do you mean, started? I don't care what you do.
Don't get me started. Mind now, I want you. Don't get me started.
Put down that knife.
Go away. Don't get me started now. Go away.
Stand back.
Don't get me started.
Nicholas, stop. What is this? What's the matter?
Well, nothing. Nicholas and I had a little misunderstanding, that's all.
You tell this man, Millie. Tell him to go. And don't get me started.
Nicholas, put down that knife! Now, Mr. Woolfolk, please. Please go!
I have never seen such terror in a woman's eyes. I felt completely helpless as I turned. I went on back to the boat. But mingled with her terror, I'd seen something else in Millie's eyes. There was a plea. And I knew there'd be another meeting between me and Nicholas. That night, a storm broke, a raging wind and rain to match my tortured mood. I hardly slept. Millie's face was always before my eyes, and by morning I knew that I must do something. I rode the tender in through a drizzling rain. I went up through the orange grove and stopped in some bushes by the house. Someone was coming out of the house, and so I crouched down out of sight. It was Millie. I rose, and I called to her, Millie!
Oh, it's you. I was just coming out to look. I was afraid you'd gone out. The sea's like a pack of wolves.
I won't go alone. Now, you not without you, I won't.
What are you saying? That's madness.
No, I got to talk to you. There's a lot that needs explaining. Things that I have a right to know.
No, not here. Come.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR to see
She
more
led me
videos
into one of
like
the smaller
this.
ruined
New
buildings. We
videos
crouched
every
far
day.
back in the dripping shadows of a corner.
No.
Millie, for the first time in 12 years, I'm living again. Darling, I'm in love with you.
I know nothing of love.
It's quickly learned. Millie, don't you feel anything for me at all?
I don't know. Perhaps if things were different, someplace else, I might care very much.
But I'm going to take you away someplace else. I'm going to make things different. I'm going to give you a chance.
Oh, no, it's too late.
Why?
You came too late.
Why? Millie, what is this? What is this fear?
Nicholas.
Oh, that's foolish. He's nothing to be afraid of. Has he been bothering you?
He says he's crazy about me. He says I must marry him.
Where is he now?
Oh, no, John, you mustn't. Something frightful would happen, John.
Not
no.
frightful, just unfortunate for Nicholas.
But you don't understand. He's not human. There's something about him.
What about him?
He came here in April. We were glad to get him. Servants are impossible to get back here in the wilderness, and he'd work for the smallest wages. Only a few days ago, I found out why he was glad to be here. I was cleaning his room, and I found this.
Let me see that. Wanted for murder, Isaac Nicholas. A homicidal maniac.
He knows I found it. He knows, and he's been furious. And then you came, and he ran and hid in the pines. But he told me if I spoke about him, it would happen to me. And if I left with you, it would happen to Father. Now he thinks I'm in love with you. He told me to send you away. He said you must leave today.
Millie, I should have realized this.
I'm not to stay away for longer than now. I must go, John.
Look, Millie. It'll take us a couple of hours to get our boat ready. I'm going to come for you tonight at 8. Now, you tell him that you saw me and I promised to go. Act quietly. Say that you were upset, that you'll give him his answer tomorrow. Then at 8, you bring your father and walk out to the wharf. Now, that's all, but do it without hesitation or preparation.
Don't let him hurt us. Please don't.
Not now. He's finished. But do just as I say. It won't be long, hardly 3 hours. And then you're going to be free. Now that I knew, now that there was to be action, I felt better. Not that I minimized the risk. Halvard and I got the ketch ready for sailing. At 8 o'clock, Halvard and I tied up to the little pier. The storm had let up a little, but it was still raining. I got up on the dock and I waited for Millie. 10 minutes passed. And then 20. Something was wrong. I told Halvard to wait there with the tender. Then I walked slowly up to the house. It was dark. I went up to the side portico to the heavy door. There was a tiny crack of light showing under it. I pushed it open. The light came from a parlor to the right. I looked in. On the floor lay a body, her father. He was dead. He was crushed. His arm twisted grotesquely under him. There wasn't a sound in the house. Slowly, I walked through the downstairs rooms. Nothing. Then, back in the hall, I heard a slight creak. Upstairs, someone had moved. Was it Millie, alive? Or was it Nicholas lying in wait? I groped slowly up the stairs. I didn't dare to use my flashlight. It would have made me a target for his knife. The upstairs hall was pitch black. Still, there was no sound. I inched my way along the wall, slowly. And then I stumbled on a loose board. The pistol flew out of my hand, but the stumble saved my life. At the same instant, I felt Nicholas lunge, heard the knife sing past my ear and thud into the wall. I felt his great bulk smashing on my shoulders. My gun was somewhere on that dark floor. His knife was embedded in the wall. Now we were grappling hand in hand, rolling on the floor, kicking, tearing, gouging, crushing. My strength and wit against the massive bulk of a maniacal killer. How many minutes did that unusual and unequal struggle last? I don't know. It seemed an hour. Several times, as if by common consent, we rested for a minute at a time. Once we rolled apart and lay panting, the breath aching in my throat. And then I heard him groping along the wall, searching for the knife or gun. I threw myself at him again. He was too big. He was too furious. I felt my strength ebbing away. His fingers were closing over my throat. With one last effort, I tried to throw him off, to roll him over. I staggered to my feet. I was dazed. I looked up. We had fallen through the banister down the stairwell. Nicholas had landed on the bottom. He lay there on the stairs, sprawled, his head at a grotesque angle. He wasn't dead. He's only stunned. I leaned against the wall, looking at him stupidly. There was something that I must remember. What was it? Then she came down the steps, and I remembered. Millie.
I had to walk right past him. There was no other way. Right past his head, and my skirt was... I think we better go away.
Millie. Oh no. Yes, we'll leave at once.
I must tell you about my father. You know, in Virginia, the women tied an apron on the door because he wouldn't go to war. And that preyed on his mind, and he was afraid of the slightest thing.
Yes, I know, but we must
Things
go.
Things upset him so he had no strength.
To hear her talk like this, like a sick child, was almost more than I could bear. Then I heard something. Nicholas had got up. He stood up and stared at us for a moment, and then he started slowly up the stairs. He was going after that knife.
The least little thing upset him.
Millie, look, we've got to go.
Oh, I was to meet a man. We were going away someplace where it would be peaceful. But Nicholas suspected, you see. He asked why Father had put on his heavy winter clothes. And then when I tried to go out, he pushed me.
Millie,
and do you know what Father did then? He came up and said, "Don't do that. Take your hands off my daughter." His lips shook a little. But he said it. That's the important thing.
Yes, of course, your father was a brave man after all. But please, now come. You were supposed to meet a man. That man's waiting for you. There's no time to lose.
Father said, "Take your hands off my daughter." Nicholas killed him, of course. But it was a brave thing to do.
Yes, now come. I couldn't wait any longer. I could hear Nicholas coming back. I picked her up and carried her out into the night, down the path to the pier. Behind me, I could hear Nicholas crashing through the brush like a giant animal in pursuit.
Are you all right, sir?
Yes. I'm about done in, but I'm all right. Here, help me. Help me get her into the boat.
Yes, sir. There. Oh, there's someone coming,
Yes,
sir.
it's Nicholas. He's got a knife.
Good. I wanted to get back at him. You get in, sir. I'll take care of him.
All right, Albert. I wouldn't be much help anyway. Albert went to intercept Nicholas on the path. I heard them meet and struggle for a moment. And then a figure came walking slowly, stooped onto the pier. I got ready to shove the boat out into the water, and then...
It's all right, sir. It's me.
Albert, where's Nicholas?
I stopped him. He was all bumped out.
Are you hurt?
No, it's just a scratch, sir. I missed his hand at first in the dark. It's nothing.
Good. Well, let's get away from here, then. I held Millie in my arms as Halbert rowed to the ketch. Erratically, I suppose because of the storm. We were ready to cast off in 2 minutes. The last obstacle would be the narrow passage out of the cove. In this storm, it would be very dangerous. I started to take Millie into the cabin.
No! There's Nicholas in the doorway.
No nonsense. Nicholas is dead. You're on my boat. You're safe, Millie.
Safe? With John Wolford?
I am John Wolford.
But you didn't come.
Yes, I came, Millie. You're safe. Please, come.
I'd rather stay up here.
All right. You sit here beside Halford. I'm going up front to take soundings.
In this wind, you won't be able to hear me if I call,
No,
sir.
but you can hear me. Remember, we only have 3-foot clearance. Now, you'll have to hold it steady through that passage.
Yes, sir.
Halford, now, this is no time to be brave. How do you feel?
I feel all right, sir. I've taken knives before.
All right.
Just a scratch.
All right, fine. Now, we'll fix it just as soon as we get outside. All right, now, let's go. Pull up your anchor and turn over the engine.
Yes, sir.
The boat headed into the tearing wind of the storm, straight toward the narrow inlet. A foot too far on either side and we'd hit. In this sea, that would mean death for all of us. I stood far up on the bow, taking soundings, feeling out the passage. Howling wind carried the call back to Halvard. Forward! Now the boat veered again. I realized that he must have lost an awful lot of blood. Halvard! Halvard! Steadier! Slowly, haltingly, it came around. 3.5! Steady now! But it was anything but steady. The boat wavered and swung as if an inexperienced hand was at the wheel. In a moment, we might hit. 3.25! We were in the passage. Hold steady, Halbert! Steady! 3.5. We're through. Goodbye, Halbert! Goodbye! Good boy, Halbert, I called. But when I went back, it wasn't Halbert at the wheel. It was Millie. Millie, her hands steady, her eyes washed clear of any madness. Millie with a little tight smile on her face, but no fear. And Halbert lay rolling with the swells in the bottom of the cockpit.
I'm afraid, John. He was wounded worse than you thought.
Oh, Halbert, good heavens.
He told me to take the wheel. Said it was life or death, and then he slid down like
When? When was this?
that. Back there in the passage. Just when you said 3.5. I'm afraid I wasn't very good, but I held on.
Oh, Millie, you were wonderful.
No, not yet. But I'll learn, John. I'll learn.
Escape was produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with Van Heflin starring as John Woolfolk. Tonight we have presented Wild Oranges by Joseph Hergesheimer, adapted for radio by John Dunkel. Featured in the cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Bill Conrad, Edmund McDonald, Wilms Herbert. Special music was conceived and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week.
You are following a man whom you must kill to the bleak wastes of a tiny island at the bottom of the world. And you know that one of you can never escape.
Next week, we escape with John Russell's grim story of revenge, The Primitive. Good night, then, until next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Van Heflin is currently starring with Jennifer Jones, James Mason, and Louis Jourdan in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Madame Bovary. Starting 1 week from next Saturday, October 8th, Escape will take a regular place in the CBS Saturday night schedule. That's 1 week from next Saturday, October 8th, Escape. Next week at this time, you will hear CBS's latest addition to its fine Wednesday night shows, You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. This outstanding comedy quiz, highlighted by Groucho's fast ad-libs, has won a Peabody Award and a high place in America's comedy favorites. Next Wednesday, it joins the parade on CBS, where it will be heard along with The Bing Crosby Show and Burns and Allen on most of these same CBS stations. Stay tuned now for The Bing Crosby Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Paul Masterson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Hollywood, California, Monday, February 8th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gene Raymond and Anna Sten in Graustark with James Gleason and Moroni Olson. Lux presents Hollywood. Another hour brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, direct from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Headlining Gene Raymond, Anna Sten, James Gleason, and Moroni Olson. Our guest, Rufus Lemaire, Hollywood's foremost star finder. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silver. Looking over the footlights, I see many Hollywood celebrities in our audience tonight. To them and to our listeners everywhere, a hearty welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Let me remind you of this. that modern complexion trouble, cosmetic skin, comes gradually. If right now you're letting stale rouge and powder, dust and dirt choke your pores, you're taking chances. Don't do it. Use rouge and powder all you like. But remember that the soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use, Lux Toilet Soap, removes cosmetics thoroughly. It guards against the tiny blemishes and enlarging pores that mean cosmetic skin. It keeps complexions lovely, the way complexions ought to be. Protection, beauty for your skin at a very moderate cost. And now, our distinguished producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, by a strange historical coincidence, we observe 2 golden anniversaries in the motion picture industry. 50 years ago, Thomas Edison was completing the experiments that gave the world the motion picture. At the same time, Horace Wilcox was laying out this Cahuenga Valley subdivision called Hollywood. Those were days when Hollywood had an entirely different quota of celebrities. Its greatest hero, the subject of countless campfire tales, was still Kit Carson, who, as the American chief of scouts, helped capture Los Angeles. Its greatest villain was Vasquez, the bandit, who was captured while attending a dance on Sunset Boulevard, where most of Hollywood still dances. To Edison and Wilcox, Hollywood would have seemed a mythical and fabulous place, a place that never could exist. Appropriately, therefore, we dedicate tonight's program to them with the international romance Graustark, in which we hear Gene Raymond and Anna Sten. On the stage at the age of 5, on Broadway at 14, Mr. Raymond was a matinee idol before he was old enough to vote. After spectacular success in Cradle Snatchers and Young Sinners, he turned to Hollywood, where he's not only a leading man, but a successful songwriter and noted horseman. Tonight, we'll hear him as Glenn Lorry. I first saw Anna Sten in one of the most effective scenes ever filmed. It was in a foreign production with Emil Jannings. Determined to place her under contract, I started negotiations for the service of this very young girl, who had starved with her parents in the Ukraine, to become one of Europe's most glamorous stars. Then one day, Samuel Goldwyn invited me to his office to ask my opinion of an actress he'd just signed. The actress was Anna Sten. I was greatly disappointed to lose her, but tonight have the privilege of presenting her in a DeMille production. She will be heard in the role of Yetive. In the part of Spud Gervey, we welcome back Hollywood's hardy perennial, James Gleason, whose ability to write comedy is exceeded only by his ability to play it. Moroni Olson is cast as Baron Auberlitz. And here we issue passports to the troubled land of Graustark, as the Lux Radio Theater presents the famous George Barr McCutcheon story, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten, with James Gleason and Moroni Olson. We're on Riverside Drive, a wide and impressive boulevard in New York City, overlooking the Hudson River. In the shadow of Grant's tomb, Glenn Lorry, a young reporter, is sitting on a park bench, deeply absorbed in the morning paper. Along the path comes a well-dressed, well-mannered young lady. She pauses for a moment to gaze up at the monument, then turns politely to the reporter.
I beg your pardon? I said I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
Yes. Can you tell me what building that is?
That? Well, that's Grant's tomb.
Oh, Grant's tomb?
Yeah, Grant. Ulysses S. You know, he smoked cigars.
Ulysses S. Oh, of course. He was president, wasn't he? I said he was president of the United States.
Hey, what are you doing? Kidding me?
Kidding you? I'm afraid
Everybody knows Grant, even the kids in school. He was a great man.
He must have been to have such a beautiful monument. What did he do exactly?
What did he... Look, miss, I'm a busy man. It's 9 o'clock and I'm due at the office at 8:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up your time. Excuse me.
Say, wait a minute.
Yes?
Are you on the level about this?
About what?
Not knowing who Grant was?
Well, I knew he was president.
Sit down.
Thank you.
I don't know whether I'm making a darn fool out of myself or whether you're helping me along. But little girls shouldn't go all through life without knowing about General Grant.
I know.
Yeah. All right, here goes. Full name was Ulysses Simpson Grant. Born Point Pleasant, Ohio, 1822. When he was 21, he graduated from West Point, went into the Army. He was best known for his work in the Civil War. Captured Vicksburg, won the Battle of Chattanooga. General Lee surrendered to him at Appomattox, April 1865. Grant was elected president 1868, re-elected 1872, died in 1885.
You seem to be very well informed.
I ought to be. I once wrote an article about him for the Sunday Supplement.
Oh, you're a journalist.
You flatter me. I'm a reporter. Well, come on. What's the gag?
Gag?
Come on. I've taken the bait. Now tell me what it's all about.
I don't know what you mean.
You know who Grant was. Everyone does. He's one of the idols of American history.
But you see, I'm not an American.
Oh, no?
No, I'm Graustarkian.
You're what?
Graustarkian. I'm from Graustark.
Oh. Well, that makes us even.
Even?
You never heard of Grant. I never heard of Graustark. But look, where'd you learn to speak English?
My tutor. We never spoke anything but English at home. I mean, the young people, of course.
Oh, of course.
I'm glad I'm doing so well. This is my first trip to America.
All alone?
Oh, no. I'm traveling with my aunt.
I see.
Yeah. I just happened to be driving by here, and I saw this monument. I wondered what it was, so I got out to investigate.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were a visitor. Say, you ought to have a guide.
Oh, no. I like to find things out for myself.
Sure.
It's more fun that way.
But don't you think that you could learn a lot more and see a lot more if you had someone to show you around?
Someone like you?
No, not someone like me. Me.
You're very kind.
Do you mind telling me your name?
No. It's Yetiv. Yetiv.
Yetiv?
Yes.
That's a strange name. Yetiv what?
Yetiv Guggenschloner.
Guggenschloner?
Yeah. That's an even stranger one.
Well, it does strike these American ears with a bit of a thud. Do you mind if I call you Yetiv?
If you want.
Thanks. I'm Glenn Laurie, Morning Star.
How do you do?
Fine, thanks. Now, what about that kind offer of mine to show you around?
Oh, well, I'm afraid I couldn't.
Oh, don't be bashful. I'd love to do it.
But my aunt, she wouldn't like it.
The point is, would you like it?
Yes, but...
It's a date. Where are you staying?
The Carlton.
The Carlton. What about 9 tomorrow?
No, I couldn't.
10?
No.
11.
Well, I'll see.
Good. I'll be there at 11 sharp.
It's 87. You may come right up and...
Yetiv?
Oh, dear. It's my aunt. I forgot all about her.
Yetiv?
Yes, Aunt?
I think you should come back in the car now.
Yes, Aunt.
At once, please.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And thank you very much.
Not at all. So long.
So long.
To the hotel, Hugo.
The hotel, yes, madame.
Yetiv.
Yes?
You shouldn't have spoken to that man.
Oh, Auntie, please. He was a very nice young man.
I do not care. You forget your position.
Auntie, listen. Is there anything wrong in sitting with a young man talking about General Grant?
Who is General Grant?
Oh, the soldier. President of the United States. He told me all about him. And, well, he wants to show me around and tell me about other things.
What?
He's going to call for me tomorrow morning.
You cannot go.
Auntie.
I say you cannot go. I've never heard of such a thing, a strange man.
We're in America now. We're not back in Graustark. Why can't I go? What can happen to me?
Yetiv, you're in my charge. I'm responsible for your safety in this country.
I know. But all I want is a little freedom. Just a little bit. Please, Auntie. Please.
Very well, you may go.
Oh, Auntie.
He can show you all the sights you want.
Auntie, you're a darling.
But I am going to go with you.
Oh, dear.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Laurie. Miss Guggenschloner is expecting me.
Miss Guggenschloner?
It's all right, Hugo. Come in, Mr. Laurie.
Good morning. Well, I'm right on time.
Yes. Mr. Laurie, this is my aunt, Gertrude Penelope Lisa, Mrs. Dagmar.
How do you do, Mrs. Dagmar?
How do you do? It was very kind of you to invite my niece to see New York, Mr. Laurie.
Oh, don't mention it.
Where are you going to take her?
I beg your pardon?
I said, where are you going to take us?
Why,
My aunt is going too, Mr. Lorry.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I thought the zoo would be nice to start off with, but of course, that's an awful lot of walking for your aunt.
I enjoy walking very much.
Yes, I thought you would. Well, then I figured on seeing the parks and the statues and the Empire State Building and all of that. We can let the theaters and the nightclubs go for a while.
Theaters and nightclubs?
Yes, I've made up a schedule. It's a little strenuous, but I'm sure you'll like it. I certainly hope it won't be too tiring for you, Mrs. Dagmar.
You need not worry about me. I never get tired.
Oh, that's fine. Well, let's go.
Hat check. Check your hats, please. Cigar, cigarette, cigar.
Good evening, Mr. Lorry. A table for two, sir?
No, 3, Joseph.
3?
Yes, 3.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Cigar, cigarette, cigar, cigarette, cigar.
Are you comfortable, Mrs. Dagmar?
Perfectly.
I was wondering if you'd mind very much if Yetive danced.
If she wishes to.
Thanks. Yetive?
Of course.
Having a good time?
Wonderful. I never knew I could have such a glorious time. Oh, I wish it would never end.
Must it end?
They say all good things do.
Look, what are the chances of our slipping out for a while?
Slipping out?
Yeah, away from Auntie.
Oh, very bad.
Can't you manage it? You know, I hardly ever see you alone. It's been going on like this for a week. I'd like a chance to talk to you.
Not now.
Let's get out, shall we?
Well, you know, wait until we go home. Then, when Auntie goes to bed, I'll come down and meet you.
That's swell. I'll have the car outside. Well, here we are.
Where?
Grant's tomb. Don't you recognize it?
Oh, yes. It looks different by moonlight.
Yeah.
Glenn, what time is it?
Oh, why worry?
It must be awfully late. If my auntie wakes up and finds me gone.
You'll probably raise the roof. So what? Look, isn't the Hudson pretty?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Park and moonlight. I guess I picked a pretty good setting.
Setting?
For what I'm going to say to you.
Oh.
Yetive, this is going to sound pretty silly, but I mean it. I've never said it to anyone before, and I don't think I'll ever say it again. Yetive.
No, don't, Glenn. Please.
You know?
I think so. That's why I don't want you to say it.
Why not?
Because, let's not talk about it.
But I want to talk about it. I want you to marry me, Yetive. I know I haven't got a fortune. I'm not making one yet. But I've got a pretty decent job now, enough for us to live on. And if you marry me, I'll go up by leaps and bounds. I know it. Will you, Yetive?
I can't.
But, Yetive...
Don't ask me why. I just can't, that's all.
You want time to think. Is that it?
No. It won't do any good.
It might. I'm satisfied to wait.
Glenn, I do like you. More than I'm willing to admit. Even to myself.
But then what's the trouble? What's holding you back?
Oh, I can't answer that.
All right, I'm not going to be a pest. But I want you to promise me one thing.
Yes?
This objection of yours, whatever it is, I want you to promise me you'll think it over, carefully. And then if you still think it's impossible, I'll do a fade-out. No questions asked. But you've got to promise me.
Very well. I'll think it over.
Will I see you tomorrow?
If you want.
All right, let's say 5 o'clock. That gives you, 14 hours to meditate. Long enough?
I think so.
Good.
Where are we going?
Back to the hotel. Say, I don't want you to lose any time.
Front there.
Front.
Say, clerk. Clerk. Yes, Mr. Lorry.
Check up on it again, will you, please?
I have already, sir. Mrs. Dagmar and her niece have left the hotel.
Oh, but that's impossible. I had an appointment with her at 5 o'clock.
I'm sorry, sir. They checked out about 11:30 this morning. I believe their boat sailed at noon.
Boat? They've gone to Europe?
Yes, sir, on the Empress.
And she didn't leave any message for me. You're sure?
Not a thing, sir.
That's funny. I can't understand.
If anything comes, I'll let you know.
Yes, thanks very much. You can reach me at the office of Morning Star.
Morning Star, yes, sir.
Copy. Hey, boy, copy.
Why, thing, it's all I got to say. It's a fine.
Hiya, Spud.
Hello,
What's the matter with you?
Oh, I just been in with the boss. I ain't got troubles enough. He's going to send me over to Europe to look at some more.
Europe, huh?
Yeah, there's a revolution starting up over there in some jerkwater country I never even heard of. A joint that goes by the name of Graustark. Can you imagine that?
Wait a minute. Did you say Graustark?
Yeah, but don't ask me to spell it for you.
Revolution in
I couldn't.
Holy mackerel.
What's the
Where's the
matter?
boss now?
He's in his office.
Let me get by.
What do you want?
Get out of the way, will you?
I
I
gotta
gotta speak to
What's
him.
the matter with that guy?
Laurie, but I need you for that City Hall assignment. Oh, boss, anyone can cover that, but this revolution story is right up my alley. You've got to let me go over there.
I don't know, Laurie. McLean's in the Paris office. He can handle it. I wouldn't be sending Spud if I had a good photographer there now.
But listen, boss.
Say, why are you so anxious to get the Graustark anyway?
Well, I like the place.
Yeah, how do you know? You never been there?
Well, I like the pictures of it. Oh, come on, boss. Be a sport, will you? I'll turn you in some of the greatest stuff this sheet has seen in years.
Well...
Come on, let me go, will you?
Well, all right.
Swell.
Your stuff better be good.
Don't worry, it'll be front page. Hiya, Spud.
Come in, Spud.
What's the layout, boss?
I'm sending Laurie over, too.
Yeah.
You get the story, and you shoot the picture.
Yeah. Sounds like a great setup, Spud.
What's so great about it?
Huh? Why, the revolution excitement. We'll be right over there in the middle of it.
Yeah, and Mr. Giant's opening game.
Oh, forget it, will you? Well, I'm going home and get packed. Shake, boss. Thanks a lot. See you later, Spud.
Well, what's the matter with that guy?
He sure is excited.
He must be nuts. You'd think he was going to meet his girl.
Ticket, please. Ticket.
Oh,
Ticket, please. Yes, lady. Ticket, please.
Hello? Spud Gerby on this end. I said Gerby, not Scurvy. Who's this? What? Look, I don't understand you. I says I don't understand you. Look, no speak of the Graustark. I only been here a week. Talk American, will you? Now, what do you want? Yeah, this is Mr. Lowry's room. Who? Oh, yeah? Okay. I said okay. We'll be there.
Who's that, Spud?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks a lot, Major. Well, my friend, where you been?
American Embassy.
Any luck?
Nope. He went all through the records. Said he never heard of a girl over here named Guggenschlaner.
With a name like that, he should ought to be glad of it.
Oh, shut up. Who was that on the phone?
Baron Albelet's secretary. It's all fixed.
What's fixed?
The interview. You're going to meet the Baron personally. He's the big meat course around here, you know. Head of the cabinet, head of the army. He'll give you the whole lowdown on this tin-sword revolution that ain't taking place.
Where do I meet him?
At the palace, my pal, at 4 bells.
All right, order me a car, will you?
They ain't allowed.
Huh?
It's horses over here, Fran. They never heard of an automobile yet. If they have, they're not in favor of it.
Oh, well, get me a carriage.
Sure.
And a horse.
Sure. What? Hey. Hello? All right, say, I want a carriage. Can you get me one? A carriage. Look, a couple of horses and a buggy. No. Horses. You know, they gallop. Tick-a-dick, 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 tick-a-dick.
You will wait in here, please. The Baron's secretary will come presently.
Thanks.
Oh, Baron, if you have a moment... Glenn,
Yes.
what are you doing here?
Well, I could ask you the same thing. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Glenn,
You left New York in a hurry, didn't you?
Yes, we had a cable.
You might have let me know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it would be easier that way.
Just to walk out? Sure, that's always easy for the one who does the walking. You know, you never did answer my question.
You came here? All the way here? For that?
I was sent by the paper.
Oh.
Well, did you think it over?
Yes. That's why I didn't let you know. I didn't want to hurt you.
Oh, I see. The answer was no. Well, I said I wouldn't ask any questions. I won't.
Oh, Glenn, I wanted to see you that day. If I'd just been able to say no, simply, it wouldn't have been so bad. But I would have had to tell you something else.
What?
I'm going to be married.
Oh, so that's it.
I'm sorry, Glenn. Terribly sorry. What is it, Hans?
The Baron has an appointment here with the newspaper reporter.
Yes, Hans. This is the gentleman, Mr. Lorry. The Baron Alberley's secretary, Mr. Lorry.
Who, him? Well, I thought you were the secretary.
No. Tell the Baron Mr. Lorry is waiting, Hans.
He knows already, Your Highness.
Highness? You?
Yes, Glenn. I am the Princess Yetil, ruler of Graustark.
In just a moment, we are going on with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Graustark, starring Anna Sten and Gene Raymond with James Gleason. Meanwhile, let's go over to the corner of Broadway and 42nd Street on the RKO radio lot. Practically every afternoon, you can see stars and extras bicycling there after work is done. It's hard exercise, too. Listen to what these extras say.
Phew, I'm hot. Pedaling around in this weather is too much for me. How about sitting down a spell? We could sit on the commissary steps if you're not too proud.
Like to, but I can't. Have to go to Pasadena tonight. Dinner with friends.
You'll never make it. Me, I couldn't move a step.
Oh, I'll make it all right. Dead as a dog now, but life will look better after my bath. A few moments in a warm tub while that nice fragrant Lux toilet soap lather does its work, you'll feel like a million.
Now, the sequel to the story. If you could follow Linda tonight, you'd see her refreshed, full of pep, confident, as girls are when they are sure of daintiness. Linda knows she can depend on Lux Toilet Soap's rich, active lather to remove perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. She knows it leaves skin sweet, delicately perfumed, attractive. Why don't you try a Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath? And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue the story of Graustark, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten, with James Gleason and Moroni Olson. 1 week has passed since Larry discovered Yetive is the Princess of Graustark. We're in the Princess Council Chamber, where the Baron Auberlitz and her aunt are scolding her. They resent the courtesy she has shown to the young American.
Your Highness, if I may say so, your conduct with this young American is most unbecoming to the princess of our realm.
Perhaps you will explain what you mean by that, Baron Auberlitz?
There's no explanation necessary. He's been coming here to the palace every day.
At my invitation.
Exactly, and that's what I find so deplorable. Your Highness, you do not realize the seriousness of our situation. An armed force is rising. At any moment, General Danux may strike. And were it known that more than half of our guards are at the border, they would strike tonight.
And what would he have me do? Arm myself with a musket?
Yetive, we can do without that.
Your Highness, our country is in desperate need of money. The powers refuse to advance us another penny. Our only salvation is an alliance with Prince Lawrence of Axphain. An alliance by marriage.
I have already told you, Baron Auberlitz, I'm willing to marry Prince Lawrence, as much as I despise him, if it will save Graustark.
But you refuse to see the prince. He's called repeatedly at the palace, and always you've made the same excuse.
I saw him twice. That was enough. If I have to look at him for the rest of my life, I think I might be spared it now.
Well, you have no objection to looking at the young American.
Not the slightest.
Oh, how strange. A commoner takes the prince's fancy.
I reserve the right to choose my friend.
Well, do you realize that this friendship may result in our defeat?
I don't see how.
Prince Lorenz is not the man to play second fiddle to anyone, least of all a common newspaper man. If the prince withdraws his offer of marriage, and with it his financial support, our government falls like a rotten branch. Danux and his troops will sweep the country. And all because we have a ruler who refuses to be loyal.
Baron Auberlitz, I don't like your tone.
And I don't like your actions.
Be quiet.
This friendship must come to an end. I demand it.
You demand it. You. Baron Auberlich. Your Minister of State. A loyal and trusted servant. But may I remind you that you are a servant? I'm the ruler here, not you.
I beg your Highness pardon. You will excuse me now?
Gladly.
Thank you.
And don't return until you learn a little more respect.
Very well, Your Highness. Hans.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come here quickly.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Did we receive any word from General Danux?
No, Your Excellency. He's waiting to hear from you.
And he will. Send him a message at once.
Yes.
Tell him that only half the guards are at the palace. And he may strike when he is ready.
So soon, Your Excellency?
Why not?
But the people, his troops, they won't fight until they hear that the princess is to be married to Lorenz.
You may tell him the date for the wedding has been settled.
It has?
You may tell him that it has.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
And one thing more. The American newspaper man. I want him followed day and night. Someone must watch him at all times.
Yes, Your Excellency.
And if he speaks to the princess, I want a complete record of everything that is said.
But, may I ask why, Your Excellency?
Well, he stands in the way of her marriage with Prince Lorenz. If she should decide not to marry the prince, there would be no uprising. Well, that wouldn't fit in with our plans. You understand?
Of course.
Now, I'm not certain what steps we shall take, but he must be put out of the way. Now, that's why I want him followed. Every minute.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now send that message to General Danux and tell him to stir the people up about this marriage. The house of Graustark must fall.
But, Excellency, if it does fall, if the people attack the palace and win, they'll demand a parliament.
And they'll have a parliament, Hans. A very good one. General Danux and myself.
Your Highness.
Yes?
Mr. Glenn Laurie is in the anteroom, Your Highness.
Oh, all right. Send him in.
Very good, Your Highness. Mr. Laurie?
Thank you. Hello?
Glenn, I asked you not to come again.
Yes, I know.
And why did you do it?
Oh, just curiosity. I've given up not asking why.
I told you why. It's causing trouble. I'm going to be married.
When?
I haven't decided.
Good. Then there's still time.
Time for what?
To chuck the whole business and come to your senses. You can't marry this Lorenz fellow. I saw him yesterday around the hotel. Why, he looks like an overstuffed tailor's dummy. No, Yadiv, you can't do it.
I'm not thinking of myself.
I know. You're thinking of Graustark. They fed you with a lot of talk about what'll happen if you don't marry him. Well, what will happen? The country will go broke. And in a year or a couple of years, there'll be an uprising. If you do marry him, there'll be an uprising anyhow, only sooner.
You seem very sure of yourself.
Well, I've studied the situation, Yadiv. It's part of my job. The people run a parliament. You can't blame them for that. If you marry Lorenz, they're afraid they won't get it. They were promised
I think perhaps my ministers know what's best for the people.
All right. None of my business, anyhow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Glenn. Let's not talk about it, please. We have so little time left.
You mean they're going to announce the marriage ceremony?
Soon, I imagine. And there is always the danger of an attack by Danux. He'd storm the palace tonight if he knew half the guards were at the frontier.
Who sent them there?
Oh, I don't know. I try to keep track of everything and everybody, but I can't.
You make a very bad princess, Yadiv.
I know.
Why did you have to be one? Why couldn't you have just been plain Yadiv Guggenschlager?
You know that name?
Well, it has its compensations. You see, Yadiv Guggenschlager wouldn't have had to catch the next boat back to Graustark. She'd still be in New York, seeing things, going places.
And having the grandest time of her life.
No worry.
No headache.
No revolution.
No problems of state.
And no Prince Lorenz.
Boy.
She wouldn't have to get married unless she wanted to.
A very fortunate girl.
And I think she might have wanted to. Don't you?
Perhaps.
It's not too late.
Please. You don't realize.
Yeah, I know. I've got a lot of nerve proposing to a princess. Well, what of it? Before you were a princess, you were a human being. Well, I'm human, too, and I'm asking you to...
You're asking me what?
I'm asking you to chuck this, Yadiv, all of it, and get out while you still got time.
What?
You don't want to be a princess. You said so yourself. Then why don't you give the people a break, Let them run things the way they want. They'll be happier, and so will you.
You want me to abdicate? Is that it?
Right.
And what do you offer in exchange?
You really want to know?
Yes.
All right. I'm offering you a 3-room apartment in New York and half my salary every Saturday night. I'm offering you a 2x4 kitchenette where you'll have to learn how to cook and turn around without burning your elbow. I'm offering you a little bunch of flowers every payday, and the movies once a week, or a walk in the park when we can't afford that. In short, I'm offering you a lot of work, and a lot of grief, and a lot of fun, if you'll see it that way.
Oh, Glenn.
Well, what's the answer?
Oh, Glenn, I do love you. And I'd love that place. I know I would. But I can't, Glenn.
Oh, why not?
Because as silly as it sounds, my people need me.
Oh, Yadiv, they don't. They don't need anyone but themselves.
My people love me.
That's true, but they despise your ministers of state. The best possible thing that could happen to your people would be for you to clear out and let them run things for themselves.
No.
Oh, Yadiv, you're way behind the times. Look around you. It's a new world now. A world that has no need for kings and queens and princesses. You're outmoded, old-fashioned. You're through and you don't know it.
Stop it.
But the people know it. Listen, there's a revolution starting out there behind those walls. A revolution that'll sweep you and your ministers clean out of the country. I'm asking you to abdicate now before it's too late.
You've said enough. You'll leave now, please.
Yadiv.
Please.
All right. All right, Yadiv.
Your Excellency.
Yes, son?
I have here the transcript of the meeting between the princess and the American.
Oh, yes. Let me see.
It is word for word, Your Excellency. Our man took it down over the dictograph.
Very interesting. But I'll look it over later. Tell me, have you communicated with General Danux?
Yes, Your Excellency. His troops will begin the attack on the palace at 11 o'clock.
Good. Keep under cover, Hans. Go to the west wing when the firing begins. I've told Danux that he must not shell that section.
Very good, Your Excellency. Thank you.
So I said, listen, Pachisi, if you think I'm going to spend $3 for a buggy ride alone...
Oh, lay off, will you, Spud? I'm trying to read.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So what?
So do you always read upside down?
Huh?
What's the matter, thinking about her nibs?
Her nibs?
You know, the princess.
Oh.
See her today?
Hmm.
What you have to say?
Hmm.
Did you date her up?
Spud, for the love of Mike.
Okay, my pal, okay.
Hey, Spud. I got an idea that some of the people at Yadiv Trust are in back of this plot. Now, take that fellow Albert. Why would he send half
Hey,
the
did you
guard
ever
out?
stop to think that maybe Yadiv's selling grouse stock short?
Spud, sometimes you're so dumb.
Okay, my pal, don't get sore. I just thought I'd ask. Oh, what time is it?
Almost 11. You better go to bed.
Yeah, that's about all you can do in this brig. I came over here to take pictures of a revolution. So far, all I got is the outside of the palace and a lot of horses. I ain't seen so many horses since Ben-Hur. If they're going to start something, I wish they'd start soon. I'm getting tired of this. Yeah, and so is the boss.
What do you mean?
A cable come for you today. Listen, when does Danux start revolution? Waiting for details. Get story at once.
Oh, what does he think they do? Start revolutions just in time to make the first edition? I'll answer that.
I did already.
Huh? What did you say?
Need $500 additional expense money, weather very warm.
What's that?
Sounded like thunder.
Not to me, it didn't. I swear it was a gun. There. You hear it?
I tell you, it's thunder. Nothing could happen in this brig after 10 p.m. I'll take it. Hello? Yeah. Yeah. What? Are you sure?
What is it?
Wait a minute. Go on. Yeah, okay.
Spud, will you tell me what's going on?
Wait a minute. Okay, mister. Well, thanks for the tip.
What's going on?
It's the revolution. It's happened at last.
Who's that on the phone?
The manager of the hotel. All foreigners are ordered to keep in the rooms. No one allowed out on the street.
Well, get your hat, Spud. We got work to do. Say, wait a minute. Where's the fighting?
It's at the palace. They're shelling
the palace. I'll see you later.
Hey, wait, you can't get there.
No,
Get there.
Listen, Spud, you get your pictures and dig up a story
Wait
for
a minute.
me. I gotta
don't-
find Yadiv.
What's the matter with that guy?
Highness, saw me the east gate. I entreat you to leave the palace while there's still time.
I'll stay here, Captain Bolora.
But, Your Highness.
How many men have you?
Less than 300. We can't hold out much longer.
Where is Baron Alberlis? Why doesn't he come here?
I've looked for him, Your Highness. He's nowhere to be found.
You must find him. And you've got to hold the gates. You've got to.
Yes, Your Highness.
Captain Boloris.
Your Highness?
Captain Boloris, I can trust you, Captain.
With your life, Your Highness.
Then remember, it is my life. I'm staying here with my men. Tell them that.
Yes, Your Highness.
Edith!
Ben!
Oh, are you all right?
How did you get in here?
Never mind that. The question is how you're going to get out.
I'm not getting out.
Oh, don't be a fool, Edith. I've just come through that mob out there. They've got blood in their eyes. Now, listen. I can get a carriage to the West Gate.
I'm not leaving. My men are out there, giving their lives for me.
Sure, those that aren't hiding in the cellar.
My soldiers are loyal.
Yeah. How do you suppose I got through the gate? By slipping one of your loyal soldiers $50.
What?
Yeah, now, come on.
Your Highness.
Oh, Baron Auberly. Come here.
Your Highness, I have just been informed of Herr Lorry's arrival.
He bribed his way through the gate.
Indeed.
Do you understand? He bribed his way through. What's happening out there? Are my own men turning against me?
Well, there is no need to excite yourself, Your Highness. Herr Lorry was allowed to pass through the gates at my specific order.
What?
And it is now my pleasure to place Herr Lorry under immediate arrest.
What are you talking about?
Arrest? What for?
Well, if he were a citizen of Graustark, Your Highness, I would call it treason.
Treason?
What?
The betrayal of military secrets to the enemy.
Are you crazy?
It's very simple, Your Highness. In your conversation with Herr Lorry this afternoon, you disclosed the fact that we have only half the guards at the palace. No one knew of this but you and me and Herr Lorry. I accuse him of informing General Danux as to the state of our defense, thereby provoking the present attack.
Listen, you, another crack like that, now...
Lieutenant.
Your Excellency?
Place this man under arrest and confine him to the North Tower.
One moment. Baron Auberly, may I ask how you knew of our conversation?
Well, it is of no significance, Your Highness. This man pleaded with you to abdicate in order that you might be free to marry him. You refused, and he took the only possible course open to him. He betrayed Your Highness to the enemy in an attempt to bring about a quick overthrow of Your Highness' royal position.
Say, did you ever try writing stories? You've got a swell imagination.
Ben, this isn't true.
Oh,
It can't be true.
What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. You did ask me to abdicate.
His exact words, Your Highness, were these. The best possible thing that could happen to your people would be for you to clear out and let them run things for themselves. You're through and you don't know it, but your people know it and I know it.
Glenn, you did say that.
Sure, what of it? It's the truth and you know it.
Be quiet.
If you were out of here, I wouldn't care if they shell this palace to pieces.
Be quiet, I said.
And they'll do it, too. They'll set up their own government with their own laws and their own leaders, and it'll be a darn good thing. There it is. Now, do what you want about it.
You see, Your Highness?
Take him away.
You really mean it?
You have forgotten once too often that I am Princess of Graustark.
Yeah. I just can't help thinking your name is Guggenschlamme.
Lieutenant?
Yes, Your Excellency. Come along.
Take your hands off. I don't mind spending a night in a cell, but I won't be pushed into it.
It will be more than a night, Herr Lorry.
Oh, yeah? Not when the American ambassador hears about it. Think you got trouble now? Wait until tomorrow. Well, pleasant dreams, Your Highness.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
We will continue with the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Graustark, starring Anna Sten and Gene Raymond, with James Gleason shortly. No modern Galileo glued to his telescope is more persistent in his endless search for new stars than the talent scouts of motion pictures. In this field of face-finding, none has a more glowing record than Rufus Lemaire. Since coming to Hollywood, he has brought over 200 new personalities to the screen for Warner Brothers, MGM, and Universal Studios. His more famous discoveries include Louise Reiner, Eleanor Powell, Betty Davis, George Brent, Dick Powell, and Gertrude Nielsen. Today, he is executive assistant to Charles Rogers, production head of Universal Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rufus Lemaire.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille.
Since there aren't any rules for turning up talent, Mr. Lemaire,
How have you found your star-spangled array of discoveries?
Chiefly through luck, I suppose. For example, 3 years ago, I was given a tip to look up an actress playing in a tiny theater in Vienna. I couldn't understand a word she said, but her personality spelled box office, and I brought her to Hollywood. Her name is Louise Reiner. Eleanor Powell, another MGM star, was dancing in Lowe State Theater in Times Square when a wire came from Hollywood to the MGM office, located in the same building. It was an order from Louis B. Mayer to find a dancer at once who could rank with Fred Astaire. I saw dozens, but never thought of Eleanor until I happened to glance at her name on the marquee as I was returning to the office. That is the only instance when I found a star literally on my own doorstep.
I wish Betty Davis had wandered to my doorstep.
Betty was already in pictures before she was really discovered. Another studio had cast her in gingham dress types, and no one paid any attention to her. I suggested we give Betty a little sophistication. It was a lucky guess, for Betty skyrocketed to fame overnight. Gertrude Neeson I had seen in New York several times without being impressed. But when she sang at the Trocadero here in Hollywood, with a new style of song, a slimmer figure, and a new style of hairdress, I couldn't hand her a contract quickly enough. And Deanna Durbin is a universal star only because another studio let her go, and I was fortunate enough to catch her on the rebound.
Everyone always asks, what are the qualities that make a star?
Well, there are three. A voice that you believe when you hear it saying, I love you. Second, charm. And third, appearance. A good complexion, for instance, is not only something nice to look at, but it is a definite reflection of character. No one knows this better than a star, and I've seen enough Lux soap in Hollywood to realize it is by far the favorite of those who must always look their best.
Is there any reason why one section of the country should produce more stars than another?
No, they'll come from everywhere. Though a great many of our future stars are right here in Hollywood, hoping to get a screen test. They haven't had experience, and you can't blame producers for hesitating to experiment with them. It's a big chance to take. But we at Universal took it when we starred Deanna Durbin, Barbara Reed, and Nan Gray in Three Smart Girls. And we're going to take it again to the tune of $1 million in producing Top of the Town, with a cast composed entirely of new faces, headed by Doris Nolan, George Murphy, Gertrude Neeson, and Ella Logan. I'm confident that when you see this film, you'll not only be seeing a fine show, but you'll get your first glimpse of at least 4 stars of the future. Good night.
Good night, Stargazer. We return to our story, Graustark, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten with James Gleason. It's the following morning. In his cell in the North Tower, Glenn Lowry walks the floor impatiently. Suddenly, he hears a footstep in the corridor. The door is unlocked, and Spud enters.
Spud. Hiya, pal. Okay, Jailer, come back to me in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Well, what's the news, Spud?
Plenty. They've declared a temporary truce. They're going to stop and talk things over. Hey, I got some swell pictures last night.
No,
man.
I mean, what's the news about me? When am I going to get out of here?
Oh, pretty soon, I guess.
Pretty soon? What do you mean, pretty soon?
It's a nice little place you got here. How's the bed? Comfortable?
What do you mean, pretty soon?
You know, you certainly managed to get yourself tied up in some awful knots. How do you do it anyway?
Oh, for the love of Mike.
It's like a story, you know? Boy meets girl at Grant's tomb. Boy follows girl to Graustark. Boy proposes to girl. Girl throws boy in a can. It's like a story.
Spud, if you don't shut up, I'll strangle you with my bare hands. I want to know when I'm getting out of this place.
I'm coming to that, my pal. Say, you know, you should ought to have been with me last night. Know where I was? Right in the middle of the revolution. And did I get some pictures? Oh, boy. I'm standing right in the middle of the mob, see? I got my camera under my coat, and who marches up but General Danix. Right smack in front of me with about 10 assistants. Boy, I never see so much gold braid in my whole life. So what happened?
Spud.
You know what I did? What?
Will you answer my question? When do I get out of here?
Give me a chance, my pal, will you? So I snapped the picture. Danix and his pals. The only 10 ever been snapped.
Spud, I'm going to poke that nose of yours.
Okay. What's on your mind, my pal?
What's on my mind? Did you go to the American Embassy?
Certainly I went to the American Embassy.
Good. What did the ambassador say?
Well, nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
He left town on business day before yesterday. He won't be back for a week.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
And what happens to me in the meantime?
Well, I guess you're stuck. Now, about the pictures.
Shut up about your pictures. I don't care if you snap Danix standing on his head. I want to get out of here.
Right here.
Yes, Director.
Good morning, Herr Lorry.
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Well, I've come to pay you a little visit and to have a short talk.
Well, the shorter it is, the better I like it.
You change your tone, please. Remember, you were my prisoner, Herr Lorry.
Who's this guy, Glenn, the royal stooge?
You're excused. Get out.
Hey, you know, I seen you before someplace, Colonel.
I said get out.
Okay. But don't shake your medals at me, Major. I'm the American press. Well, be seeing you, Glenn.
Yeah.
So long, pal. So long, Corporal. Hey, I could swear I seen your kisser before someplace. Hey, using you to live in Brooklyn?
Get out!
Well?
Sit down, Herr Lorry.
What do you want?
Herr Lorry, I regret the necessity of confining you here. In fact, it is my sincere wish that you remain with us for as short a time as possible.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Well, I'm prepared to release you at once and on one condition, that you cross the border by 6 o'clock this evening and make no attempt to return.
Suppose I don't agree.
Well, then you must stay with us indefinitely, at least until the revolution is over.
All right. I'll stay.
I see. You are making a mistake, Herr Lorry.
Maybe, but I'm staying just the same.
Fighting has started again, Your Highness.
They're not attacking the palace, Captain.
No, Your Highness, but they are moving this way.
The Americans. Captain, is he safe?
For the present, Your Highness. If they attack the north wing.
I would like to speak to him, Captain. You will bring him to me here.
But, Your Highness.
You have my orders, Captain Dolores. I will see him here at once. Hello.
You will go in, please.
Thank you.
Glenn.
Hello. I hear you want to see me.
Yes.
How have you been? Did you have a good night's rest?
Please, Glenn.
I did, too. Pillow was a little hard, though. And I suggest you widen out those cells. The ventilation's awful.
Glenn, I am sorry. Really.
Yes?
I didn't want to put you there.
Yes, I know. It hurt you worse than it hurt me. That's what my father used to say.
I had to do it. Albert. I couldn't trust him. He might have done anything. At least he was safe in there.
Oh.
You do understand.
Well, I didn't quite see it that way last night. What happens now?
I'm giving you an escort to the border. You will leave in a few minutes.
And what about you?
I'm staying here, of course.
Yes, of course. Well, Albert's made me the same offer a little while ago, and I told him I wouldn't leave.
But why?
Because I wanted to see you again. You see, I still have an idea that maybe this is all a bad dream. Maybe we'll wake up soon and discover that Graustark never even existed. Maybe this palace is a myth and it has no princess.
It's not a dream, Glenn. Oh, I wish it were. You asked me if I slept well. Shall I tell you what I did? I was awake all night, pacing my room, trying to find in my heart some justification for leaving my country.
Yet.
I did not find it, Glenn. My duty is here. I've got to stay.
Well?
It's the escort. They've come for you.
Shall we say goodbye now?
Yes, Glenn.
Goodbye, Edith.
Goodbye, dear. And think of me sometime. I'll be thinking of you. Come in, please.
The escort is ready, Your Highness.
Yes, Captain.
Well, come on.
Stand back.
Your Excellency.
Good morning, Your Highness.
Baron Albert?
Ah, our friend Herr Lorry. You've decided to accept my offer.
It's Her Highness's offer I'm accepting and not yours.
Splendid. I wish you Godspeed, Herr Lorry.
I won't say what I wish you.
Come on, get out of the way.
You cannot go in there.
What is that?
Listen, I'm the American press. See, I go any place.
Oh, you can't go in there.
Hello, Spud. Hello, Spud.
Hey, Glenn, I got a story for you.
What do you mean by forcing your way in here?
Well, if it ain't the lieutenant, you're just the man I wanted to see.
Put this man out.
No, you don't. You handle me with care, Corporal, or I'll spill my story all over the country.
What story?
A pet. Baron Arbalets turned traitor. Sells out to the enemy.
What?
Arbalets conspires with General Danix to bring about downfall of House of Graustark. Arbalets is first-class heel.
You dare!
What does this mean?
Just what I say, lady. Glenn, remember those pictures I took of Danix and his officers?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, I took a good look at him again, and who's standing right beside Danix but our pal, Corporal Arbalets?
That's a lie.
Oh, have you got the picture with you, Spud?
Sure, here, take a slant.
Good
see?
work, Spud. There it is. Look at him, Yadav, the one on the end, see?
Right.
This is ridiculous.
So you're the one who slipped Danix the information about the guards, huh? And you pinned it on me.
Your Highness, this man is insane.
Oh, pictures don't lie, even for you.
Captain Dolores, arrest the Baron Albert.
God. No, you can't do this.
Yeah, that's what I said last night, Baron, but I landed in the jug just the same.
Take him away.
Yeah, and do me a favor, will you? Stick him in the North Tower.
Ford Mott. Look at him now. He ain't even a buck private.
Oh, you'll regret this. Danix will sweep the country.
And that's the man I've been listening to all these years. The man who spoke to me of loyalty.
Now, Yada, you wanted justification.
Wait. Captain Dolores. Captain Dolores, what would happen if I, abdicated?
Your Highness, your people love you, but they love freedom even more.
You mean, they'd get along without me? I'm not needed here. They can run things themselves?
Yes, Your Highness.
Oh, then stop the revolution. Tell them I'm abdicating.
Your Highness, our thanks.
Oh, no, my thanks.
Oh, and my thanks. Spud, get those steamer tickets, quick. 2, 3, get it?
Got it, but I gotta grab one more picture before we leave.
What picture?
My friend, a Baron, sitting in the North Tower checking off the days on the calendar. See you later, folks.
Well, Yada, what are you thinking of?
It's all so strange, Glenn. It's a little hard to get used to at first. To think you're not needed.
Why, I need you, darling. And I'll be a very willing subject.
You? You'll be harder to govern than the whole kingdom.
So we sail away from Graustark and drop anchor again in Hollywood. By the way, when Hollywood was founded 50 years ago, the majority of its citizens were sheep. When it became a town, one of the first laws prohibited the driving of more than 2,000 of its fleecy residents down Hollywood Boulevard at one time. The sheep have long since gone the way of all mutton, and Hollywood is now part of Los Angeles. But as a dog's paradise, it still has a large 4-footed population. Since both our stars are owners of celebrated dogs, perhaps they'll tell us something about them. Ladies and gentlemen, Gene Raymond and Anna Sten.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. The only claim to fame my dogs may have is the fact that they're the only ones of their kind in Hollywood, at least as far as I know. They come from Siberia, and they are known as Samoyeds.
Well, since names make news, Anna, what do you call them?
Well, one is Pushok, which means swan down. One is Druzhok, meaning little friend. And the third is Vanka, a nickname for Ivan.
Pushork, Druzhork, and Vanka. Well, it's a cinch they're not Irish, like my setter. But I thought you said you had a quartet.
Yes, I have. And here's where I fool you. The fourth one is named Hooligan.
A harp and a Russian choir. And I suppose, Gene, that you call your Irish setter Ivan Ivanov.
No, I call him Trey, after the dog immortalized in Stephen Foster's poem. But tell me, Anna, how did you happen to name a Russian dog Hooligan?
Well, hooligan means roughneck in Russian, too.
Oh.
And my Hooligan is about the liveliest dog I've ever seen. Always in a dither.
Did you say lather?
No, I said dither. But if you're looking for a chance to get in a word about Lux toilet soap, Mr. DeMille...
Well, I am.
Well, I'll say a good word for it any time. Lux toilet soap has been the favorite in my household since ever I came to Hollywood.
Thank you, Anna. You two will have to bring your dogs over sometime and get acquainted with my family. There's Darky DeMille, the Cocker Spaniel, Josephine DeMille, the St. Bernard, and Lutz von Alador DeMille, a Dachshund. That Adrian, the designer, presented to Mrs. DeMille with the observation that Dachshunds speak louder than words.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Right now, my particular pets are a herd of deer on my ranch. After 15 years, I've tamed them to come within 10 feet of the front porch. Perhaps when you and Anna are here next, I'll be able to say that they bring me the morning paper.
Well, by that time, we'll probably have a lot more puppies to talk about.
And let's hope it won't take another 15 years to turn those deer into newsboys. Well, good night, Mr. DeMille, and my appreciation to you and the Lux Radio Theater.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Anna. Good night, Gene.
Thank you, Miss Sten and Mr. Raymond. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. There's an important announcement coming from Mr. DeMille in a moment.
In the meantime, may I say that our stars tonight were assisted by Moroni Olson as Baron Oberlitz, Winifred Harris as Countess, Frank Nelson as Hugo and Secretary, Lee Millar as Higgins, Leo McCabe as Captain Baloritz, Eddie Kane as Lieutenant, Lou Merrill as Waiter, David Kerman as Soldier, Ross Forrester as a footman, Margaret Brayton as Cigarette Girl, and Mary Lou Fisher as Hat-Check Girl. Mr. Raymond, Mr. Gleason, and Mr. Olson appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new Irving Berlin film, On the Avenue. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Let's suppose that you have two rich relatives, an uncle and a grandfather, both of whom remember you in their wills. From your uncle, you get $1 million. But Grandpa, who detested your uncle, gives you $6 million, on the condition, however, that you spend every penny left by Uncle Ned within 1 year. This is the dire situation in which our hero finds himself next Monday night. And who better to face it than that man of iron will and steel nerves, that stalwart of the networks, ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny. Our play is Brewster's Millions, and brings us not only Jack Benny, but his leading lady of laughter, Mary Livingston. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents, through the courtesy of the makers of Jell-O, Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in Brewster's Millions. And now, may I urge you, if you haven't done so already, send a contribution to the American Red Cross. The work of rehabilitation in the flood area has only begun. Now, as seldom before, they need our full support. Please send your donation to the local chapter of the American Red Cross. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This program, ladies and gentlemen, came to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care used by 9 out of 10 screen stars, and yet so inexpensive that every girl can use it every day. A cordial invitation goes to you to listen in again next Monday night when Cecil B. DeMille brings us a production of that sparkling comedy, Brewster's Millions, starring Jack Benny and Mary Livingston. Assisting them will be another all-star supporting cast and the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra under the direction of Louis Silvers. Until then, we bid you all good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, this program is for you, not for children. The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. Detective Sergeant, here assigned the Juvenile Bureau. A worried mother calls your office and reports that her 4-year-old twin girls job. Find them. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes. You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, August 7th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner is Ben Romero. The boss is Inspector Bowling. My name's Friday. It was 7:35 p.m. when we got to where we parked our car. 80K. Let's see, the house is back that way, huh? Yeah. You like to sail around here, huh? All right. I'm on that side. Okay. Plenty of room here. No, you better wait a minute. Huh? Okay, it's all clear now. I don't know about you. I think there's something sour about the whole thing. Well, wait till we check at the house. The kids might have turned up while we were gone. I hope so. Sure hate to go back there empty-handed. Not one lousy lead. Hard to figure. The little girls just wandered off. Somebody should have spotted them by this time. Unless there was some kind of an accident. Yeah. What time is that? 20 minutes to 8. 5 hours. That's a long time for a pair of 4-year-olds to be out of sight, and parents are going to be worried sick when we tell them. Let's get up the next block, Jimmy. Oh, yeah. You might as well pull up right here. Yeah, that's good. Let's go. Lousy job. I'll put in with you. Oh, the officers come in. Thank you. Have you heard anything? No, sir, not too much, Mr. Carson. We just finished checking the neighborhood. Well, somebody around must have seen the kids. Did you talk to everybody? We checked out all the names you gave us, sir. Everyone who knows your little girls, the kids they play with, their friends, parents, storekeepers in the area. But somebody had to see them. They got to be around someplace. Joan and Tilly got lost in that park. I know they would have headed up toward home.
What is it? You find it?
No, we're still checking, Miss Carson. Nothing much to tell you right now.
Dear God, somebody's got to see. Tilly and Joan couldn't have wandered off that far.
I don't think it's as bad as it might seem to you, ma'am. Children have been missing a lot longer than your 2 little girls and turned up all right. Just try to relax, Miss Carson.
Why wasn't somebody seen? They wandered out from us in the park, but it's only 3 blocks from your house. Why isn't somebody seen? Dark out. God knows what could have happened to them, you know?
Take it easy, honey. Don't start imagining things. I think it's just a matter of time, ma'am. We've got 3 teams of men working on it with us. Gotten out a broadcast on your little girl?
Did you talk to the standers on the street in Peterson?
Yes, ma'am, we did. We checked out all the names that you gave us. There is one thing we wanted to ask you about.
What's that, Sergeant?
Well, about the spot in the park where you had your picnic this afternoon where the little girls wandered off from.
Exactly where I pointed it out to the other officers by the eucalyptus grove. Right off 7th Avenue. Just about 2:30 this afternoon. We finished lunch. Frank was taking a nap, and I was reading. I saw the girls playing tag over by the tree. I looked up in a few minutes and they were gone. Just like I told the other officer.
Then you're sure about that location?
Of course I'm sure. Why should I lie to you? I want to find the girl. Please, Madam, please.
Listen, come on, honey. Take it easy, huh? It's just never happened to us before, Sergeant. Joan and Tilly's never gone off like this. It's not like them, that's all. The only babies, really.
Could I really get that for you, Mr. Carson?
Yes, sir. Would you please?
Sure. Oh, hi, Wilkie.
Joe, anything?
No, not yet. You?
Want to step outside?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ralph and I checked with a guy who runs an ice cream wagon. He works the area in the park where the kids disappeared.
What did he tell you?
He saw a couple of little girls about a half mile from that eucalyptus grove. About 3 o'clock this afternoon. They were with a man.
Yeah.
Says he saw the man put the kids in a truck and drove off with them.
8 p.m. Together with Tom Wilkie, Ben and I left the home of Mr. and Mrs. Frank Karsten, the parents of the missing girls, without telling them about the latest report. Until it was positively confirmed, we felt that telling them would serve no purpose other than to worry them needlessly. The ice cream vendor, a Mr. George Comanche, who had reported seeing the 4-year-old girls, consented to drive out with us to the park area where he spotted the children in the company of an unidentified man.
I was right over there, officers. This big guy, Mustache, he had the little girls, one on each hand. He was walking them out of that clump of trees over there.
Think you can describe the man for us, Mr. Comanche?
Well, I didn't look that close. I thought he was the father. The kids were sniffling, you know. Maybe like they'd been crying.
Well, better check the ground over there by the trees. Huh? We'll feed him.
Yeah, sure.
Stan, Ralph, want to give a look over here? Didn't you notice anything at all about this man, Mr. Comanche? I mean, other than his mustache?
Well, big man, big shoulders, regular truck driver, you know. Work shoes, blue shirt, blue pants, jeans, I guess.
Mm-hmm. How about the color of his hair? Some kind of distinguishing marks, maybe?
No, I know. I thought he was the father. The kids were sniffling, the little girls. Was anything wrong? It didn't look like it.
Well, how about this man's truck? Did you notice that?
No, I didn't. I was busy with the freezer motor then. Gives me lots of trouble all the time.
What about the license number? Did you happen to look at that?
Maybe I should have looked. I didn't. Bag of peanuts, officers? Warm, nice and fresh.
Thanks. There you are.
Why don't you eat them while they're warm? Good.
No, I saved them for my boy. He's crazy for peanuts.
No? That?
Excuse us, Mr. Clancy.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, Wilson?
Sam found these over in the bushes by the trees there.
I want to see.
Little girl's petticoat. Little girl's dress. Ripped to pieces.
8:24 p.m. The area where the torn clothing was found was roped off and checked for footprints and other physical evidence. None was found. Homicide detail was notified and joined in the investigation. The torn petticoat and dress were taken down to Lee Jones at the crime lab for examination. Then they were shown to the father of the missing children, Frank Karsten. He definitely identified them. The search for the 4-year-old twins, Joan and Tilly, was intensified. An emergency spot check was made of all known and registered sexual psychopaths. From the hundreds of names, the staff's office came up with one that might possibly tie in. He was listed as G.H.L. Gramberg. His address was at the end of 7th Avenue, close to the park area where the Karsten twins had disappeared. On his marmot sheet, Gramberg was described as tall, well-built, dark hair with a mustache. We found him at his work, a small bar out in the Wilshire district. He was the organist there.
Yeah, that's right. I live on 7th Avenue, right across from the park. What's the matter this time?
Missing juvenile. Can you account for your time between noon and 6 o'clock tonight, Gramberg?
I don't know if I can or not. I don't keep a daily log, you know. They didn't tell me how to do that.
Well, tell us where you were between noon and 6 tonight. That's all we want to know.
That's quite a bit, don't you think? Well, I told you I was playing canasta with a maid Nat. Would that shock you?
Look, we're not in the mood for smart answers. You just give us an alibi we can check, that's all.
I don't know why you always have to bother me when something happens.
You made your own reputation. You didn't.
Now, what about it? I left my apartment about 11:30 this morning. I went down to Union Hall and paid my dues. Had lunch with some friends at the Blue Pigeon out in Wilcox. Then we went on a tour when it was 2 years. All right?
So your friends confirm that story for you?
No, they won't. They left town tonight. The 8:15 train for San Francisco.
Oh, yes, Mr. Selden? A special friend of mine from up north, Graham, wants to hear Indian Love call, okay?
Certainly, Mr. Selden, right away. What about it, Graham Burns? Who's vouching for your alibi? Already told you, my friends left town. You can check with a guard at the movie studio if you want. We had a pass, time punched in, time punched out. It should be all there.
You want to call and check that studio?
Yeah. I don't mean to be rude, Sergeant. I always did feel that registration business is unfair.
Oh, that's so?
Of course. Grossly unfair.
So how do you suggest we keep track of you?
Why do I have to be kept track of anyway?
You know as well as I do, your record.
This is all a lie. I hardly even touched the kid. I paid my time anyway. Why can't you give me a break? Every time something happens to a kid, I have a cop on my neck.
Were you in the 7th Avenue Park at any time today, Gambler?
What?
Were you in the 7th Avenue Park today?
As a matter of fact, there was, yeah. I took a walk there.
What time was that?
I don't know. I left my friends after lunch. Came home to freshen up about 1:30, I guess. I was in the park about 1:45, 2 o'clock. Only stayed a few minutes.
When'd you leave?
About 2:15.
You went from the park to meet your friends at the studio?
Exactly right, yes.
Did you see 2 dark-haired little girls while you were in the park?
No, I didn't see anybody. I was by myself.
You sure of that?
Well, of course I'm sure. If I did see him, it wouldn't mean anything. I don't molest kids. I don't get along with them, that's all.
Another one, Graham. I wonder if you'd mind playing Diane. Anniversary party, you know.
All right.
Thanks, Graham.
What I was saying, Sergeant, it's the truth. I couldn't hurt a little kid. I never could.
No one said you have.
Well, I know, but I just want to know how I feel. Maybe I don't get along with kids, but I couldn't hurt them. Little girls especially. I like kids, really. I just don't understand how I like them. Real strange thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Joe, can I see?
Did you talk to the studio?
Yeah, I checked with the guard.
What'd he say?
Bamberg was there from 2:30 to 4:30.
You double-checked the time?
Yeah, his alibi is good.
10:55 p.m. The 4-year-old Carson girls were still missing. A special detail of men from homicide were assigned to a general canvass of stores and homes in the park area. All the residents were questioned. No one had seen the children. 11:20 p.m. We headed back to the Carston home.
I'm all out of smokes, Joe. You got some?
No, I'm out, too. The drugstore up ahead. I guess we can get some there, huh?
That car in front of us. That's Wilkie and Bates' car, isn't it?
Let's see. Yeah. Oh, here's Wilkie coming out of the drugstore. Hey, Will?
Mel, Joe? Just talked to the office.
Anything new?
They got a call from the Valley Station a few minutes ago.
Yeah?
The little girls. They've been found.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to tonight's authentic case history. Here, step-by-step, are the actual reasons why
Visit our
Fatima
channel,
is the quality king-size cigarette.
rumble.com/c/gar to see more videos like this. New videos every day.
Why in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories. Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor. Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you,
Ah, that's different.
yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Insist on Fatima. Start enjoying the quality king-size cigarette. Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
11:25 p.m. As soon as we got the word that the 4-year-old Carson twins had been found, Ben and I drove back to the office where Inspector Bowling filled us in. A few minutes past 11 p.m., a motorist out in the valley spotted the two small girls walking hand in hand along a deserted side road off Ventura Boulevard. Their clothing was dirty and torn. They were alone. The motorist picked them up, took them to the Valley Division station where the girls were identified. We sent out a partial cancellation on the APB. The twin girls were taken to the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital where they were treated for cuts and bruises. Then they were returned to their home. The doctor reported that both girls had been criminally molested. The search for the abductor went on. Late the next day, Ben and I drove out to the Carson home to talk to the twins, Joan and Tilly. We had no luck at all. They were still shaken up from the excitement and shock of their experience. We went back to the living room with their mother, Helen Carson.
It was the same thing this morning when I tried to question them. They just don't want to talk about it. Must have been horrible for us.
Did they tell you anything at all, Mrs. Carson?
Well, Joan just refuses to talk about it. She says the man was big. That's all I could get out of her. Tilly seems a little more willing to talk, though. She's always been a little more forward than Joan ever since they were babies.
I see. Well, could she add anything at all to what your other little girl told you about the man?
She told his father the man had a mustache. Probably impressed her because my husband wears one, too.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty certain she's right about that. I can usually tell when she's making up things.
Well, how about the way the man was dressed, his clothes?
No, they didn't mention anything in particular. Tilly told me the man was dirty. She said it 2 or 3 times. Dirty clothes. She might have meant the man had work clothes on. She had so many expressions, I don't know.
And how did the man get your little girls into the truck? Did he offer them candy or something like that?
Well, Tilly said something about a kitten. The man had a little kitten, and he was going to give it to them. I told him about that once. I told him 1,000 times. Stay away from strangers. Don't go with them.
Yes, ma'am. Did they tell you anything else at all about the man's description?
Mm-hmm. Tilly said the man was big. I don't know if you could count on that. Everybody looks big to her. I talked to her an hour, but she just kept repeating the same story. The man made them cry, tore their dresses, hurt them. Just horrible for them.
Yes, ma'am. Did he tell you anything at all about the truck the man was driving? Maybe the color or something like that?
Well, Tilly called it a big car. Funny big car. She said it was red with red pictures all over it. You can't put much faith in that, though.
Why not, ma'am?
Well, everything's red to Tilly now. Everything has red pictures on it. Just the phase she's going through. A few weeks ago it was blue. Everything was blue to her. Now it's red. Everything's red.
I see. Well, you think they might be able to tell you a little more in a day or so after they've quieted down?
Well, I don't know. I certainly hope so. Thank God it's all over. Their home's safe. That's all that counts.
Oh, ma'am, I'm afraid there's more to it than that.
What?
The man that did it's still free. Monday, August 9th. The search for the suspect went on. All of us, the men from juvenile and homicide detail, were pretty much feeling our way in the dark. Repeated questioning of residents living in the area where the abduction took place netted us nothing. Our 2-star witnesses, the 4-year-old twins, were able to contribute little. We stayed on it. Another 3 days of pounding the pavement, knocking on doors, and asking stock questions led nowhere. As in most cases like this one, the criminal enjoyed the distinct advantage of having victims who were unable, because of their age, to clearly identify him. Tuesday, August 10th. In the late afternoon, we got a call from a Bernice Hopper, a real estate agent in the West Hollywood area. 4:15 p.m. Ben and I drove out to interview her.
Excuse me, officer. I just got to find that listing book first.
Right ahead, Miss Howard.
I just know it's got to be here someplace. Oh, yesterday morning, I remember distinct... Oh, here it is. There. Now I can start to do business again. Well, I don't know if this is going to help you any in your case, officers, but I certainly think something should be done about it. Flagrant. That's the only word I can think of, just flagrant.
Would you like to tell us about it, ma'am?
Well, I saw him yesterday, for one thing. So I was coming back from lunch about 2:30 in the afternoon. Mondays I always have late lunch.
Yes, I see.
I was passing the corner a few blocks from the grammar school right up above on Prospect Avenue, and I saw this truck parked and this truck driver leaning out of the window talking to some children. Just tots they were. Just tots.
Yes, ma'am. What happened?
Well, what happened? It's not so much that. It's just the way this truck driver was talking to these children. I must have been at least 20 feet from them, and even I could hear.
What was that, ma'am?
He was language. Just filthy. I couldn't understand a grown man talking to little tots like that. Every kind of filth, every obscene word you think of. Flagrant, just flagrant.
Was there any point in the way he was talking to the children, Miss Harper? I mean, was he mad at them? Did he seem sober? Or what was it?
Filth, that's all I know of. He was dirt and filth. Some of the children didn't like it, and they told him. I only made him do it all the more. I really think you ought to check up on him.
Yes, ma'am. Well, can you tell us anything else about it?
Oh, you excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
How do you do? My name's Bernice Hopper. May I help you?
How do you do? I'm Arthur Tomlinson. You showed me in the wife's place last weekend.
Oh, yes, of course, Miss Thompson. The cottage out on Norwich, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Well, the wife and I certainly didn't like it. She wants me to put a deposit on it. Still for sale, I guess.
Well, no, as a matter of fact, I sold it Monday. It's just like I told you. Things go fast. Of course, you had a substantial down payment to make at the time.
Oh, yeah, it did take me a few days to get some money together. It's too bad. Well, we certainly love the place. Well, it's too bad, I guess.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Mr. Thomason. There wasn't anything I can do.
Oh, yeah, I know that. Well, thanks anyway, ma'am. I guess we'll keep looking. Something may turn up.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Thanks for stopping by again, Mr. Thomason.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, my. Everybody wants something for nothing. They want houses, but they don't show the money. What was it?
The truck driver that you saw now?
Oh, yeah. Well, after hearing that talk of his, I just copied down the license number of the truck. I got it right here in my desk.
How about the truck driver, ma'am? Did you get a good look at him?
I certainly did. The way he acted to those children.
Anything unusual about his appearance?
No, nothing besides his foul mouth. He was tall, dark, had a mustache.
Tarzan.
One more thing. Truck he was driving.
Yes, ma'am.
There were pictures painted on the side. Circus animals, I think.
Did you notice the color?
Oh, yes, it was red. Even the pictures are red.
4:45 p.m. We took the license number of the truck, which Bernice Hopper had given us, and drove back to the office and checked it through DMV. We found the truck was registered to a commercial baking firm in the south end of town. Through their personnel department and their dispatcher's office, we got the name and address of the employee who was driving the truck the same day Bernice Hopper had spotted the driver talking to the school children. His name was Lester Wiley. We checked a little further, found that he was driving the same truck the day the Karsten twins were abducted. We called into R&I. Wiley had no criminal record. 6:30 p.m. We located the suspect at his home, an old-style green and white bungalow on the edge of the Highland Park district. He sat in the dining room and drank some kind of sweet wine from a large water glass while we questioned him.
That's sure stupid of me, huh? I didn't even ask if you wanted some of this.
Oh, thank you, Wiley. I'd like to have you explain about your language in front of those school kids.
Nothing to explain. Bunch of those kids are hanging around the truck. Oh, maybe they wanted to get in and grab some of the cakes and stuff. I read them off, that's all.
No, that still doesn't explain the filthy language, Wiley.
I don't know. Maybe I wasn't feeling good that day. Might let a few cuss words slip. I didn't mean anything bad. I like kids.
Do you usually make deliveries up around that school area, Wiley?
Once in a while, yeah. I get around quite a bit.
That's not what they tell us down where you were.
Huh?
You had no business in the neighborhood of that school. Your delivery route's on the other end of town.
So I can't drive where I want, huh? I get the deliveries made. What are they squawking about?
I'd like to know what you were doing up in that neighborhood.
I was on my lunch hour. Drove up to see a friend. I got a friend living near the school. What's the matter, anyway?
Don't you think you've had enough of that?
Look, you're not telling me what I have to do in my house. It's my house. I want a glass of wine, I have it. You're not telling me what to do.
All right, Wiley, just take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I talked to you too long enough. There's the door. You're not coming in here telling me what to do.
You better get your coat. We'll talk downtown.
We're not talking any place. Now get out. Get out of this house right now.
Afraid your alibi's not going to hold up, Wiley? Is that it?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to frame me. Don't you think I know that?
That doesn't make much sense. Why should we want to frame you?
I know what you're getting at. No, just what you're getting at. Those two little girls last week. You're going to say I took them. You're going to say I did things to them. Well, I didn't. It had anything to do with it.
Didn't you?
Oh, no. No, I didn't. Oh, look, I'm sorry. Why don't you sit down? I didn't mean what I said. I just got nervous.
Sure, Wally, we understand.
Why don't you let me get a couple of glasses, huh? Have some of this wine. Warms you up. Good.
Oh, thank you. Just like to have you straighten us out on a couple of things, and we'll let you alone.
Yeah?
I'd like to know if you can account for your time between 12 noon and 11 p.m. last Saturday.
That's the day somebody picked up those two little girls, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Wally?
I don't know. I was making deliveries like I always do.
Up to 11 o'clock at night?
I was a little late, yeah. Nothing unusual, though.
That's so?
Another working day, so. That's a good wine. I might have been near the park where those kids were. Doesn't mean anything, though. I get around quite a bit. A lot of deliveries to make.
All right, come on. How about it, Wally? Did you grab those two little girls?
Watch it, Joe.
All right, mister, that's enough.
Get out of my house. Get out of my house.
All right, Ben, get him on him.
Yeah. All right. You never prove it, you know that.
Now, what about it, Wally?
What's the use? No good at all.
You want to tell us about it?
I didn't mean it, that's all. Didn't mean it. Just once in a while, something goes wrong with me. I like kids. Like them too much, I guess. I don't need to hurt him.
You ready to go now?
Anything you say. Thought I had it with me when I grabbed the kids.
What?
Thought I was in my coat pocket. Glad I lost it.
Glad you lost what?
The pocket knife. I was going to kill him.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 10th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, as you might have heard me say before, on Dragnet, we try to present the kind of entertainment that you want. You're the boss. We feel the same way about Fatimas. If you like them, you'll smoke them. It's just that simple. As for me, I like them. But what's more important, I'm convinced that you will, too. Fatimas have a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. So I suggest that you buy a pack of Fatimas and see for yourself. When you do, I'm sure you'll agree with me and thousands of other regular Fatima smokers. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Lester Wiley waived his rights to a preliminary hearing, and at his arraignment in Superior Court, he entered a plea of guilty to 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of child molesting. He received the sentence as prescribed by law and is now serving his term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now there's more exciting listening with Counter Spy on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Long Beach Police calling all cars. Attention all cars to broadcast 68. The bank holdup. Suspect age 42. Height 6 feet. Weighs 200 pounds. Red hair. Slight accent. This man is armed. Watch your step, boys. That is all.
I would like to read a telegram just received from the head of the Rio Grande gasoline refinery. He says, we technical men at the refinery appreciate your truthful advertising of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. We are glad to testify that gasoline made by the Sinclair cracking process will more than live up to any claims you make in advertising. Signed, William Murray, Superintendent of Rio Grande Cracking Plant, Benvale, California.
Well, the only claim I've ever heard Rio Grande make is that cracked gasoline is used in more police cars and emergency equipment wherever it's sold than any other brand.
That claim is absolutely true. And where in the world could you find a better test for your gasoline? Police cars meet the same daily driving conditions that you do, and meet emergencies besides. So the gasoline that performs best in police cars is obviously the best buy for motorists.
Sure, but I should think that cities would specify a higher quality gasoline than service stations sell.
That's true. Cities do have rigid specifications for the gasoline that's used in their police cars. Many gasolines don't equal these specifications. But Rio Grande cracked exceeds every specification. It's better than the law requires. That's why so many cities have selected Rio Grande above all others to power their finest, costliest cars.
Well, that sounds like it might be too expensive for my car.
It doesn't cost you 1 cent more to buy the same Rio Grande cracked gasoline that is specified by so many cities. Every time you fill up from a Rio Grande cracked gasoline pump, you get exactly the same gasoline that police cars use. And you get a better gasoline than you pay for, because Rio Grande's patented cracking process adds qualities you can't get in any other gasoline. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Detective Sergeant A.H. Wambacher of the Long Beach Police Department. Sergeant Wambacher.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to appear on this great radio program, which for the past year and a half has done so much to acquaint the citizens of the West with the problems and accomplishments of their police officers. Our story tonight concerns the activities of a daring daylight bank robber whose depredations extended up and down the Pacific coast from Mexico to Canada. He was a difficult man with whom to deal, educated, cultured, intelligent. He was a greater problem than the ordinary gutter type of crook. So suave and smooth was his manner that he managed to keep his innocent bride in complete ignorance of the real source of his income. But in the end, he, like every lawbreaker, found that crime does not pay.
You were late.
I'm sorry, Tanya, but I was delayed.
Delayed from seeing me? Can you say you love me?
Oh, I do. I was delayed getting you something. Here.
Oh, a lovely diamond ring. For me?
Yes, Anishka. For you. If you will accept it as an engagement ring.
Oh, it is beautiful. Oh, you are so good to me.
I love you. I cannot tell you in words. I brought my violin with me. Maybe it will speak for me.
Oh, do play, Brisinka.
I will play you a song of our old Rosa. Oh, Sifornia. It might have been written for your smoldering black eyes.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Let me tell you how I feel, how much I love you.
Yes, Brisa.
Oh, darling, will you marry me? And so Grigor, Domchinsky, and Tanya are married. For several months, they live luxuriously, stopping at the best hotels, spending much of their time at resorts up and down the California coast. Then one evening, they are seated in the dining room at Agua Caliente.
Enjoying yourself, Staniska?
Oh, it has been wonderful. The last 5 months have been the happiest in my life. After all, I suffered during the days of the revolution. I never hoped to be so happy.
Fine. I'm glad. Waiter, bring us another bottle of champagne. Cordon Rouge 26. Si, senor. It'll be our last bottle of champagne, my Staniska.
Our last? Why?
We must leave here tomorrow.
Where will we go then?
I don't know.
Oh, I would like to go back to Santa Barbara. We had so much fun there.
No, Staniska, the fun is over for a while.
What do you mean?
There's only $20 left.
What?
You did not think, Staniska, this money lasts forever, did you?
I didn't know. I did not
Well,
think.
don't worry. We'll have some more soon.
Where will you get it?
I have made a connect.
Connect? Are you going into business?
Well, not exactly. I have a friend who's a bootlegger.
Bootleg? But Grigori, that is against the law.
That is a foolish law. The people of this country do not want it. They want liquor. There is money in selling it to them.
Yes, but...
What difference does it make to you, my Danusinka? As long as I can get you pretty things and take you nice place.
But you might be arrested. They might send you to prison.
Oh, no. You can always get out of trouble, even if you are arrested for bootlegging. But there's little worry of that. My friend is very powerful.
But Grigori, I don't like
Now,
it.
don't worry yourself about it at all. I'll get the money, and all you have to do, Staniska, is to spend it.
It is mid-morning a few days later. There are only a couple of customers in a small branch bank in Long Beach when a burly man enters and, standing by the door, pulls out a big automatic.
Take him off. Fire. This is a hold up and I want to blow the big fire. The first person who lets the peep out of him is going on a one-way ride to the cemetery. You heard me, be quiet. Now all of you get in that cage there. Come on, come on, come on, make it snappy. That's it. Now all of you lie down on the floor. That's all right. You don't have to hold your breath. But don't make any noise. You in the gray suit. Come here. Come here. Now close that cage door. Now, get to work on this combination. But come on. I know you know it. I've seen you work it a couple of times. Now open it up. Come on, snap into it. What's the matter? You're losing your nerve? Here. Here's a nice fat cigar. Puff on that. Throw some smoke into you. Get your nerve up or I'll blow some smoke through you. Yeah, that's more like. Now get back there in that cage. Get down on the floor and stay there. And remember, while I'm emptying this safe, I've got my gun right on you. This, my son, will buy you need for a coat. And this a new car. Now listen. Don't try calling for help for 5 minutes. It won't do you any good anyway. Then you never take me alive. Don't pray no for that. Then you never take me alive.
A few moments later, Grigor Domchinsky joins his wife in a nearby rooming house.
Yes, there is money, thousands of dollars.
Where did you get it?
From my friend, the bootlegger.
What did you have to do for this?
Much. I drove a truck up to Los Angeles for you.
But it doesn't seem possible.
There's money in bootlegging, my Tanisha.
Lisa, your hair's red around the edges. Why is that?
Oh, that? I just dyed it that way so it would look as though I was a redhead when I had my hat on. Now, look. See it?
Why must you do that?
So no one will recognize me again. Now I must use these clippers and cut off the red hair. And here, over here, and more. There. Now, see? I'm a blonde again.
Is that much danger?
No, but one must be careful.
I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, don't worry. I won't do it again.
With this money, we can set up a little shop.
Why would you like that?
Sure, and then we won't have anything to worry about. Now listen, Danica. I want you to put this money in the shoebox here and take it over to the hotel in Redondo Beach. Leave it in the cupboard in our room.
But why?
Because I don't want anyone to see me. I'm going up to Rudolph in Huntington Park. After you come back from Redondo, check out of this room and bring your bags to Rudolph.
Well, it sounds all very strange.
Don't question me, Tanya. Think of this, my dear. In a couple of weeks, we'll be in San Francisco and we'll have our own place. Now do as I say.
Very well, Griselda. Listen, the sirens. I wonder what's the matter.
Oh, probably the police are going up to that bank down at the corner.
Why, what's happened?
Oh, I don't know. There were a bunch of people around there when I came in. Another hold-up, I suppose.
While Domczynski busies himself clipping his shaggy side lock, Sergeant Joe McClellan has arrived at the bank and is questioning the frightened employees.
Now, what does this man look like? Well, he's a 7 feet tall. He's right here. Wait a minute. Not all at once. You, man, can you describe this man?
Yes. He was a big fella, and I was just standing at Mr. Martin's window getting some shopping money. They're running a trail down with the Martin.
Yes. My wife told me all about that this morning. Now, what did the man look like?
Oh, yes, of course. He was a big man, about too.
Yes, I heard you.
And he had red hair, and he said that the police would never get him alive.
Big man, red hair, said the police would never get him alive, huh? I think I know this fella. Now, let me get a look at that safe. Say, who smoked this cigar?
I did. He stuck it in my mouth.
Who stuck it in your mouth?
Oh, the robber. He told me to smoke it and got up my nerves to open the safe.
And you smoked it?
Yes, and then after I opened the safe, he pushed me back into the cage. The cigar fell out of my mouth.
Did he give you this cigar?
Yeah, stuck it in my mouth.
Hermosa Flora.
What are you wrapping that dirty thing up for, Sergeant?
You never can tell what might be important, ma'am. Any fingerprints here?
No. He wore gloves.
Sure, but he got smart once too often. The lone wolf has left a clue.
Yeah, but there are probably 1,000 men in Long Beach who smoke the same kind of cigars.
Sure, but you never can tell. This cigar butt might lead me to the right one.
Back in headquarters, McClellan checked up with Detective E.L. Woodruff.
Well, Joe, what did you discover?
Well, we stopped every highway and streetcar line out of town, Woody. Convinced he didn't get out of Long Beach.
Well, I know who he is.
You?
Yep. He's the guy we call the Lone Wolf.
Lone Wolf?
Sure. That bird that's been holding up all these banks. The guy that always boasts he won't be taken alive.
Sure, I remember the guy. Described as a big guy with red hair.
Yeah, that's the one.
He's good, but we could knock him over. He's wanted all up and down the coast.
I know he is. I got a hunch about him.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, you've bottled up the highways and the streetcar lines out of town. He hasn't left, has he?
Oh, sure of that.
Okay, then he's still in town.
Yeah, but where?
That's where my hunch comes in. I think he's hiding in some rooming house right near the bank.
Why?
Oh, I don't know why, but that's the way I feel about it. You want to look over the neighborhood with me?
Sure. Come on.
Well, this street's as good as any to start on. The bank's there on the corner. This first house here has rooms for rent sign in the window. I'll go in there, Woody, and you start on the other side of the street. If either of us gets
Visit
the bite,
our
we'll let the other
channel,
one know.
rumble.com/c/gar to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
What is it?
You rent rooms?
Yes, I have one for rent.
Does a big man with red hair room with you?
No, why?
Well, do you know of a big man with red hair in the neighborhood?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. Why do you ask?
He's a friend of mine.
Well, he's not here.
Thank you very much.
Yes?
You're a roomer who speaks an accent and has red hair?
Say, I'm 100% American. I wouldn't rent a room to no foreigner.
Good morning, little girl.
My mother says she doesn't want me.
Tell your mother I'd like to speak to
My
her.
mama says she doesn't want me.
But I want to talk. Oh, good morning, sir.
Huh?
Have you got a boarder here who has red hair, a pretty big man?
Huh?
I said, have you a boarder with red hair?
You can't see. I can't hear so good.
Oh, no, I'm looking for a man, a big man.
Oh,
the biggest turn we got is a deep bank. What do you want with it? Oh, no, you don't understand. Go, Mac. I can hear you all the way across the street. Okay. So long, Pop. Where are you going, son? I'll let you look at that big stand. No. Oh, all right.
Well, Woody, any luck?
No, not a thing. How about you?
Nothing at all. Maybe my hunch is wrong. We covered 4 square blocks and haven't found a thing. I guess I... Hey, Woody.
What?
See that pair of legs crossing that yard over there? Under those clothes on the line?
Yeah, what about it? Aside from the fact that they're attractive.
Did you stop at that house?
No. Signs or anything to indicate that good rumors.
Well, there she goes down the street, carrying a suitcase.
Well, there's no law against that.
My hunch is working again, Woody. I want to see what's in that bag.
You've got no right to search your bag. That'll be exceeding your authority.
I'll take a chance on that. Come on. Oh, just a minute, ma'am.
What is it?
We're police officers.
Oh, I see.
We're making a little investigation in the neighborhood, and I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to open your bag for me.
Is that something like customs inspection?
Yeah, something like it.
Very well. Here's the key to it for the bag.
Oh, thanks. Leaving town, were you?
No, just going to visit some friends.
Magazine, perfume, stockings. Hey, Woody, look here.
What?
A box of cigars. Hermosa Flores, the same kind he smoked. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you'll have to come to the station with us.
You realize, don't you, Mac, that this woman may sue us for false arrest. She hasn't anything on her.
Yeah, I know that, but there's something wrong about this thing. Something really. No nice, clean-cut young woman like she seems to be carries a box of big cigars wrapped up in her undies.
Yeah, boy, we're taking a chance.
Maybe so, but I'm going to question her as soon as the matron gets through searching her. I grant you that there isn't a thing but the vaguest clue of those cigars linking her to the holdup, but it's worth risking. Come in. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Sullivan. Well, have you searched the prisoner?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything?
Nothing but this.
See, with a celluloid tag marked 717. Where'd you find it?
In her shoe.
In her shoe? That's a strange place to carry a key. Where is the woman?
She's outside.
I'll bring her in.
Will you come in, please?
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Now, please understand that we're forced to cause you this annoyance as a matter of investigation in a very important case. No suspicion is directed at you personally, but it'll be necessary for us to ask you a few questions.
By all means. And for my part, I want you to understand that I am for law and order. I don't know what this is all about, but if I can help you in any way, I'll be only too glad to do so.
Well, that's fine. Glad to see you take that attitude. I can assure you you'll not be detained any longer than is absolutely necessary. Now, what is your name, please?
Mrs. Edith Stanley.
Mrs. Edith Stanley. Oh, you have an accent. Are you a foreigner?
My accent is French.
I see. I'm interested in those cigars in your suitcase, Mrs. Stanley. Who do they belong to?
My husband.
Your husband? Where is he?
Well, I was on my way to meet him in Laguna Beach. We were going to spend a weekend there. He asked me to bring him some cigars.
Oh, what is your husband's business?
He's a manufacturer.
Well, where is his factory located?
In St. Louis. We're out here for a little trip.
I see. And this key with a celluloid tag bearing the number 717. What's that?
I'd rather not say.
I'll have to demand an answer, Mrs. Stanley. The matron found this key in your shoe. That, you must admit, placed a certain suspicion upon it. You were hiding it for some reason. What was that reason?
May I count upon your honor as an officer and a gentleman?
Naturally.
You will keep this confidential.
As far as duty permits.
As you can see, I have no connection with any investigation you're making, and this key is a personal matter, a very personal matter.
Nevertheless, I must insist you tell me what this key opens.
It is the key to the apartment of a friend of my husband, who has become a very good friend of mine. I couldn't help it. It just happened. If my husband were to know, it would make me terribly jealous. He might do anything to me, and he's a friend of ours.
I see. Well, Mrs. Stanley, that's your problem, not ours. And certainly we haven't the time to interfere in your domestic problem.
Oh, thank you.
I trust you'll forgive our detaining you.
Of course. I may go then.
Very shortly. The matron will make you comfortable.
But why?
Just a routine matter of checking up on your identity.
Oh.
Take Mrs. Stanley away, Mrs. Sullivan.
Oh, but...
And treat her with every consideration.
Yes, sir?
But you said...
It'll only be a matter of a couple of hours, Mrs. Stanley.
Oh, but you mustn't. You can't.
Come along, ma'am, and quietly, please.
Yeah, you're crazy, Mac. You told a plausible story.
Too plausible. I'm going to check up on it.
Of course you, Mac.
Everything else she told me may have been the truth, but she lied once.
When was that?
And she said she was French. Her accent is Russian.
That doesn't prove anything.
Maybe not. But our big man with the red hair had an accent, and he smoked Hermosa Flores cigars. This woman has an accent, and she carried a box of Hermosa Flora cigars in her bag and a key in her shoe. Come on, Woody.
What are we going to do now?
We're going to try to find the hotel this key belongs to.
You may spend a couple of years trying to do that.
Okay, but, partner, there's something smelly in this case besides the brand of cigars. Come on.
At rooming houses, at small hotels, at large hotels, at locksmiths and hardware stores, the two detectives inquire for information regarding the mysterious key. The day slowly passes in futile, fruitless searching. And then, early in the evening, discouraged, they enter a small hotel on the Pike.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. Like a nice room looking out over the ocean?
No, not tonight. We're promoters.
Oh, I see. Well, what can I do for you?
Do you use a key like this here?
No. No, our keys have metal tags on them like this, see?
Oh, have you any idea where this key might come from?
Let me look at it. Oh, sure. I know where it's from.
You do? Where?
Why, the beach house at Redondo. I worked there last summer. That's one of their keys.
The beach house at Redondo, huh? Okay, buddy, thanks. Go on, Woody.
Accelerator to the floor, siren open wide. McClellan and Woodruff Street, northward to Redondo Beach. At the beach house, they interview the manager.
Is this one of your keys?
Yeah, why?
Who's it belong to?
What do you want to know for? Who are you?
McClellan of the Long Beach Police Department.
Well, you must be on the wrong track. Folks who occupy that room aren't the kind of people police are looking for.
Well, who does occupy the room?
Man and his wife by the name of Domchinsky.
Domchinsky, huh? Russian?
Might be, I guess.
Do they have an accent?
Yeah, I think they do.
Well, you see, Woody, it all fits.
Yeah, so far. Well, they're fine people. The man's a musician. Plays the violin. They're out here from New York on a vacation.
Well, the story changes. They're from New York this time, Woody. Are these people in?
No, I don't know.
Ring their room. If they answer, give them some alibis. Say you made a mistake or something.
But look here, these folks are on the level.
Ring their room. We haven't any time to wait.
Oh, very well. No answer.
We'll go up.
Now, look here. I object to my guests being annoyed.
Now, listen. You've been in this game long enough to know better than to interfere with the police investigation. Now, you sit tight, and if these people come in, you ring us and let us know.
Oh, very well.
Is the elevator running?
Yeah.
Well, looks pretty good, Woody.
Yeah, but I'm not convinced yet. I don't believe in circumstantial evidence. Hang too many innocent people.
Now, hold your horses, partner. You can never tell what sort of evidence we might turn up. Well, here we are. Well, where's 717?
Right here, across the hall.
Fine. Hear anything?
Yes.
Get your gun out and let's go visiting then. Right. I open the door, you cover the room, and I'll snap on the light. Right. Nobody home. Now, let's take a look around. Nothing in this drawer but some playing cards.
Here's a violin case on the table.
Open it up. Anything in it?
Nothing but a violin. What'd you expect to find? A harp?
Hey, what's the big idea?
I just seen if I could play it. See things aren't strung like ukulele.
I wouldn't know. Hey, take a look in that closet, will you?
Yeah. A lot of clothes. A pair of shoes.
Hey, what's this on the shelf?
It's like a hat box to me.
Feel my quivering hunch. Hey, can you reach it, Woody?
No. You're a little taller. You try it.
Oh, it's a mighty high closet. You got to stretch up here.
Hey, look out, Mac. It's falling.
Well, Woody, what do you think of my hunch now?
Guess you're right. As though this was the entire haul from the bank.
Now, let's count it. Here's 500.
Yeah, here's 3 packages of $1,000 apiece.
The bank's wrapper's still on them. Well, let's see. 4 more. 15, 20, 22, 22,500, 23.
Here's $6,000 more.
That's it. Every penny of it. $29,000.
Yeah, but we haven't got the lone wolf yet.
If our luck lasts, we will. Let's go.
What we need now is a stakeout on this spot.
Yeah, the boys here in Redondo Beach will help us on that. You got that dough?
Right here under my arm.
Well, now maybe this wise guy will believe us.
Well, boys, any luck?
Yeah, $29,000 worth.
What? Yeah, stolen from a Long Beach bank today.
Yeah, stick it in your safe.
Well, I can't understand why Mr. Domchinsky seemed to be such a...
Yeah, I know. They usually do. Any mail in his box?
Yeah, a letter came for him today.
Let me see it.
There you are.
Oh, Igor Domchinsky. Been sent to an address in Huntington Park and forwarded here.
Anything important, Mac?
No, but apparently our man's a good friend of the people in Huntington Park. This bird that's writing the letter sends best regards to Rudolph and his family.
Yeah, our next call's in Huntington Park, then.
Right.
What do you want me to do with this money?
Keep it in your safe. We'll be back for it. And if Domczewski comes in, don't say anything about us being here. In a few minutes, some officers will be here to wait for him.
Very well. But I can't believe that the fine man refused us an officer.
Again, the two officers scream through the night in their high-powered police car. And as they decimate the distance separating Redondo Beach and Huntington Park, Chief Yancey of Long Beach and the shotgun squad, warned by McClellan, is also heading for the Huntington Park address. It is close to midnight when the two officers quietly approach the house. An old man is seated, reading in the front room. McClellan taps gently at the door, fearing to sound a general alarm by ringing the bell. A moment later, the old man answers the door.
Is Mr. Domczewski here?
Why, yeah. But he's asleep.
We're police officers.
Police officer?
Quiet. The house is surrounded. Let's not make any noise.
But what do the police want with my friend Grigor?
Your friend Grigor is a notorious bank robber.
Oh, there must be some mistake. I'm sure he isn't around here.
Well, we're positive he is. What room's he in?
Right at the head of the stairs.
Let's go, boys. And be ready for anything. This guy's tough.
Hey, the door's open. Yeah. There he is. The moon shining right across the bed.
Turn on the light. Come on, Domczewski. Wake up. You're under arrest.
Why,
Keep your hands away from that fellow. I'll empty this shotgun into you. Step the cuffs on him, Tom.
All right. Forgot me.
What's he got into the pillow, Woody?
A lead pipe and a 45.
Well, Domczewski, I thought you said we'd never take you alive.
I didn't intend to shoot. That's all part of the game, I guess. And I was going to go straight. This was going to be my last job.
Don't worry about that, Domczewski. It will be your last job for a long, long time.
Domczewski confessed and pled guilty and was sentenced to serve 40 years in San Quentin Penitentiary. Should he ever be paroled, he faces trial and possible conviction in the state of Washington for a bank holdup in Seattle. His poor, misled bride was quickly released from jail, heartbroken and disillusioned at the revelation that her husband was a bank robber. Out of deference to her feelings, wherever she may now be, in tonight's broadcast we have referred to her and her husband by fictitious names. The story you have heard tonight is true. These weekly dramatizations are based upon facts obtained by Rio Grande investigators from confidential police files. Because Rio Grande provides the cracked gasoline which powers police cars in so many large western cities, we are in close touch with police work. Tonight, Rio Grande has entertained you. Tomorrow, Rio Grande will thrill you. Just fill your tank with cracked gasoline, and Rio Grande will give you police car performance in your own car.
Long Beach Police calling all cars, attention all cars to cancellation of broadcast 68 regarding a bank holdup. The suspect in this case is now in custody. That is all.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. The mysterious phantom figure of the plains was the most famous character of the frontier days of the western United States. His heavy guns were loaded with bullets of silver. His great white horse was shod with shoes of the same metal. And in all his fights against crime and injustice, he was accompanied by his faithful Indian companion, Tonto. And now, as Silver thunders down the trail, adventure comes to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Tonto is waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver!
Martin Gates, the banker of Three Corners, held mortgages on almost every home in town. A poor cattle year made it impossible for the people to meet their payments, and Gates foreclosed without mercy. The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, hoping that they could aid the poverty-stricken people, made their way toward the community. We joined them as they neared the town.
If Martin Gates is all that he said to be, we'll try to teach him a lesson, Tonto. He can't possibly need all the land he's grabbing.
Him got right to land.
There are rights here that aren't argued in law courts.
Oh.
In spite of what is outlined in written contracts, Tonto, men must help each other. All those people who lost their homes to Martin Gates deserve some sort of help.
Not right.
They didn't know that with the war ending, the price of cattle would fall too low to pay for shipping them. They're given a little time, and they can get better prices for their stock and pay off their mortgages, instead of losing their homes to Martin Gates for 1/10 of their value.
Maybe them not know about North Country.
Cattle prices north of here are good. But if Gates takes possession of the stock and payment of the mortgages, those people can't ship their cattle north.
What we do?
I don't know yet.
What matter?
Tonto, look ahead. That horse in front of the sheriff's office. Sway-backed and gray. Tonto, that looks like the horse that belongs to our friends Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings.
That right?
Who there, Silver?
That Sherman, all right.
Well, old boy, where are your partners? He knows this, Tonto. I wonder what trouble Bolivar and Hacksaw have gotten into now.
Me not know. Them all time in trouble.
If they'd only learn that they can't beat the law. They try one thing after the other, and they've never yet come out on top. Tonto, there's an open window at the side of the office. Take care of Silver. I'm going to see if I can learn what they're up to before we let them know we're here in Three Corners.
Me, wait. Steady, Silver. Steady, white fella.
All right, so you introduce yourselves. Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings. Oh, what about it? In the Confederate Army, what's left of it, huh?
No, sirree, Sheriff. We ain't in it no more. We're wearing the uniforms because we ain't nothing else to wear, that's all.
Well, what do you want here?
Mean to say you ain't hearing about us, Sheriff?
Hush up, Hackshaw. Don't call it to his attention how backward Three Corners is when it comes to hearing things.
What do you want?
Sheriff, old Jeb Stewart used to brag something awful about the two of us. Why, he's frequent said that if he had a dozen more like us, the Yanks wouldn't have had a chance in the war.
Doesn't like you would scare 'em.
Yes, sirree.
It's the steely glint in our eyes.
Now, get to the point. What are you doing here? We got enough trouble around town without a couple of tramps like you here.
Well, I like that.
Tramps, eh? Well, maybe you can match this roll of paper money.
Where'd you get all that cash?
From grateful towns that's appreciated a couple of worthwhile gents like us.
Yeah, and paid us for helping them in problems such as you got here.
What do you know about Three Corners?
You got a critter here named Gates, ain't you?
Well?
He's took over almost everything in town, ain't he?
Yeah.
So none of the folks has any cash, and the town ain't got enough to even pay your salary.
Get to the point.
Sheriff, we aim to help Three Corners in the present deplorable situation.
How?
Now, you got gambling here, ain't you?
Did have. When the men had anything to gamble with.
Just so. But the town never got nothing from it, did it?
Nothing but free liquor for the law. That's me.
Just so. Now, we aim
Hacksaw, let me do the talking. Sheriff, we bought us a tent from the Army, and we got that same packed aboard our horse. Now, if you leave us set it up and run a nice, refined poker game, for them that wants to play, we'll pay a percentage to the town.
A percentage?
Sure.
For every dollar we win, the town will get 10 cents.
That ain't much.
If we win $1,000, you get 100.
Me?
Well, the town, but it's paid to you. It's the same thing, ain't it?
I reckon it is. Now you're talking something like sense. And you two don't look like gamblers.
Well, we ain't exactly.
You play your cash against anyone that wants to play you?
I'm the one that plays. Hacksaw, he just stands by to see that there ain't no crooked playing.
Well, if that don't beat all. I've seen a lot of strange things in my day, but no one could ever make me think that a couple with your looks was good at gambling.
What about it, Sheriff?
Well, it's all right with me, if you can find anyone with cash to play with.
And there's Martin Gates, ain't there?
And he's always glad to win cash.
Ain't no one yet has ever got the best of Martin Gates.
Sheriff, you're looking right now at the man that can do it.
I can't believe it, but I'm willing to be convinced.
Good enough. Bolivar, we'll set up our tent and get started this evening.
Yes, sirree. And the 10% of all the winnings goes to you, Sheriff.
I'm warning you, though. If you lose, you better be able to pay up, or I'll jail you so fast your head'll swim.
Oh, well, we'll be able to pay up.
Our food ain't so good in jail. So remember what I told you.
Come on, Bolivar. He's making threats that don't mean nothing.
And keep that game honest. I'll be around to try it for myself.
Sheriff, we couldn't be anything else but honest. There, Hacksaw. That big roll of Confederate paper money and a couple of genuine bills atop it done the trick. I never... Leaping termites.
Bolivar, them 2 white horses alongside General Sherman.
Tonto. Oh. It's Tonto the Injun.
And the masked man must be close by. There's his horse.
So you two are going into the gambling business now.
Stranger, mister, we... look here. We ain't busted no laws.
No. I saw that you were careful to keep your word to me and get permission from the sheriff before you set up a gambling tent.
Sure, that's it, mister. We was keeping our word.
We was thinking of that when we called on the sheriff.
What do you know about Martin Gates?
He's a money-grabbing polecat. He's swindled everybody around here.
Hi there. What's the masked man doing? You! I got you covered, stranger.
Get back in your office, Sheriff. I came here to talk to you.
Well, you keep your distance. Keep back, I tell you.
Let's go inside and talk. You two wait for me. How do you keep them there?
Me keep them.
I got you covered now, stranger.
Put away that gun and sit down. What's Martin Gates trying to do? Control the whole country?
No. Well, that is, I don't know. He's got legal papers, and they're the law.
And so he's taken over most of the ranches around here.
Well, what he ain't took yet, he will doggone soon.
And if he let those people keep what they own for a time, they could join the Chisholm Drive and get a good price for their stock.
Yeah, I know that. So does Gates.
Do the ranchers know it?
Sure, but what can they do about it? They signed their land away to Gates.
Sheriff, just who are you for?
Huh?
Martin Gates or the people?
Me? Now, see here. I don't know who you are, and you ain't no right to come in here masked like this. Ain't no right to talk to me like you are. But I'll answer your question, then I'll ask a few.
Well?
Martin Gates has darn near had to shoot me to make me serve notice on the folks when he's foreclosed his mortgages. I'm agin him.
That helps.
I'm agin his methods and his style, stranger. I'd do darn near anything to see him took down. Look at what I did do.
What?
Let two old galoots with a lot of Confederate cash that they tried to make me think was genuine federal folding money set up a gambling tent to take Gates's cash.
Then you knew they didn't have much real cash to lose.
Of course I knew it. I ain't blind.
And you knew Gates couldn't win much from them.
I'm only hoping they'll be able to take a plenty cash from that skinflint.
Sheriff, I think we'll get along.
Huh?
We'll meet again.
Now, here, you hold on.
Stay in your office.
But you
and
can't...
put away that gun. You're not going to use it on me.
Dad read it? How did you know?
Mister, we ain't aiming to break no laws. We ain't figuring
You
on...
needn't hold them any longer, Tonto.
You say keep him here.
Well, you kept us here right enough. Now leave us be. Let go my collar.
Bolivar, are you and Hacksaw planning to play a straight game?
Hacksaw, he won't be playing. He'll just stand by and I'll handle the cards.
Honestly?
Huh? Oh, no, you know I wouldn't do otherwise.
If you mean to play an honest game, go ahead.
You ain't gonna stop us?
Go on and play and do what you can to win from Martin Gates.
Yowie! Hacksaw, that's a good omen. Come on, let's get our tent set up pronto. We're going after Martin Gates.
But listen to me first. You're going to do it my way.
The two ex-soldiers listened to the Lone Ranger, then put up their second-hand tent and installed some borrowed furniture. That evening, several men drifted in and played for small stakes with varying luck. Later, Martin Gates and Sheriff Lamson arrived and played for a full hour. Finally, Gates shouted in anger.
Blast such a game.
Oh, what's the matter, Banker Gates?
You were too measly pair and you beat me. I want another deck of cards. There's something mighty crooked about this game.
Now, Banker, that ain't right or just. It's insulting.
I demand new cards. Leave! Bust out another deck of cards. And you better get to the cafe and buy up a few more decks. Looks like Banker Gates aims to call for new cards with every deal he loses. When I win, what do I win?
Your deal, Banker Gates.
With a full house last time, I won. I won a pot. And what did it amount to? Nothing at all. This time I try a bluff and raise and raise. Knowing blame well that coyote hasn't much. But he don't bluff out. He sticks and wins.
You want to deal the hand, Banker Gates?
Something mighty odd about this whole thing.
Banker Gates, I should resent that kind of talk. It ain't right to cast reflections on a man like me. Now leave it to the sheriff.
He's playing a straight game, Banker. That's what I thought at first. One look at his face and I figured the game would be honest. He don't look smart enough to be anything else.
You done shuffling that new deck, Banker Gates?
Cut him.
Uh-huh.
Not you. Get your hand off them cards. You cut, Sheriff. Anything to be obliging. There you are.
Maybe you better not play agin my unconscious luck, Banker Gates. I'm said to be the luckiest man alive.
Lucky to be alive, you mean?
Maybe you can't afford to lose no more cash.
What's that? Why, you skinny old gadfly, you, I'll show you. Let's see. Stop looking over my shoulder.
Me? I didn't mean nothing.
Go on, Hacksaw. Get outside where you belong.
Oh, there ain't no use me staying outside no longer. There won't be no one else getting a chance to play tonight, even if I do get him interested, Bolivar.
Sure there will. The banker won't stick much longer.
I'll stick till I get back my losings. I'll get square if it takes me all night.
Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead.
No, you don't. Pick up them cards and play them.
All right, then.
Now, the stakes are going up. I feel my luck's changing.
I'm afeard you're right, Gates.
I'll play these.
Huh?
I'm standing pat. How many cards do you want?
Me? Oh, give me 3 cards.
Drawn to a pair, eh? And me sitting here with a full house. All right. Here's your cards.
I got a notion you're trying to bluff me again, Banker Gates.
For how much?
Oh, let's get this done with. I got openers.
What's your bet? There'll be no piker.
I won't be. I'll bet $20.
20? Why, you cheap skinflint, after all you won from me, you bet $20?
You can raise as far as you want, Banker Gates.
As far as I want?
Yep.
I'll raise $500.
Gosh.
Careful, Banker Gates. He won't dare to see me.
Mr. Gates, I still got a notion that you're bluffing. So I'll call you.
Blast your skinny hide. You ain't no right to call me. You ain't no right to think I'm bluffing.
Maybe you got the cards to beat a pair of queens. If you have, the pot's yours.
I ain't a doggone thing. How'd you know I didn't have? Sheriff, this game's crooked. Stand aside. I'm going to get back my money or drill that cheating crook plumb through the heart. You're cheating. You're crooked. Gates, put down that gun.
Banker Gates!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
now continue our story. Bolivar Bates at Hacksaw Hastings schemed to win at poker from the greedy banker Martin Gates. Gates had foreclosed without mercy upon the ranchers in the district, making it impossible for them to sell their cattle in the profitable northern markets. Knowing this, the Lone Ranger watched the progress of the game from outside the tent. But when the banker finally lost his temper and shot point blank at Bolivar, the masked man quickly entered.
You ornery killer! You shot my partner! You killed Bolivar Bates!
That's enough of that shooting.
Who's this masked
Drop
man?
that gun. You're covered. Drop it.
Me help him, old man.
Get him out of here, Tonto. Sheriff, you're putting this man under arrest, aren't you?
You're doggone right I am. Ice your hands, Gates. I had reason to shoot. I had reason. It was a card game. That's for a jury to decide.
And I'll be on hand to tell that jury how square the game was. Why, Bolivar wouldn't cheat.
We'll stay here with Bolivar, Sheriff, and see if there's any chance to save him.
Yeah, you're coming to the calaboose, Banker Gates. No, you can't do that to me. Who says I can't?
I better take care of my partner's winning.
But let me look at him. Let me see how bad he's hit. Get going. You already done enough to him.
I'd drill you myself if I wasn't sure the Lord'd hang you for this.
On your way now. But the masked man, who's he? Ain't no concern of yours who anyone around here is now. You won't be around town.
The sheriff promptly threw Gates into jail to await trial for the shooting of Bolivar Bates. There, the banker could learn nothing of what happened in town since his arrest. From the window of his cell, he saw the Lone Ranger passing by. He called to him.
Hey there.
You calling me?
Yeah, come here, will you?
What did you want?
How bad hurt is Bolivar? Is he killed?
You'll hear at the trial.
Blasted, won't nobody tell me nothing?
What has the sheriff said?
Him? Huh. He won't say nothing. Neither will the deputy. They're all against me, every plain one of them.
You can't blame them. What have you ever done to make people like you, Martin?
Well,
You've taken their homes, their ranches, their cattle. You've taken everything they've worked hard to earn.
That's just business.
Other bankers have made profits without taking advantage of their customers.
Who are you to tell me what I should do?
I'm just explaining why you won't stand much chance at your trial.
Yeah. Have you heard much about what folks think?
I've talked to a lot of people.
What'd they say?
They feel that you shouldn't be given any more chance than you gave them.
Gosh.
You see, Gates, 12 men will be chosen for the jury. The majority of those will be people whose land you've grabbed.
I've got to do something. I'll hang for sure. I got to do something.
Come on, Silver.
I don't want to hang. I'll get out of this some way. Sheriff! Hey, Sheriff! Come here, Sheriff! I got to talk to you, Sheriff!
The banker shook the door of his cell and shouted until the sheriff came to the barred door.
Sheriff, come here, Sheriff! Sheriff! Quit making all that noise. But this is important. Well, what do you want? Ain't got much time. I want to get out on bail. There's a lot of things I have to do. Mm-hmm. You know darn well I can't let you out on bail. But Sheriff, you're in on a charge of murder. You can set the bail any figure you want to. I don't care what it is. I ain't trying to run away. And what are you so head up about? I gotta get out. I gotta see people. For what? I reckon folks have seen all they want of you. I want to talk to them. I don't know about that. Sheriff, I'll do anything you say if you'll just give me the chance. I don't want to be hung. Well, if I take you out of here, the mob might lynch you. I'll take that chance. Look here, Sheriff. You can handcuff me and take a dozen guards along. Just let me get out. I've got to see some people. What for? Everyone in town's against me. You won't get no jury that'll give me a fair trial. I wonder whose fault that might be. It's mine. It's mine. I savvy it. That's why I've got to get out. I've got to talk to people. You won't regret giving a man a chance to live. If I go on trial now with every man in town set dead against me, I'll swing for sure. I reckon a man's entitled to a fair trial. Sure he is, and an impartial jury. Well, I'll think it over, Gates. You gotta let me out. I reckon that could be arranged if you go out well guarded.
The sheriff smiled to himself as he released the banker under guard. Gates wasted no time calling on the people he had driven from their homes. He went first to Jeremy Burke.
What do you want here? We're getting out in this place as soon as we can. We got till the first of the month, Gates. You told us that yourself.
Hold on, Burke. You ain't got to leave. Where did you hear what he says, Burke? I changed my mind. I ain't foreclosing.
You ain't foreclosing.
I'm going to renew your mortgage like you asked me to.
Your what?
Yes, here. Here's the new mortgage. You just sign here and go on living here. This place is still yours. And you can pay me the cash you owe me when you get it.
Well, I'll be...
Don't you see, Burke? That leaves you free to dispose of your cattle.
And with the cattle my own again, I can sell it?
Sure you can.
Wherever there's a market?
Certainly, wherever there's a market.
I can join the Chisholm cattle drive to the north. By thunderation, what's come over the banker?
Martha, did you hear what Gates done with Jeremy Burke?
What's that?
He renewed his mortgage. Burke is going to keep his cattle.
Who's that coming here?
Well, I'll go see.
Hey, Sid. I got to talk to you.
Banker Gates.
How'd you get out of jail?
He's under guard, ma'am. Here's the mortgage.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to renew your mortgage. I ain't foreclosing on you.
But you already have.
I didn't mean to. I don't want to take your home or your cattle. Here, just sign this. It's a new mortgage, and you can pay me when you get the cash.
Well,
Now, go on, man. Sign it. The bankers had a change of heart.
Martin Gates, renewing the mortgages on liberal terms, hurried from one place to another. His debtors were astonished, and the news of the banker's action spread like wildfire. Those who'd already lost their homes rushed to interview Gates before he could change his mind again.
Are you renewing my mortgage, too? What about me, Gates?
Can we keep our land? Are you going to let us have our cattle?
I'll pay you as soon as the cows are sold. Just line right up here. I got new mortgages for every one of you. I ain't going to foreclose on nobody.
Ain't gonna foreclose.
What's your name? Lem Purdy of the Barcade. All right. You foreclosed. You drove us out. We've been wondering where we was going to sleep next week. You're going to sleep right on the Barcade. You're going to keep the Barcade. Here's your paper. Sign right here.
What about me, Gates?
What's your name?
Sam Tyndall.
All right, Sam. I got your paper here somewheres. You can pay me when you're ready.
Who's going north with cattle?
I am. So am I.
Me, too. We can join the Chisholm cattle drive. We can get good prices to the north.
Next man, step up here. Hurry it up now. Hurry it up.
Gates, what we owe.
I've got to get through all these papers before sundown. And then the sheriff's taking me back to jail.
Never in the history of Three Corners was there so much activity and excitement. Toward sundown, when Gates, tired and exhausted, was again in his cell, he saw countless herds of cattle being driven northward past the jail. The banker stepped to the door and called to the sheriff.
Sheriff? Sheriff, I want to speak to you. Well, what's on your mind now, Gates? All them cattle going by. They're all going to join Chisholm. With a drive to the north, eh? Yep. They can sell the cattle there, can't they? Sure they can. Get good prices for it. You know, Sheriff, it's a funny thing. Well? All my life in making money, I've never been half as contented as I am right now. In spite of the fact that you're waiting trial for murder? Yep, in spite of it. I just wish... You wish what? I wish to goodness I hadn't shot that poor critter. Huh. Ain't likely a jury will hang you now, Gates. You bribed every man in town. Curious thing, though, Sheriff. It ain't the hanging that bothers me. No? It's the killing of the man. I don't know. Something happened to me today, seeing all them folks with their faces lighted up with smiles. Looks like you had a good lesson, maybe, huh? Why?
How's the prisoner, Sheriff?
Come in, stranger, come in. He's a changed man.
I heard he'd been doing a lot around town today.
Sheriff, who is this masked man? What's he doing around town anyhow? Well, Gates, he come here to investigate you. Me?
Good fortune sent old Bolivar and Hacksaw here.
Look here, can't you tell me how Bolivar Bates is? I ain't even sure he's dead.
Come in, Bolivar.
Well, Sheriff.
How are you feeling?
I'm a-feeling all right. Fact is, I'm feeling frustrated.
You?
Howdy, banker. You feel like playing some more poker?
That man, he's alive. He's walking. He ain't even wounded.
It was generally believed, Gates, that if you lost money, you'd lose your head. You did that very thing and drew your gun.
Yep, you sure enough did that.
But I shot. That's what you spent this time in jail for, Gates. Drawing and shooting a man over a game of poker. But he ain't even wounded.
Ain't your fault, Gates. You sure shot straight enough. That wadding in the blank cartridge you fired most knocked the wind right out of it.
Blank cartridge?
Yep. You see, Banker Gates, You was figured to do just what you done. That's why your gun was slipped from your pocket and loaded with blanks while you was concentrating on the car.
Who done it? Who done it? Who figured me out like that?
The masked man there. That's why he let us play poker around here, after promising him we wouldn't do nothing crooked.
I'll let you out now, Gates. I reckon you've learned your lesson.
Let me out. And I ain't killed nobody?
I don't look dead, do I?
Now, maybe you're going to regret what you done today, Gates. But it's all done, and you can't recall it. You'll sign new mortgages.
The funny part of it is, Sheriff, I don't regret it. Doggone it, I'm glad I done it.
Have you anything else to say to the banker, Bolivar?
No, reckon not.
Think hard.
Oh, yes. Gates. I come to give back what I won from you.
Huh? You mean you're going to give back the money?
Yep, minus your 10%, Sheriff. You see, we didn't win that cash fair.
It was a darn good scheme just the same, Sheriff. You see, I'd hang around and get to see the hand that Banker Gates was dealt. And if he had anything to beat what Bolivar was holding, I'd give Bolivar the high sign.
So you cheated me. You cheated me after all.
Yep. And my conscience hurts me, Banker. That's why I'm returning your cash.
Cheated me. Well, by darn. I wouldn't believe that a galoot that looked like you would do it. But it looks like I got tricked all around. By darn, I'm doggone glad of it. I never felt better in my life. You keep that cash, Bolivar. Huh? Keep it. You earned it.
Well, I'd sure enough like to, but I can't do it, Banker Gates. You see, I didn't win it honestly, and my conscience bothers me.
Your conscience, my eye. You're giving it back because the Lone Ranger made you. Just like he made Banker Gates give back the land he took.
You see, Banker Gates, in this new country, new laws must be made. Men can't live and grow with the country unless they replace the written laws with the laws of humanity and help each other.
Come on there, Silver, old boy! Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead! There's trouble! Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Tales
Files of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Hello, dear friends. This is Gordon MacRae. If I may, I'd like to take a minute of your time to tell you about tomorrow's Monday Night of Music on NBC. We all have fine programs planned for you tomorrow, and I know that you'll find listening enjoyment when you tune to this NBC station. Begin your listening with the voice of Firestone and its guest soloist, soprano Bidou Sayao. And then it's time for the Railroad Hour. And tomorrow night, I'll have petite and lovely Mimi Benzel as my guest as we present the Sigmund Romberg, Oscar Hammerstein success, East Wind. I know you'll enjoy the romance-filled songs in the Railroad Hour production of East Wind. So be our guests tomorrow right here on good old NBC. And to top off your Monday Night of Music, tomorrow the Telephone Hour will present an all-operatic program featuring Ezio Pinza. So remember, for your Monday Night of Music on NBC, tune to this station tomorrow for the voice of Firestone, the Railroad Hour, and the Telephone Hour. But now, let's hear today's adventure with the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called The Rub Out.
It is 9:30 p.m., July 23rd, 1936. The night is sticky hot. In the dimly lit dressing room of a border town fight arena, young, good-looking ex-cowpoke Johnny Buck is getting a last-minute rub-down from one of his handlers, Slim Corey.
Hold still, cowboy. Man, you keep scrounging around like a frog in a frying pan.
I'm plumb beat, Corey. Just plumb beat. You did a weak shutout last night. What time's it, Corey?
Reckon Sammy Wind-Up's just about over.
Where's Mike Morales?
Mike ain't coming, cowboy.
What do you mean he ain't coming? Mike's my manager, ain't he? He's got to be in my corner tonight.
Yeah, but you know he ain't coming.
Yeah, he'll show. He likes that dinero too much to stay away. All right, let me up. It's a wonder I got any hide left. All I get is a bad time. I wonder if guy can't sleep nights.
Well, that's your own fault, cowboy. You was warned to keep away from that young filly.
What filly are you talking about?
You know I'm talking about Mike Morales' kid sister, Nina.
Then don't go calling her no filly. What about Nina?
Oh, way I see it, Mike ain't kept her in a convent just so she can get mixed up with no leather pushing.
Yeah, Mike should talk. He'd starve if it weren't for me eating leather every week. Where's Chico? Gotta have somebody in my corner size a lousy rubber.
You gotta relax, cowboy.
Relax? How's a guy gonna relax when my manager takes a powder? My second takes a walk and forgets to come back. You go out and find it.
Wind up. It's almost over. Get ready, cowboy, huh?
Chico, where's Mike?
For what you need, Mike? You doing the fighting?
Yeah. I have a mind to get dressed and hightail the heck out of here.
What's the matter, cowboy? You getting chicken?
Why, you crummy little...
Hey, look, get your hands off me, you...
That's for us, cowboy. We're on now. Let go, Chico. Turn him loose.
You'll never be no looser. Okay, let's go.
What are you so excited about? I didn't mean nothing, cowboy.
Let's go.
What's around? Seventh coming up. How you feeling?
Beat. Plumb beat.
What's wrong, cowboy?
Check her. Feels like a hot rod lippity cut through a cornfield. Should have punched with the redhead from the start instead of boxing him.
Okay, cowboy. You've been boxing long enough. Go out and slug with Gil.
Yeah. Might as well go out punching.
Adios, amigo.
This is 7th round, cousin. As usual, Red Keeler's out of his corner like a Texas wildcat putting out at the poor little old Easter rabbit. Hold the phone. Johnny Buck's just got off his cow pony. He's trading punches with Keeler smack dab over our microphone. Something's got to give. It's Johnny Buck. The cowpoke's on the ropes. He's bleeding from a cut over his right eye. Boom! Buck just crossed Keeler with the right hand. Keeler's down. Red Keeler's down. The referee is waving Johnny Buck to a neutral corner. Today's cowpoke don't seem to understand. Now he turns to go. He's staggering. Johnny Buck has just collapsed to the canvas. Oh, this arena has turned into an insane asylum. Red Keeler's grabbing for the ropes. He's climbing to his feet. Keeler's manager's in the ring, screaming at the referee to count over Johnny Buck. The referee is starting to count over him. Oh, listen to that crowd. They're going wild.
Johnny Buck was rushed to the hospital. Sheriff Haynes, present at the fight, went along to investigate. While at the hospital, he was told the fighter might have been poisoned. This prompted the sheriff to call the Texas Rangers. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned and joined Sheriff Haynes in the hospital corridor.
Sure glad you got here, Jace. The whole ruckus smells higher than a polecat sitting on a hot stove.
How bad off is the kid, Sheriff?
Pretty bad, Jace. Doc's in there with him now.
Poison been identified?
Not yet.
I'd sure like to talk to Johnny Buck's manager. Is he around anywhere?
Nope. What's more, he never even showed for the fight.
What? You mean he wasn't in Buck's corner?
No, he wasn't. Then when I learned Buck had been poisoned...
This really reeks. Seems like Morales stayed away because he knew what was going to happen.
Of course. Oh, I did see him outside the arena about 8 tonight. He rushed up to me all in a sweat because his kid sister Nina was going to elope with Johnny Buck right after the fight. Said she was underage, wanted me to take her into custody if she showed up.
That doesn't make sense. All Morales had to do was stick close to Johnny Buck. The girl would have to show sometime.
Yeah. Gave me some story like if I stayed on the lookout at the arena, he'd be able to search for her among her friends. So far, I never seen hide nor hair of her.
Where'd he go after he talked to you?
Inside the arena. Said he had to see Chico Valdez. That's Johnny's trainer. Then I saw him drive off, maybe 15 minutes later.
I want Morales picked up, Sheriff. Right now, he stacks up a pretty fair suspect.
Yeah, he sure had the motive. Could have done plenty in 15 minutes. Oh, Jace, that's Doc signaling. We can go in now.
We weren't in there very long. Johnny Buck died mumbling Mike Morales' name. We checked the time for autopsy and sent out a pickup call for Morales. As we started out down the corridor, a pretty young Mexican girl came toward us, excitedly, almost in tears.
Can you please tell me which room I can find Johnny Buck?
Are you Nina Morales?
Yes, I am.
Nina, this is Ranger Pearson. He'd like to ask you a few questions.
I've got to see Johnny. I know he's expecting me.
Let's go into the waiting room, Nina. Sit down, Nina.
Why can't I see Johnny first? I'll come right back here. Honest, I will.
In a few minutes. Nina, perhaps you can tell us why your brother wasn't in Johnny's corner tonight.
I think because he's no longer Johnny's manager.
Why did he break up with Johnny?
On account of me. It was silly. Mike said he didn't want me running around with prize fighters. Said Johnny wasn't good enough for me. How would he know Johnny's good and kind?
When did Mike find out about you and Johnny?
I don't know for sure. He warned Johnny, but we still kept seeing each other. And last night I know Chico saw us, and... Well, when Johnny brought me home, there was Big Mike waiting for us.
What happened?
Well, when I told him Johnny and I were going to get married, he went wild. He slapped me, and then he and Johnny had it out.
They fought?
Johnny gave him a beating.
What happened after that?
He told Johnny they were through. He said before we could ever get married, he'd kill Johnny first.
Yeah, Mike probably said that out of anger.
Oh, he has a terrible temper. But I think he's going to feel differently after we're married.
Thanks, Nina. That's all.
I can go now? I can see Johnny?
Yes. Nina.
Yes?
Nina, you don't want to see him. Not now.
But I do. That's why I came. What's wrong? Something happened to him? Is he?
He's dead, Nina.
I knew it. I could feel it. All the way down here, I knew it. Yesterday, Johnny promised me he'd quit the fight game. We were going to be so happy.
While we were trying to calm the grief-stricken girl, a phone call came through from Hafey, a neighboring deputy who'd picked up Mike Morales. I instructed him to meet us at the sheriff's office with Morales. Then we left, taking Nina with us in protective custody. It was almost 2:30 a.m. when Hafey reported to the sheriff in the outer office.
Want to see Morales now, Jace?
Yeah. Nina, why don't you go with the sheriff and wait in the other office while we talk to your brother? You mind?
No, I don't mind.
This way, Nina.
Nina, what are you doing
Don't
here?
talk to me.
Nina, baby, honest. I was only thinking of you. I wanted you to go back to the convent to study.
Stay on me, Johnny.
Oh,
Tu fuiste.
no.
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 Bring him in, Sheriff.
Inside. What'd she just say to you?
Yeah. She complained about a headache.
Your sister speaks Spanish better than you understand it, Morales. Sit down.
She's upset. She don't know what she's saying.
You know about Johnny Buck?
Yes. Yes, I know. He's a terrible thing.
When did you last see him?
I didn't see Johnny since night before the fight.
That's not true, Mike. I saw you go into the arena myself last night.
Yes, but I only went to take Chico to see the promoter. To turn over the purse to Chico. I didn't want Johnny to have money so he could run away with Nina.
I'll check that.
Okay, check. Go ahead.
Didn't you go to Johnny's dressing room?
Whoever said I did is a pack of lies.
Didn't you have to go to the dressing room to get Chico?
I did not. I met him outside the promoter's office.
Where you been all night?
All over. Looking for Nina.
When you should have been in your fighter's corner.
My sister. She is more important to me.
You knew something was going to happen to Johnny. Isn't that why you stayed away from the fight?
No, I didn't know he was going to get killed.
Who said he was killed?
I don't know. I thought somebody said...
You told Johnny you'd kill him if he eloped with your sister. What were you going to do, Morales? Shoot him or strangle him?
No, I wouldn't do these things.
What would you do? Maybe poison him?
Nothing. I wouldn't do nothing. Caramba, que me desees esto, hombre.
You've been drinking, Morales.
Yeah. I had a few on account of poor Johnny. I've been trying to forget.
Yeah? Well, I want you to remember when I talk to you again in the morning. In the meantime, maybe you better spend the night here.
Here? In jail? I got to go home. I got to take care of Nina.
You need sleep, Mike. If you go home, you'll be up all night arguing with Nina.
Ranger's right. You know the mood she's in.
Yeah. I don't want no trouble.
All right, Mike. Let's go. Oh, Hafey, put Mike in the overnight tank and then drive Nina home. Actually, Jace, we don't have enough to hold Morales, except maybe a drunk charge.
Sure, drunk charge. Maybe a night in the bullpen will loosen his tongue in the morning.
Yeah. Jace, what did Nina yell at Mike in Spanish?
She said, "You killed my Johnny," or words to that effect.
Think she'll tell that to a jury?
I doubt it. Nothing more we can do now until we get the autopsy report, Sheriff. Let's get some sleep. I left the sheriff's office and checked in at a local hotel. Seemed like I'd hardly fallen asleep when the phone began to ring. My watch said it was 6:30 a.m. Hello.
Jace?
Yeah, who's this?
Sheriff Haynes.
I'm sorry, Sheriff.
Visit our channel,
Are you sure you're awake?
I am now. What's up?
/C/GAR to see more videos like this.
Good.
New videos
What does it show?
every day.
Wasn't even a trace of poison found in the stomach, Jace.
Wasn't? What did kill Johnny Buck?
Nitroglycerine?
Nitroglycerin?
That's right. Showed up in the bloodstream. Jace, don't they use nitroglycerine for certain heart conditions?
To pick up the heart, not explode it. Hey, wait a minute. Seems to me there are several cases on record where poison nitrates were absorbed through the skin.
What you getting at, Jace?
Nitroglycerin is an odorless liquid, dissolves in alcohol. Johnny could have had a rub down before he entered the ring. If the rubbing liniment had been spiked, his skin would absorb enough of it in the heat of action to kill him.
Think you got something, Jace?
How soon can we get into the arena?
Anytime you say. Why?
If I'm right about the liniment, Sheriff, we should find signs of it in the dressing room. Meet you there in 10 minutes.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, The Rub Out.
In the dressing room at the fight arena, we scraped up a dry residue from the floor and rubbing table and had it flown to the lab at Austin for immediate analysis. We released Morales after another talk, assigned a deputy to tail him, and then took off for a local gym where Chico and Corey worked with other boxers. It was 11:15 when we got there.
Lots of early cauliflower here, Jace.
Yeah, I'll stick to the garden variety. You see either of Johnny's handlers, Sheriff?
Yep, that's Chico, holding the sandbag with the big heavyweight.
Now, let's get over there.
All right, come on, Buster. Get some lard behind that hook, will you? Zing into the bag. Make believe it's your brother-in-law, huh?
Chico.
Yeah.
Can you come here?
Oh, hi, Sheriff. Sure. Come on, snap into a little shadow boxing, Buster, huh?
This is Ranger Pearson, Chico.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Ranger.
You know Johnny Buck died last night?
Yeah. Was too bad, huh? Too bad. Great kid, Johnny. Sure pop for the title in a couple of years. He couldn't miss.
You were his rubber?
No, I was his trainer. Second, you know. The brain trust. Robin, that's Corey's job.
Were you in the dressing room with Johnny right up to ring time?
Most of the time. I wouldn't leave that kid. He was like my own brother.
Any outsiders in the dressing room?
Maybe. Not while I was there.
How about Morales?
Mike? No. Mike was never in the dressing room.
He was at the arena. I talked to him myself.
Well, all I know is I met him outside the promoter's office. We had to talk to him about Johnny's dog.
Well, that didn't take all night.
No. Mike was there only a few minutes. I had to stick around.
If Mike left by himself, how do you know he didn't go to Johnny's dressing room?
Gee, gosh, I don't know. Maybe he did. I wouldn't swear.
Is Slim Corey around here?
Corey? No. Can't hear today. He's supposed to work with a couple of fighters, but he sent the word that he's sick. Hey, can't believe a word that he says. He have loco most of the time. Hey, what's up, Ranger? Anything wrong about last night?
Just the usual questions we ask when a fighter dies after a bout. That's a likely-looking heavyweight you got there, Chico.
Yeah, but nothing like Johnny Buck.
Yeah, you better get back to your boy. His shadow's going ahead on points.
Yeah, that's what happens when I leave the big bum. Well, so long, Ranger, Sheriff. Anything else you want to know, you can always find me here.
Okay, I'll remember that. You got Corey's address, Sheriff?
Yeah, Jace.
Let's go.
Guess this cord's to ring the doorbell. Maybe Corey ain't home.
That's right again.
Who is it?
Sheriff Haynes, Corey.
Come on in, the door's open.
Sorry, I can't get out of bed, Sheriff.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know for sure. Never felt like this before. Guess it's on account of last night. What happened to Johnny?
Did you rub him down before the fight?
Yeah, needed it real bad.
Where'd you get the liniment?
Chico, he brung it along in his satchel.
Chico's badly broken up about Johnny.
Chico? Who you kidding, mister?
Why? Didn't they get along?
Heck, no. Not since Johnny started beating his time with Mike's kid sister.
Oh, Chico didn't like that, huh?
Shucks, he went plumb loco when he heard about Johnny and Nina fixing to get hitched. Why, the night of the fight, Chico was so crazy mad he wouldn't come near the dressing room. When he did, he and Johnny had a ruckus.
Were you in the dressing room all the time Johnny was there?
Yeah, most every minute of the time.
Did Morales show up while you were there?
No, Mike never showed at all.
Gosh, I feel like I'm going to pass out. Somebody got an aspirin?
You don't need an aspirin, Corey. You need a doctor. We're going to get you to a hospital, and fast. We took Corey to the hospital and waited for the diagnosis. Blood tests confirmed what we'd suspected. Corey was suffering from a trace of nitroglycerin poisoning, and immediate measures were taken to save him. When we went back to the sheriff's office, the lab report from Austin was waiting for me in the teletype room.
What's it say, Chase?
Listen to this, Sheriff. Test completed. Scrapings from dressing room floor and table, definitely nitroglycerin. Impurities in residue is type of clay usually found in commercial dynamite.
I don't get it. What has dynamite got to do with it?
Simple enough. Dynamite contains nitroglycerin. The clay holds it together. The nitro could have been dissolved in alcohol and strained through a cloth.
Well, I'll be darned. But how did Corey get poisoned with this stuff?
Most likely got into the pores of his hands while giving Johnny Buck his rub-down. The reason Johnny went so fast was because his entire body was saturated with the poison liniment.
Then our problem right now is to find the party who mixed the stuff. And Chico sure had a motive.
If Corey was telling the truth. And I think we might get that answer at Mike Morales.
Come in, Ranger. Sheriff.
Mike? What do you know about Slim Corey?
He's a good boy. Corey worked with my fighters for years, even before I took on Johnny.
How did Corey get along with Johnny Buck?
Oh, he was a good friend. Always filling him up with advice.
I see. Is Nina around?
Yeah, sure. Nina!
What do you want?
The ranger and the sheriff are here. Come down. Poor kid. We just got through making the arrangements for Johnny. How are you feeling now, Nina?
How should I feel?
I'd like to ask you something, Nina.
I told you all I know.
About Chico.
Chico? What do I have to do with Chico?
Well, weren't you good friends at one time?
Never. I couldn't stand him. He's a sneak. He was always spying on me.
He was jealous of Johnny?
Crazy jealous.
Mike, was it Chico who told you about Johnny and Nina?
Yes. Chico told me. He was always telling me all kinds of things. Things I couldn't believe.
Did he tell you to get rid of Johnny?
What do you mean, get rid of Johnny?
Break up with him, split.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he put that idea in my head. He was the one.
I see. I'm sorry to have troubled you again, Mike. Nina. Let's go, Sheriff.
Looks like Chico's our boy, Jace.
Everything points to him like a signpost. Strong jealousy motive, deliberate lies about his friendship for Johnny Buck, a dressing room brawl with Johnny on the night of the fight.
And he was the one who gave Corey the rubbing liniment.
Yeah. Now all we need is definite proof that he spiked it to send Mr. Valdez to the big chair at Huntsville. We stopped to pick up a search warrant and then went on to Chico's home. It was exactly 3:47 p.m. when we pulled up in front of a weather-beaten two-room adobe on the outskirts of town to see if we could find the final link of evidence that would help convict Chico for the murder of Johnny Buck.
No one here, Jace.
Yeah, door might be unlocked. I'll try it. It isn't.
You want to pick the lock?
Yeah, let's go around the back. Hey, hold it a second, Sheriff.
What?
I want to have a look at this trash box.
Okay. Meantime, I'll see if the back door's unlocked. Back door's locked, too. There's a window open on the side.
Good.
You find something, Chase?
Yeah, a very interesting-looking piece of cloth. Sheriff, this might be it.
This rag?
Yeah. Could have been used to strain the nitroglycerin.
You really think so, Jace?
I can almost tell that residue blindfolded. I might as well take the trash box and all as evidence.
Want me to give you a hand with it?
No, I can handle it. I'll park this stuff in the car. Meantime, you go inside through that window and open the door for me.
Okay. Shut up. Are you crazy?
I said shut up.
Give me your gun. Now you better shut up. You got a wife and kids. You better keep shut up.
Why, you crazy?
Fill this gun in your throat. One more sound from you and I blow a hole through it. Now roll over on your face. All right, dig into the floor and don't you move. Now I unlock the door for your ranger friend. I give him a little surprise. Don't you turn your head. Oh.
Look out, Jay!
Jace, you're bleeding.
Got my shoulder. I'll be okay.
Looks pretty bad.
You look kind of battered yourself, Sheriff.
Yeah, I feel that way, too. Oh. Chico, dead?
No. Chico?
Oh, my legs. They hurt me. Oh, they hurt something awful.
Yeah? Well, that's what you get, Chico. When you start messing around with dynamite.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Hello, friends. This is Jack Parr. I'll be with you later this evening with the $64 question, but right now I'd like to remind you about some of the other great shows this evening on the NBC Radio Network. In just a few minutes, you'll hear The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and a big array of guest stars. And, of course, Meredith Wilson will be on hand to direct The Big Show Orchestra and Chorus. You will hear 90 minutes of scintillating comedy and music today on The Big Show. And then, right after The Big Show, stick around for the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show with Frankie Remley, Julius Abruzio, Brother William, and the entire Harris household. It's a program that's sure to please you. Later today, Theater Guild on the Air will bring you stars from Hollywood and Broadway in an exciting Broadway play. And right after Theater Guild on the Air, I'll be back with a pocket full of money and the $64 question. I'll be talking to a lot of contestants tonight, and maybe you'll hear one of your neighbors. So why not stay tuned right now to the NBC for a whole evening of great entertainment? I'll be looking for you in our radio audience tonight. And now, let's get back to the tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Ranger Pearson recovered from his wounds and was present at Chico Valdez's trial 10 weeks later when Chico confessed to the premeditated murder of Johnny Buck. On January 13, 1938, Chico paid the supreme penalty for his crime in the electric chair at the state penitentiary in Huntsville.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae will soon be seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Vigran, Herb Ellis, Nestor Paiva, Parley Bear, and Peggy Weber. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Will Gould, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Al Gibney speaking.
Next, The Big Show brings you 90 minutes of music and comedy on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.